Good morning, one and all. We warmly welcome you all to the International Conference on Youth, Indigenous People, Knowledge Systems, Practices, Health, Education, Environment, and Sustainable Development 2022, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals SDGs 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development 2022 in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Well-being. And also today's conference is in collaboration with Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, India. So before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of the Almighty, we shall continue to today's conference proceedings. We appreciate and congratulate Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, and the authority, Dr. G. Ravindranath Ji, Principal, Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, India, and also Dr. Y. Savitri, Coordinator, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Department College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, India, for actively being collaborating with the conference. And we welcome you all to the international conference. So today we have eminent speakers, presenters from across the nation. Who will be addressing the gathering on the topics related to the conference, related to youth, indigenous people, knowledge system, practices, health, education, and sustainable development. So we have with us the special guest and the keynote speaker for the day, Dr. G. Ravindranath Ji and Dr. Chandrakala Diyali from Senior Assistant Professor, Amity University, Dr. Madhusudan K.S., Assistant Professor, Department of Management, Bharat Institute of Technology, and S. Hanmant Reddy, General Secretary, All India Progressive Forum, Andhra Pradesh State Unit, and Dr. Y. Savitri, she is also Coordinator, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Government College for Women, and Dr. P. Ravishekar, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Government College for Men, and Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakar, Assistant Professor and also Advocate, Govind Vallapant of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand, and Ms. Simran Jadhav, she is presenting a paper today from PP Savani University, Surat, and Ms. M. Itisam Khan, she is PhD research scholar presenting her paper from Dravidian University, Kuppam, Andhra Pradesh. And Dr. Bashetti Lata, lecturer in Telugu, KVR Government Degree College, Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh. And Ms. Vadla Nagaratnama, lecturer in political science, GCM Cluster University, Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh, India. And Dr. D. Aruna Kumari, assistant professor of zoology, Government College Autonomous, Anantapur. And Sri Ravichandran Ji, principal consultant, HRM Mapperco, Chennai. And myself, Dr. M. Ravindra RM, moderator and coordinator for this conference, and also for Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. And apart from this, there are few more presenters, 4 student presenters from Government Degree College for Men, and there is one more research scholar, and other eminent speakers will be joining as per their schedules. So with this brief introduction of the empaneled speakers for the day, we shall move on to our first session. I request Dr. Savitri ma'am to introduce our keynote speaker and special invited guest, Dr. G. Ravindranath Garu. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to the coordinator and the eminent speakers present on this webinar platform and the participants. Good morning to one and all. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, that is our respected principal, Dr. G. Ravindranath sir. He is acting as keynote speaker for today's webinar. He is acting as principal to our college. He is very dynamic, energetic, and very active principal. And he is previously received Best Teacher Award, and he is also acted as NSS Program Officer. And presently he is working as principal in our Government Degree College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to invite our keynote speaker today. Now I request our respected principal, sir, to please address this today's gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. We invite Dr. G. Ravindranath Garu to kindly unmute yourself and start your video, sir.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
So, this is Ravindra, Principal, Government Degree College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh. So, good morning to everyone for inviting me for this webinar. So, first of all, I want thanks to the organizers, those who have given the opportunity for me to explain few words regarding in the indigenous knowledge present system of education. So I am happy to share few words or few topics regarding this education. So we are all working in education department. We know what is the importance of education, because unless until if the country is not educated properly, the country is not developed. You can see so many countries, even though when compared to a small country like our India, when compared to our India, the countries are developed like anything just because of education. Wherever the country is having a good education, automatically the country will be developed. So our education is a very old education, ancient education, and our traditions are very old. So we have to follow our traditions and old education system in our India, even though our Indian education is very important than compared to Western education. So in this regard, what I say that, so in our India, even though the population,
We can't hear you, sir.
sir?
Yeah, now it's audible. Please continue.
Okay, it is audible, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, sir. So most of the students, they don't want to continue their higher education. So they are stop their education. That's why the government of India is introduced so many institutes like open institutes, distance education, correspondence courses. Wherever you are pursuing your education, at least you must get a knowledge degree. That knowledge degree is useful for your life. So, but present scenario, most of the students, they are not concentrating the knowledge degree, but they are completing their courses. Unless until if you are not having the knowledge degree and you are not having a skills, it is very difficult to get a job in the private sector or government sector. So that's why the concept is very important. The first teacher of any student, any person is the mother. So once the education is coming to mother, so first of all, you can understand the any content in the regional languages. If you understand, definitely you can understand very easily the global language. So that's why whatever the languages are introduced in any state, first they must understand the subject in their own language. Then they can translate very easily in English. So that's why what I hope that every student has to learn what is the content, what is the importance of the topic. They have to understand very easily. Then they can develop their importance in the education. So not only that, so in ancient education, the Gurukulas are there. So gradually the Gurukulas are changed into school education and higher education. So whatever the mode of teaching is same, but nowadays, previously the entire students are depends upon the only Gurukulas, whatever the teacher tests. But nowadays the scenario change as per the science and technology. They can open the Google and they can search it. So that's why the teachers also must be alert. Unless until if they are not having a proper knowledge, if any student is asking any question in the classroom, he must be in a position to clarify his doubts. That's why always the teacher is a learner. Every day he has to develop his subject and he must improve the skills. What are the skills? Even science and technology also very important. Along with science and technology, he must use some tools. Previously, we are having only blackboard teaching. Nowadays, not only blackboard teaching, you can use so many techniques to attract the students and deliver your contents. In this scenario, you can use it whatever the technology is implemented by. Technology is also important. You by using of technology, definitely you must improve your skills and students can understand the subject and content and they must reach their goals. So that's why what I suggest you, so let them continue your education, whatever the age is there. Age is not a criteria for continuing of education, but if you are having a zeal, definitely the education not only for the employment of job, but the entire life. In this keynote, thank you. Hello.
Yes, sir. We lost
Am
your
I audible?
audio at the ending, sir. Yeah, now it's audible.
So my audio is not clear, sir.
I think there is some network glitch.
Hello.
We missed the last part, sir, last few seconds.
So last few. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
So what I suggest, so whatever the webinars or seminars or workshop or whatever you are conducting, definitely this will be useful for the young generation. I congratulate the organizers. Why? Because if I conduct this program as a part of Azadi Ka Amrita Mahotsav, definitely it will be useful. So whatever the programs you are arranging every day from morning 8 o'clock, evening 8 o'clock, so definitely the student will benefit and more interaction will be takes place in this webinar. I hope that this has to continue enter for 1 year as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So congratulations, sir, for giving the opportunity. And I hope that all the participants, not only 1 or 2 members, most of the students has to utilize this type of webinars that is useful for them. And I congratulate the organization. Thank you, Vandal, for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful keynote address. You have rightly set the direction for the conference today. Irrespective of age or irrespective of any criteria, one can study at their convenience. And thanks to the technology available today, we have a blended mode, online mode, offline mode, and even through recent UGC initiatives, MOOCs are also available on Swayam platform and various other platforms. Like as you mentioned, there are different avenue scopes of education which can be taken up if one is interested. And with these recent initiatives of online education, also online degrees are being awarded. So that is also one opportunity who cannot reach physically. So as a very well addressed, sir, we'll take forward with your message, and we will try our best to ensure that everyone is benefited with immense knowledge with the direction set by you. Thank you very much. Dr. Savitri ma'am.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am. If you have any concluding remarks.
yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing this gather. Sir, Ravindra, sir, you both names are Ravindra. Sir, like you, our principal also always encourage us in each and every activity. Even a few minutes ago, we went there to rally up to 1.5 kilometers. So just join the conference and he gave open remarks, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for your encouragement, and always you are giving warm wishes and encouragement, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful remarks. And thank you, Dr. G. Ravindranath Garu, once again for joining us, and we wish you all the success in future also on behalf of the organizing team of international conference. So with this wonderful keynote address, we shall move on to our sessions for the conference. So there is some technical problem because of some rains in some locations. So there is a little revamp in the order of speakers. Once their connectivity resumes, they will be joining us. So the first two speakers are not available at present. So we can go with the third speaker. If, we have S. Hanmant Reddy Garu, General Secretary, All India Progressive Forum, Andhra Pradesh State Unit, Socio-Political Analysis and a writer. He will be presenting on value education. I invite Dr. Savitri Garu to introduce our next speaker for the day.
Sir, Hanmant Reddy, sir. Sir, 1 second, sir. I'll call him.
Yeah, just a second. I will grant him permission.
Continue my presentation, sir. Later, Hanmant Reddy, sir, will join with us.
Acha, okay.
I'll call him and I'll be in the line within few minutes. Meanwhile, I'll continue my presentation.
Okay. I think sir has unmuted.
1 second, sir. Sir, good morning, sir. Hanmant Reddy, sir.
Sir, can you hear us? Hanmant Reddy Garu?
అమ్మా నాకు ఇలా చేస్తాను నేను ల్యాప్టాప్లో ఐఎమ్ అనేబుల్ టు ఎంటర్, అందుకని మొబైల్ ద్వారా వస్తున్నాను, మా మొబైల్లో వస్తున్నా. ఓకే ఓకే ఓకే.
మీ మాటలు వినిపిస్తున్నాయండి హనుమంత్ రెడ్డి గారు.
Sir, laptop, it is not working properly. That's why, sir, joining through the mobile phone, sir.
Okay.
హలో సార్, నేను
వినిపిస్తుంది సార్.
ఓకే,
మీరు వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకోగలరా సార్?
చేస్తాను. అదే నేను
ఒక్కరి నమస్కారం సార్. సావిత్రి గారు చేస్తారు, తర్వాత మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేయొచ్చు.
అట్లాగే
Now I invite Dr. Savitri garu to introduce our next speaker, Hanumanth Reddy garu. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Savitri, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's speaker, Hanumanth Reddy sir. He is a great motivator, and he is especially he can give excellent talks on education and today's education system. Even though he is not working in the education system, he is well aware regarding to the education system, and he is a great motivator, and his lifestyle is also different when compared with other people. He has so many advantages. Even though he retired from the job, still he is working as a motivator and as a educator, and he is involving so many activities. Such a great person. Today he is among with us. We are very much fortunate persons, sir, for having you like a people. I contacted him yesterday night at 9 o'clock. So without any hesitation, simply he accepted our invitation, and he is ready to present his thoughts and views in this seminar. Sir, we are very much thankful to you, sir, for having you such a great people among with us. You please deliver your information among this platform, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me.
Sir, Hanumanth Reddy garu, మీరు ఒక డివైస్ ని మ్యూట్ చేసుకుంటే మనకి ఎకో సౌండ్ అయిపోతుంది.
ఒక్క సెకండ్. ఇప్పుడు బాగుందండి?
అవునండి.
ఓకే, అది ల్యాప్టాప్ లేకపోతే మొబైల్ చేశాను, మళ్ళీ ల్యాప్టాప్ ఓపెన్ అయ్యేటోడు అది కూడా ఓపెన్ చేశాను. సరే, ఓకే మ్యామ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్ ఫర్ ఇంట్రొడ్యూసింగ్ మీ ఇన్ ఏ వెరీ ఎక్సెసివ్ అండ్ దెన్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ మేనర్. ముందుగా మొట్టమొదటిగా మిత్రులారా, అందరికీ నా శుభోదయం. మొట్టమొదటిగా ఈ విద్య అక్షరాస్యత, దీంట్లో మనం జనరల్గా గందరగోళ పడుతూ ఉంటాము.
వీడియో ఆన్ కాలేదు, ఒకసారి చూస్తారా?
వీడియో లేకపోతే మనలేమండి, ఇది దీంట్లో సమస్యగా ఉంది. అటు ఇటు వీడియో లేకపోతే మనలేండి, ఆడియో ఉంది కదా, పర్వాలేదు. కొనసాగించనండి.
కొనసాగించండి, పర్లేదు.
మిత్రులారా, మనం సర్వసాధారణంగా అక్షరాస్యత విద్యల మధ్య గందరగోళ పడుతూ ఉంటాము. అక్షరాస్యత అనగానే చదవడం, రాయడము తెలిసి ఉండడం అక్షరాస్యత. అట్లాగే అక్షరాస్యత ఉన్నా లేకపోయినా కూడా మనకు అనేక విద్యలు తెలిసి ఉంటాయి. ఉదాహరణకి మహిళలు వంట చేయడం దగ్గర నుండి, అనేక వృత్తిదారులు వాళ్ళ వృత్తి పనులను చేపట్టడం దగ్గర నుండి, ఎలాంటిదంటే చివరికి చెప్పులు కుట్టడంతో సహా వీటికి చదువు ఉన్నా లేకపోయినా, అక్షరాస్యత ఉన్నా లేకపోయినా ఈ విద్యలు అలవడుతూ ఉంటాయి. సరే, అది కాక ఇంకోటి, విద్య అనగానే మనం సర్వసాధారణంగా ఏమనుకుంటుంటామంటే తెలియని విషయాలను తెలుసుకోవడం. ఇది క్లుప్తంగా దాని నిర్వచనం, తెలియని విషయాలను తెలుసుకోవడం అనేది విద్య లక్ష్యమని మనం అనుకుంటూ ఉంటాం. కానీ అంతేకాకుండా విద్యకు చాలా విలక్షణమైన, విస్తృతమైన నిర్వచనం ఉంది నా దృష్టిలో. ఈ విద్య అనేది మామూలుగా ప్రాణుల్లో జంతువులు, పక్షులు, మనుషులు. జంతువులు, పక్షులు మనకు ఆకలి దప్పులు తీర్చుకోవడము, అలాగే కొన్ని జీవ సంబంధ అవసరాలను తీర్చుకోవడంలో ఉమ్మడి లక్షణాలు, అవసరాలు ఉన్నా కూడా మనకు మెదడు అభివృద్ధి చెందడం వల్ల ఒక విలక్షణమైన వ్యక్తులంగా, మనుషులంగా తయారయ్యాం. మనుషులను ఈ పాశవిక ప్రవృత్తి నుండి దూరం చేయడం విద్యా లక్షణం కావాలి. అట్లాగే మనుషులను మానవులుగా మార్చేదిగా విద్య ఉండాలి. అంటే ఇందాక చెప్పినట్లుగా మనిషికి, మానవునికి, మానవత్వానికి తేడా ఏంటంటే, కేవలము మెదడు అభివృద్ధి చెందడం వల్ల పశుపక్షాదుల కంటే విభిన్నంగా, విలక్షణంగా జీవించడమే కాకుండా సామాజికంగా మన తోటి వారి బాధల్లో, సంతోషాల్లో, సుఖాల్లో పాత్ర వహించడం, పంచుకోవడం, వారికి అవసరం వచ్చిన సందర్భాల్లో సహాయపడడం అనేది మానవత్వ లక్షణం. కాబట్టి మనందరినీ మానవులుగా తీర్చిదిద్దడం విద్య లక్షణం కావాలి. ఇంకా అట్లాగే విద్య కేవలం ఇందాక అనుకున్న విషయాలనే కాకుండా సామాజిక విద్యను, శాస్త్రీయ విద్యను, అట్లాగే ప్రజాస్వామ్య అవసరం అంటే కేవలము రాజకీయాల్లోనే కాకుండా ఇంట్లో, సమాజంలో, ప్రతి సంస్థలో, ప్రతి వ్యవస్థలో కూడా ఈ ప్రజాస్వామ్యం అవసరం ఉన్న విషయాన్ని మనం గుర్తించాలి. ఈ సామాజిక విద్య అన్నప్పుడు అన్ని ప్రాణులతో పాటుగా మన సహచరులైన పేదలు, వెనకబడిన వాళ్ళు, వెనక్కి తొక్కబడిన వాళ్ళు, అంతకంటే ఎక్కువగా సమాజంలో సగభాగమైన మహిళలను రెండవ శ్రేణి పౌరులుగా కాకుండా మనతో సమానంగా చూసే విధానాన్ని నేర్పేటట్లుగా మన విద్య ఉండాలి. అంతేకాకుండా ఇంకా విద్యను కొంచెం ప్రాచీన రోజుల నుండి ఎట్లా ఉండింది అని మనం గమనిస్తే, మన ప్రాచీన కాలంలో విద్య అది ఏ విద్య అయినా సరే, నాట్య విద్య, సంగీత విద్య, సాహిత్య విద్య, ఎలాంటి విద్య అయినా సరే దానికి ఒక లక్షణం ఉండేది, ఒక కామన్ క్యారెక్టర్ ఉండేది. అది మతపరమైన, మత లక్షణమైన భావన నుండి ఆ విద్యలను విడదీయడానికి వీలు లేని విధంగా ఆనాటి విద్య కొనసాగేది. చివరికి అది ఎంతసేపటికి మనల్ని జీవితము, పునర్జన్మ, పూర్వజన్మ, కర్మ సిద్ధాంతం, తర్వాత విముక్తి, ముక్తి ఇలాంటి భావనలను ఎక్కువగా బోధించేది. అది అంతేకాకుండా ఇంకా ఎక్కువగా ఎంతవరకు తీసుకుపోయిందంటే, ఆ పౌరాణిక విద్య ద్వారా మనం గడపడం, మనకు విద్యాబుద్ధులను నేర్పడం అనేది, ఆ రోజుల్లో ఇంకో విషయం చెప్పాల్సింది ఏమంటే, వృత్తి విద్యలన్నీ కూడా ఒక తరం నుండి ఇంకో తరానికి వాళ్ళ కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో ప్రాక్టికల్గా అనుభవం ద్వారా చూసి నేర్చుకోవడం కానీ, లేదా కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో అక్షరాభ్యాసం ద్వారా కానీ నేర్చుకునేవాళ్ళు. ఇంకా ఆ ప్రాచీన కాలంలో వాళ్ళు అంటే సృష్టించబడిన దేవతలకు కూడా వాళ్ళ ఆకారాన్ని, వాళ్ళ గుణగణాలను, వాళ్ళ రోగాలను, వాళ్ళ అవలక్షణాలను ఆపాదించేంత స్థాయికిలో ఉండింది ప్రాచీన విద్య ఆ రోజు. అంతేగాక ఒక ప్రాచీన విద్యలో మనకు జరిగిన ఒక నష్టము నాకు తెలిసినంత వరకు ఏంటంటే, మన వైద్య రంగాల్లో అనేక రకాలైన విధానాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఇది మన ఆయుర్వేదం, యునాని, హోమియోపతి, అలోపతి ఇలాంటివి. ఆయుర్వేదం మనది ఒకప్పుడు చాలా ఉచ్చ స్థాయిలో ఉండేది. మనం శస్త్రచికిత్సలతో సహా మనం చేసేవాళ్ళము. అయితే ఆనాటి ఆ వైదిక విద్య ఈ ఆయుర్వేద వైద్యం ద్వారా వైద్యం చేసే ఉన్నత వర్ణాల వ్యక్తులు అందరినీ తాకడం ద్వారా అంటరాని తనాన్ని పోగొట్టినట్లుగా వాళ్ళందరినీ ఒక రకంగా అస్పృశ్యులుగా తయారవుతారన్న ఒక విధానంతో ఆయుర్వేద విద్యను కూడా నిరుత్సాహపరిచి అది నాశనం అయ్యేట్ల స్థితికి కూడా ఆ ప్రాచీన విద్య దారితీసింది. ఇంకా తర్వాత స్వాతంత్ర సమయంలో మనకు మనకు స్వాతంత్రం లభించినప్పుడు 12% మాత్రమే విద్యావంతులు ఉండేవాళ్ళు. అక్షరాస్యత 12% మాత్రమే ఉండేది. అందులో మహిళల అక్షరాస్యత 7% ఉండేది. తర్వాత ఎన్నో కష్టనష్టాలకు వచ్చి మొట్టమొదటి ప్రథమ ప్రధాని అయిన నెహ్రూ గారు అనేక రకాలైన విద్యా చట్టాలు చేసి, ఆ విద్యా చట్టాల ద్వారా NITలను, IIMలను, ఇస్రోను, పరిశోధనా సంస్థలను, గ్రంథాలయాలను ఎన్నిటినో స్థాపించి విద్యా వ్యాప్తికి, సామాజిక అభివృద్ధికి ఆయన దోహదపడ్డారు. తర్వాత నెహ్రూ తర్వాత కొంత విద్యా విధానంలో, విద్య మీద దృష్టి కేంద్రీకరణలో, పరిశోధన అభివృద్ధికి నిధులు ఇవ్వడంలో కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వ దృష్టి కొంత మరలింది, వాళ్ళ శ్రద్ధ తగ్గింది. ఆ నేపథ్యంలోనే మొట్టమొదట 1964లో, అంతకుముందు దాదాపు 6 అనధికార కమిషన్లు నియమించినా కూడా విద్యాభివృద్ధి చేయడం ఎట్లా, విద్యా విధాన లోపాలను సరిదిద్దడం ఎట్లా అనే దానికోసము 6 కమిషన్లు నియమించిన అనధికారికంగా ఒక తాత్కాలిక కమిషన్ డాక్టర్ ప్రొఫెసర్ డిఎస్ కొఠారి గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఒక తాత్కాలిక కమిషన్ను 1964లో నియమించారు. అది 1966 జూన్ 29న నివేదికనిచ్చింది. ఆ నివేదికను అనుసరించే ఇప్పుడు మనం 10+2+3 విద్యా విధానాన్ని మనము ఆయన ప్రతిపాదించిందే. అంతేకాక అనియత విద్య, దూర విద్య, మహిళా విద్య, తర్వాత శాస్త్రీయ విద్య, వయోజన విద్య, ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా ఆయన చేసిన ప్రతిపాదనలనే మనము అవలంబించాము. చాలా పురోభివృద్ధిని కూడా సాధించాము. అయితే ఆయన నివేదికలోని అంశాలను అన్నింటినీ పూర్తిగా మనము పాటించలా, అనుసరించలా, ప్రభుత్వాలు దాన్ని లెక్క చేయలే. అందువలన కూడా మనం కొంత ఇబ్బందుల పాలయం, నష్టాల పాలయం. ఆ తర్వాత యశ్పాల్ కమిటీ నియమించబడింది. ఆయన కూడా చాలా శాస్త్రజ్ఞుడు, శాస్త్రవేత్త, విద్యావేత్త. ఆయన ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఒక కమిషన్ను నియమించారు. ఆయన మొట్టమొదటి ప్రతిపాదించి ఏంటంటే, ప్రాథమిక విద్యలో విద్యార్థులకు వాళ్ళ పుస్తకాల బరువు తగ్గాలని, వాళ్ళకు బరువు లేని విద్య, చాలా చులకనగా వాళ్ళకు విద్యాబుద్ధులు నేర్పాలనేది ఆయన మొదటి ప్రతిపాదన. అలాగే హయ్యర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో, ఉన్నత విద్యలో విద్యా పునర్నిర్మాణము, పునరుజ్జీవనము, చైతన్యవంతమైన విద్య కావాలి, సామాజిక అభివృద్ధికి దోహదపడేటట్లు విద్య ఉపయోగపడాలి అనేది ఆయన రెండవ ప్రతిపాదన. ఆయన ఎంత దాకా విద్యారంగంలో క్రియాశీలకంగా ఉన్నారంటే, ఆ రోజు 2005 ఆ ప్రాంతంలో ఛత్తీస్గఢ్, కొత్తగా మధ్యప్రదేశ్ నుండి కొత్తగా ఏర్పాడైన ఛత్తీస్గఢ్ రాష్ట్రంలో రమణ్ సింగ్ ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా బీజేపీ ప్రభుత్వం అధికారంలోకి వచ్చింది. వాళ్ళు వెంటనే ఈ విద్యను ప్రైవేటీకరించారు, బాగా విపరీతంగా ప్రైవేటీకరణ చేశారు. ఎంత చేశారంటే 112 ప్రైవేటు విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలను స్థాపించారు. ఈయన యశ్పాల్ గారు సుప్రీంకోర్టులో వాటికి వ్యతిరేకంగా కేసు వేశారు, వాదించారు, ఖర్చులు భరించి. చివరికి ఆయన కేసులో నెగ్గారు. ఆ 112 ప్రైవేటు విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలని రద్దు చేయించారు ఆయన. తర్వాత కాలంలో ఏమైందంటే, ఈ ఈ కాలక్రమేణా విద్య అనేది విద్యావంతుల, సామాజిక స్పృహ కలిగిన, సమాజంలో భాగంగా ఉన్న మేధావుల చేతుల్లో నుండి వ్యాపారవేత్తల చేతుల్లోకి ఈ విద్యారంగం, విద్యా వ్యవస్థలు, సంస్థలు దఖలుపడినాయి. అందులో భాగంగా మొట్టమొదటిగా కాంగ్రెస్ హయాంలో టాటా గారు అనేక రకాలైన విద్యా సంస్థలు స్థాపించడం, ముఖేష్ అంబానీ గారు కూడా అనేక రకాలైన విద్యా వ్యవస్థలు స్థాపించారు. వాటి లక్ష్యము, ఉద్దేశము ఏముంటుందో మనం సులభంగానే గ్రహించవచ్చు. అవన్నీ కూడా వాణిజ్యపరంగా వాళ్లకు లాభాలను అందించేటట్లుగా వాళ్ళ విద్యా విధానాలు కానీ, వాళ్ళు పరిశోధన అభివృద్ధికి వాళ్ళు జేబుల నుండి ఖర్చు పెట్టిన డబ్బులకు వాళ్ళు పూర్తి విలువను వాళ్ళ సొంతానికి ఉపయోగం లభించేటట్లుగా టాటా, ముఖేష్ అంబానీల విద్యారంగ ప్రవేశం దోహదపడింది. ఆ తర్వాత క్రమేణా మనకు 1985 ఆ ప్రాంతం నుండి మీకు అందరికీ తెలుసు, ప్రపంచీకరణ ప్రతిపాదనలు, అమెరికా, పాశ్చాత్య దేశాలు ప్రపంచీకరణ ప్రతిపాదనలు మొదలుపెట్టినాయి. 1498లో వాస్కోడ గామా మన దేశంలో ప్రవేశించినప్పటి నుండి కూడా ఒక ప్రపంచీకరణ మొదలైంది. మన సుగంధ ద్రవ్యాలను, విలువైన మౌలిక అవసరాలను తీసుకుపోవడము, వాటిని ఆ విధంగా ప్రపంచీకరణ మొదలైన 1945 తర్వాత ఈ ప్రపంచీకరణ అనేది వస్తువుల క్రయ విక్రయాల ధర వరల నిర్ణయానికి మాత్రమే పరిమితమై ఉండేది. 1985 నుండి అమెరికా, పాశ్చాత్య దేశాలు ప్రతిపాదించిన సామ్రాజ్యవాద ప్రపంచీకరణలో అనేక రకాలైన సేవలను కూడా అందులో చేర్చారు. ఆ సేవలతో పాటు విద్యారంగాన్ని కూడా ఆ సామ్రాజ్యవాద ప్రపంచీకరణలో చేశారు. అది విపరీతకరమైన నష్టాలను తెచ్చిపెట్టింది మనకు. సరే, ఆ ప్రపంచీకరణలో కార్పొరేట్ విద్య ప్రధానంగా ప్రవేశించింది. ఇందాక మనం అనుకున్న భావాల కొనసాగింపుగా మాట్లాడితే, ఇందులో విద్యతో ఏమాత్రం సంబంధం లేని వాణిజ్యవేత్తలైన కార్పొరేట్లు విద్యారంగంలో, విద్యా వ్యవస్థలో ప్రవేశించారు. వాళ్ళ విద్య ఎంతసేపటికి మన శాస్త్రీయ విద్యా విధానానికి దూరంగా తొలగిపోయింది. శాస్త్రీయ విద్యా విధానం అంటే మన స్థానిక ప్రజల అవసరాలను తీర్చేదిగా, స్థానికంగా ఆయా ప్రాంతాలలో లభ్యమయ్యే సహజ ప్రకృతి వనరులను వాడుకునేటట్లుగా మన విద్యా విధానం ఉండాలి. దాన్ని శాస్త్రీయ విద్యా విధానం అంటారు. ఉదాహరణకు మనం కడప నుండే ఈ నిర్వాహకులు మొదలుపెట్టారు కాబట్టి కడప జిల్లాలో ఎలాంటి విద్యా విధానం ఉండాలంటే అక్కడ బాగా లభించే ముగ్గురాళ్లను నాపరాళ్లను ఉపయోగపెట్టుకునేటట్లుగా విద్య ఉండాలి. అక్కడ ఉన్న ఎడారి ప్రాంతాలను, అనంతపురం జిల్లా లాంటి వాటిని, ఎడారి ప్రాంతాల్లో భూగర్భ జలాలను ఎట్లా అభివృద్ధి చేయాలి అనేటట్లుగా ముందు ఎడారి మొక్కలను పెంచడం, ఆ తర్వాత ఇంకా కొంచెం నీటి అవసరం తక్కువగా ఉన్న వాటిని పెంచడం, అలాగే పంటలను కూడా అలాంటి తక్కువ నీటి అవసరాలు గల పంటలను సాగు చేయడం, ఆ తర్వాత క్రమేణా భూగర్భ జలాలను పెంచిన తర్వాత సర్వసాధారణంగా అన్ని ప్రాంతాలతో పాటు ఆ ప్రజల అవసరాలను తీర్చేటట్లుగా ఆ విద్య ఉండాలి. అలాగే మీరు ఇట్లా కోస్తా ప్రాంతాలకు వచ్చేటప్పటికి సముద్రంలో ఉండే జల వనరులను ఉపయోగించుకునేటట్లుగా అక్కడ చేపలు పట్టే వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుండి సముద్రంలో వనరులతో వ్యాపారము లేకుంటే వృత్తిగా బతికిన వాళ్ళందరికీ ఉపయోగపడేటట్లుగా ఆ ప్రాంత విద్యా విధానం ఉండాలి. అయితే ఈ కార్పొరేట్ విద్య ఏం చేసిందంటే ఈ సహజ లేకుంటే శాస్త్రీయ విద్య నుండి చాలా దూరం వెళ్ళిపోయింది. వాళ్ళ విద్య ఎంతసేపటికి దీంట్లో కార్పొరేట్లు అనేటప్పటికీ మళ్ళీ మీరు మాటికి అదే అంటున్నానని అనుకోబోకండి. అమెరికా పాశ్చాత్య దేశాల ఆసక్తులు, వాళ్ళ ప్రయోజనాలు ఇందులో ఇమర్చబడ్డాయి. మన విద్యా విధానం కూడా ఎంతసేపటికి అమెరికా పాశ్చాత్య దేశాల అవసరాలు తీర్చే ఇంజనీరింగ్ విద్య, అట్లాగే సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఇంజనీర్లను తయారు చేసేటట్లుగా, డాలర్ల కోసం ఆశపడే వాళ్ళని తయారు చేసేటట్లుగా మనము లక్షలు కోట్లు ఖర్చు పెట్టి తయారు చేసిన శాస్త్రజ్ఞులను, ఇంజనీర్లను, వైద్యులను అక్కడ తీసిపోయి అప్పనంగా వాళ్ళ సమాజాభివృద్ధికి, వాళ్ళ దేశాభివృద్ధికి ఉపయోగపడేటట్లు తయారు చేసే విద్యా విధానాన్నే మనం ప్రవేశపెట్టాం. ఇందులో ఒక మాట ఎప్పుడు మనము లార్డ్ మెకాలేని మనం నిందిస్తూ ఉంటాం. ఆయన వాళ్ళ బ్రిటిష్ పాలకులకు అవసరమైన గుమస్తాలను తయారు చేసే విద్యా విధానాన్ని, దుభాషీలను తయారు చేసే విద్యా విధానాన్ని ప్రవేశపెట్టారని. అంతకంటే అపాయకరమైన విద్యా విధానం ఇప్పుడు అమల్లో ఉంది. మీరు ఇంకా ఈ కార్పొరేట్ విద్యకు పోయేటప్పటికి మామూలుగా ఇందాక మన ఆచార్య రవీంద్ర గారు ఒక మాట చెప్పారు, విద్యా అబ్బితే అన్ని అబ్బినట్లే, విద్య అబ్బితే విద్య ద్వారా మనం ఏమైనా సాధించవచ్చు. దానికి సంబంధించినంత వరకు భక్తపోతన దగ్గర నుండి ఆధునిక ఆచార్యుల వరకు చాలా మంది విద్య అవసరాన్ని నొక్కి చెప్పారు, రాశారు కూడా అందులో విపరీతంగా. నాకు వ్యక్తిగతంగా కూడా నేను చాలా పేదరికంలో కూటికి గడవని స్థితిలో నుండి కూడా నేను కడప జిల్లాకు చెందిన వాడిని. పులివెందుల హైయర్ సెకండరీ స్కూల్లో నేను చదివాను, జిల్లా పరిషత్ హైయర్ సెకండరీ స్కూల్లో. ఆ రోజు ఉచిత విద్య, మా ఉపాధ్యాయులు కూడా చాలా చిత్తశుద్ధితో, సామాజిక స్పృహతో, పేద ధనిక భావం లేకుండా విద్య చెప్పేవాళ్ళు. దానివల్లనే నాకు విద్య అబ్బింది. ఆ విద్య వల్ల నాకు 2-3 ఉద్యోగాలు వచ్చినాయి. అందులో నేను ఒక ఉద్యోగాన్ని ఎన్నుకున్నాను. మంచి సంసారము, భార్య, సంతానము అబ్బింది. వాళ్ళు కూడా మంచి స్థితిలో ఉన్నారు. ఇవన్నీ నేను సోత్కర్ష కాదు, కానీ విద్య వల్ల ఎలాంటి ప్రయోజనాలు ఉంటాయి, ఒక వ్యక్తి సామాజిక అభివృద్ధికి ఏ విధంగా దోహదపడతాయి, వాళ్ళు శాస్త్రీయ దృక్పథాన్ని, అవగాహనను పెంచుకోవడానికి ఉచితంగా లభించిన విద్య ఎట్లా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది అని చెప్పడానికి మాత్రమే నేను ఈ విద్యను చెప్పాను. ఇంకా ఈ నూతన కార్పొరేట్ విద్యా విధానంలో ఎలాంటి ప్రసరణలు కొనసాగుతాయంటే, మనం ఆ రోజు మా రోజుల్లో కూడా నెలకు 3 రూపాయలు కొంతకాలము, 4 రూపాయలు కొంతకాలము కట్టి చదువుకునే వాళ్ళము. ఇప్పుడు ఈరోజు మీరు ఒక పావు కేజీ చదవాలంటే కూడా 25,000 కట్టాలి, ఒక అర కేజీ చదవాలంటే 60,000 కట్టాలి. కొన్ని విద్యాలయాలు అయితే అమెరికా పాశ్చాత్య దేశాల సమయపాలనకు అనుకూలంగా ఇక్కడి సమయపాలనను నియమించి దానికి లక్షల రూపాయలు, 5 లక్షలు 10 లక్షలు కూడా ఈ నర్సరీ స్కూల్కు పెట్టి చదివిస్తున్న మిత్రులు నాకు బాగా తెలుసు. అలాంటి విద్యా విధానం కొనసాగుతుంది. అందులో తయారైన విద్యా విధానం ఎట్లా ఉంటుంది అనేది ఒక చిన్న సర్వే జరిగింది. ఆ సర్వేలో ఒక వ్యక్తి ఏం చేశాడంటే, అమెరికా పాశ్చాత్య దేశాల్లో ఉండే విద్యావంతులైన, మేధావులైన, అనేక వృత్తుల్లో స్థిరపడి బాగా సంపాదిస్తున్న వాళ్ళను సర్వే చేశారు. అందులో ఒక వర్గం ఏమంటే, భారతదేశంలో వాళ్ళ ఊరికి, వాళ్ళు చదువుకున్న విద్యాలయానికి, వాళ్ళ తల్లిదండ్రులకు, వాళ్ళ వర్గానికి, వర్ణానికి బాగా సహాయ సహకారాలు అందిస్తున్న వర్గం ఒకటి. రెండోది వీళ్ళ గురించి ఏమీ పట్టించుకోకుండా ఉన్న వర్గం ఒకటి. మొదటి వర్గం వాళ్ళేమో దాదాపు 50-60 సంవత్సరాల లోపు వాళ్ళు, పై వాళ్ళు. రెండవ వర్గం వాళ్ళేమో 40-45 సంవత్సరాల ముందు వాళ్ళు. వీళ్ళల్లో మొదటి వర్గం వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నారంటే, ఎందుకయ్యా మీరు ఇంతగా సహాయ సహకారాలు అందిస్తున్నారు స్వదేశానికి, స్వదేశీ సంస్థలకు, ఊరికి, స్వగ్రామానికి అంటే వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నారంటే, సార్ మేము ఈరోజు ఈ స్థితిలో ఉన్నాము అంటే మేము ఆ రోజు ఉచితంగా జిల్లా పరిషత్ విద్యాలయాల్లో చదువుకోవడం వల్ల, చాలా నిస్వార్థంగా మా ఉపాధ్యాయులు మాకు చదువు చెప్పడం వల్ల అబ్బిన విద్యతో మేము ఈ స్థాయికి ఎదిగాము సార్. అందువల్ల మేము స్వతహాగానే సహాయ సహకారాలు అందజేయాలనుకుంటున్నాము. ఎంత చేసినా కూడా అది తక్కువే సార్ అన్నారు. ఇంకా రెండో వర్గం వాళ్ళు, తక్కువ వయసు వాళ్ళు, కార్పొరేట్ విద్యాలయాల్లో చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నారంటే, సార్ మాకు భారతదేశం ఏమిచ్చింది సార్? మాకేమన్నా చదువు ఊరికి చెప్పిందా? లేకపోతే ఇంకేమన్నా ఆరోగ్య సదుపాయాలు ఏమన్నా కల్పించిందా? మేము పడిసం పెట్టి వైద్యం దగ్గరికి పోతే 10,000 రూపాయలు ఖర్చు అయ్యేది సార్. మా నాయన మాకు ఇందాక నేను చెప్పినట్లుగా నర్సరీకి 25,000, పావు కేజీకి ఇట్లా లక్షలు లక్షలు కట్టాడు సార్. నేను ఇంజనీరింగ్ చదవడానికి 20 లక్షలు 15 లక్షలు డొనేషన్ కట్టాను సార్. అట్లాగే డాక్టర్లు అయితే మేము వైద్యం చదవడానికి MBBS తర్వాత స్పెషలైజేషన్ చేయడానికి 1-2 కోట్లు మేము ఖర్చు పెట్టి పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ చేశాను సార్. మేము ఎందుకు దేశానికి సహాయపడాలి చెప్పండి అని అన్నారు. అది మామూలుగా ఉచిత విద్యా విధానానికి, అంటే ప్రభుత్వ ఆధీనంలో విద్యా విధానానికి, కార్పొరేట్ విద్యా విధానానికి ఉన్న తేడా. తర్వాత ఇంకా ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో 2014 తర్వాత మన రాజ్యాధికారానికి వచ్చిన పాలకుల్లో కొన్ని కొత్త పంథాలు అమల్లోకి వచ్చినాయి. మొట్టమొదట వీళ్ళు విద్యా విధానానికి సహాయకారులుగా, సలహాదారులుగా మొట్టమొదట దీనానాథ్ బాత్రాని తీసుకున్నారు. దీనానాథ్ బాత్రా RSSగా అనుబంధ విద్యా సంస్థ విద్యాభారతికి అధ్యక్షులు. ఆయన ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఆయన చెప్పిన సలహా ప్రకారంగా ఏమంటే, ముందు చరిత్రను మార్చడం. చరిత్ర మార్చడం వల్ల మనకు జరిగే నష్టం ఏమంటే, ఏదైనా సరే మన భవిష్యత్తు, అది వ్యక్తుల భవిష్యత్తు కానీ, సామాజిక భవిష్యత్తు కానీ, దేశ భవిష్యత్తు కానీ అభ్యున్నత పదంలో, ప్రగతి పథంలో, అభివృద్ధి పదంలో నడవాలి అంటే మన చరిత్ర ఏ స్థితిలో, ఏ గతిలో నడిచింది అనేది మనం అధ్యయనం చేయాలి. నిజమైన చరిత్ర, యథార్థాల చరిత్ర, వాస్తవ చరిత్ర. అందులో లోపాలను సరిదిద్దుకోవాలి, మెరుగ్గా ఉన్న అంశాలను మరింత మెరుగుపరుచుకోవాలి. ఆ విధంగా మన భవిష్యత్తు ఏమిటో మనం నిర్ణయించుకోవాలి. భవిష్యత్తులో మన విద్య కానీ, వైద్యం కానీ, సామాజిక శాస్త్రాలు కానీ, అభివృద్ధి విధానాలు కానీ, సంక్షేమ పథకాలు కానీ, ఏదైనా సరే ఒక్క మాటలో మన భవిష్యత్తు ఎట్లా ఉన్నాయో నిర్ణయించుకోవడానికి మన చారిత్రక అధ్యయనం ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా మన భవిష్యత్తు నిర్ణయించుకున్న తర్వాత వర్తమానంలో మనము ఏ రంగంలో ఏ విధానాలను అనుసరించాలా, మనం ఏం చేయాలా, వ్యక్తులంగా, సంస్థలంగా, సమాజపరంగా, అలాగే ప్రభుత్వాలు ఏం చేయాలా అనేది మనకు దోహదపడుతుంది. ఇందులో భాగంగానే వ్యక్తుల కంటే, విద్యా సంస్థల కంటే సామాజిక విద్య సమాజం నుండి, వృత్తుల నుండి, తల్లిదండ్రుల నుండి, ఉపాధ్యాయుల నుండి ఎక్కువగా నేర్చుకుంటాము అనేది కూడా మనకు దాంట్లో బోధపడుతుంది. ఎప్పుడైతే మనం చరిత్రను వక్రీకరిస్తామో మనం అక్కడే మన భవిష్యత్తు పతనం ప్రారంభమవుతుంది. అంతేకాకుండా చారిత్రక అంశాలను కాకుండా మామూలుగా మనకు కల్పనలలో, ఊహనలలో మనకు జన్యుశాస్త్రం గురించి కానీ, లేకుంటే శాస్త్రీయ విధానము, దృక్పథం కానీ తెలియని రోజుల్లో రూపొందించుకున్న ఊహా కల్పిత పౌరాణిక అంశాలను యథార్థ అంశాలుగా, వాస్తవాలుగా బోధించే విధానం ఆయనది. అందులో భాగంగానే మన ప్రధానమంత్రి 2016లో అనుకుంటాను, ముఖేష్ అంబానీ గారి వైద్యశాలను ప్రారంభిస్తున్న సందర్భంలో కర్ణుడు లాంటి వాళ్ళు ఈ జన్యు శాస్త్రానికి అతీతంగా జన్మ సాధించారని, కుంతీదేవి కణాంతర్గత, అది తెలుగులో ఏమంటారో ఆ విధమైన జన్మకు ఇచ్చిందని చెప్పి ఇలాంటి రావడము, గణేషునికి తలను మొండానికి ప్లాస్టిక్ సర్జరీ ద్వారా అతికించారని, ఇలాంటివి అవాస్తవిక, అశాస్త్రీయ విధాలు చెప్పడం దీనికి మూలము దాని ద్వారానే. అది గుజరాత్లో వాళ్ళు ప్రవేశించారు. దానికి ముందు మాటగా మన ప్రధాని మోదీ గారు ముందు మాటలు రాశారు కూడా. ఆ తర్వాత యోగ వాణిజ్య విద్యావేత్త రామ్దేవ్ బాబా కూడా మన ఆనాటి విద్యాశాఖ మంత్రి, అంటే
హనుమంతరావు గారు, దయచేసి ఈ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ అనేది చాలా సెక్యులర్ అండి. మీరు ఎవరిని కించపరిచే విధంగా ఏం మాట్లాడకూడదని మనవి.
అలాగే నేను విద్యా విధానంలో వచ్చిన మార్పు
పర్లేదు, మీరు వ్యక్తుల పేర్లు వ్యవస్థల పేర్లు లేకుండా మాట్లాడండి.
అలాగే ఆ జాగ్రత్త తీసుకుంటాను. మన్నించండి, వ్యక్తుల పేర్లు ఎందుకు మన్నించండి. ఓకే. ఆ తర్వాత విద్యను కూడా అట్లాగే వాణిజ్యవేత్తలు అంటే మామూలుగా 3వ తరగతి వైఫల్యం చెంది 3 విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలకు ఛాన్సలర్లుగా పనిచేస్తున్న వ్యక్తులు, విద్య పట్ల ఏ రకమైన అవగాహన లేని వాళ్ళు మన విద్యా విధానానికి సలహాలు ఇవ్వడము, నిర్దేశించడము జరిగింది. తర్వాత చివరిగా నూతన విద్యా విధానాన్ని ప్రవేశపెట్టారు. ఈ నూతన విద్యా విధానంలో మళ్ళా మనం మెకాలే గారు ప్రవేశపెట్టిన వాళ్ళ ఉద్దేశించిన పాలక వర్గాలకు ఉపయోగపడే విద్యా విధానాన్ని మళ్ళా అమలు చేసేటట్లుగా ఉంది నా అధ్యయనం ప్రకారంగా. అందులో భాగంగానే 2వ సంవత్సరం కాగానే ఒక సర్టిఫికెటు, 3వ సంవత్సరం కాగానే ఒక సర్టిఫికెటు, 4వ సంవత్సరం కాగానే పూర్తి సర్టిఫికెట్ ఇవ్వడం అనేది ఆ విధానంలో భాగము. అది ఆ పద్ధతులకు దోహదపడుతుందని నా అభిప్రాయం. అదే కాకుండా ఇందులో ఒక ప్రధానమైన అపాయకరమైన అంశం ఏంటంటే ఈ విద్యా రంగాన్ని ఒక స్వచ్ఛంద ఐచ్ఛిక సంస్థలకు అప్పజెప్తారు. ఆ స్వచ్ఛంద ఐచ్ఛిక సంస్థలకు అప్పజెప్పడంలో అనేక రకమైన మత సంస్థలు, మతాలు నడిపే విద్యారంగాలు, విద్యా వ్యవస్థలు రంగంలోకి వస్తాయి. వాటికి అప్పచెప్తారు. ఇందాక నిర్వాహకులు చెప్పినట్లుగా నేను పేర్లు ఎత్తడం లేదు. వాళ్ళ అధీనంలోకి విద్యా విధానము పోతుంది. దీనివల్ల మనం విద్యా వ్యవస్థనే, వాటి ఉద్దేశాలే దెబ్బతినే పరిస్థితులు దాపురిస్తాయి. మన విద్యారంగ వ్యవస్థనే కాకుండా సామాజిక భవిష్యత్తు, దేశ భవిష్యత్తు కూడా ఇబ్బందుల పాలు అవుతుంది అని నా అభిప్రాయము. అట్లాగే శాస్త్రీయ దృక్పథాన్ని మన రాజ్యాంగంలో కూడా ఆర్టికల్ 51A(H)లో మన విద్యారంగం వరకు అనువదించుకుంటే మనం శాస్త్రీయ దృక్పథాన్ని అలవరుచుకోవాలని, తర్వాత శాస్త్రీయ అవగాహనను కలిగించుకోవాలని, పెంపొందించాలని, వ్యాప్తి చెందాలని కూడా ఆ అధికరణ చెప్తుంది. వాటిని మనము అమలుపరిచేటట్లుగా మన విద్యా విధానం ఉండాలి. చివరిగా మనం ఈ కార్యక్రమం అంతా స్వాతంత్ర వజ్రోత్సవ సందర్భంగా నిర్వహించబడుతుంది. దానికి సందేశంలో భాగంగా మన దేశభక్తి మీద చాలా ఒక రకమైన క్యారీయింగ్ అవే, అంటే ఒక రకమైన ఇంకొక వైపు కొట్టుకుపోతున్నామేమో అని మనకు భయం కలుగుతుంది. మనం మామూలుగా ఫలానా జెండాను ఎగరేస్తే లేకపోతే ఫలానా విధానాన్ని పాటిస్తే మాత్రమే దేశభక్తి అనేటట్లుగా ఆ దేశభక్తి లేని వాళ్ళు ఏం చేయాలి, ఎక్కడ ఉండాలి, ఏ దేశానికి పోవాలి అనే ప్రచారాలు కూడా జరుగుతున్నాయి. అయితే నా వ్యక్తిగతంగా దేశభక్తి అనేది మనం రోడ్డు మీద ప్రయాణం చేస్తూ ఉంటాము, ఒక చెత్త పడి ఉంటుంది, మనం తీయగలిగిన చెత్త అయితే దాన్ని తీయడము, అసలు మనం చెత్త వేయకుండా పోవడము, తర్వాత ప్రతి విషయాన్ని తోటి వాళ్లకు తోడ్పడము, స్వచ్ఛతను, ఆరోగ్యంలో. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఎక్కడన్నా పోతా ఉంటాము, బజార్లో ఒక యాక్సిడెంట్ జరుగుతుంది, మనం చాలామంది అందుబాటులో ఉన్న ఆధునిక సాంకేతిక విద్యల వల్ల స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్లో వాళ్ళు ఆ దృశ్యాలను చిత్రీకరించి వాట్సాప్ గ్రూపుల్లో పెడతా ఉంటారు. అట్లా కాకుండా మనం వాళ్లకు వెంటనే సహాయం చేసే ఒక దృక్పథాన్ని కలిగించేటట్లుగా మనకి ఎప్పటికీ సమాజంలో భాగంగా ఒక సామాజిక వ్యక్తులుగా, సామాజిక సభ్యులుగా మనం పయనింపజేసేటట్లుగా మన దేశభక్తి దృక్పథం కానీ మన విద్యా విధానం కానీ కొనసాగాలి. సామాజిక వ్యర్థ పదార్థాలను సమాజానికి, దేశానికి నష్టం కలిగించే వాళ్ళుగా ఉండరాదు. అలాగే ఇంకొక అంశం ఏమంటే విద్య విరామాన్ని తగ్గించేటట్లుగా, ఒక విధమైన విరామం ఉన్నా కూడా సార్థక విరామము, మన విరామాన్ని సామాజిక ప్రయోజనాలకు ఉపయోగించుకునేటట్లు విరామాన్ని ఉపయోగించుకునేటట్లుగా మన విద్యా వ్యవస్థ రూపొందించాలి. ఈ విధంగా ఈ స్వాతంత్ర వజ్రోత్సవ సందర్భంలో దేశభక్తిని లేకుంటే మన సామాజిక దృక్పథాన్ని పునర్నిర్వచించుకుంటామని, ఆ విధంగా పయనిస్తామని, అందులో ఆ లక్ష్య సాధనలో మనం సామాజిక ప్రగతిని, దేశాభివృద్ధిని సాధిస్తామని నేను ఆశిస్తూ, నా వంతుగా నేను ఈ ఆశయ సాధనకు తోడ్పడగలనని చెప్పి నేను వాగ్దానం చేస్తూ, నాకు ఈ నా భావాలను మీతో పంచుకునే అవకాశాలను కల్పించిన నిర్వాహకులకు ధన్యవాదాలు, కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలుపుతూ, మధ్యలో నేను నిర్వాహకులను కొంత అసంతృప్తి పరిచినందుకు మన్నించమని కోరుతూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను మిత్రుల. సెలవు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ హనుమంత్ రెడ్డి గారు. సో మన పర్సనల్ వ్యక్తిగత అభిప్రాయాలు ఏదైనప్పటికీ మనము ఒక సందర్భంలో మనం కలిసినప్పుడు కొన్ని జాగ్రత్తలు మనం పాటించాల్సి ఉంటుంది. అందులో భాగంగా మిమ్మల్ని కొంచెము అంటే మీకు వివరణ ఇవ్వాల్సి వచ్చింది. సో ఏదైనప్పటికీ మనకి మీరు అన్నట్లుగా విద్య అనేది మాత్రము మనకి దారి తప్పినట్టు మాత్రం స్పష్టంగా తెలుస్తుంది. ముఖ్యంగా మీరు పలు విషయాలు ప్రస్తావించింది. విలువలు లేని విద్య ఇప్పుడు ప్రస్తుతానికి మనం చూస్తున్నాం. ఆ విలువలు కోల్పోవడం వల్ల, ఆ విలువ లేని విద్య వల్ల మనకి వివేకం కోల్పోతున్నాము, సామాజిక స్పృహ కోల్పోతున్నాము. కేవలము మనము మార్కులకు లేకపోతే ఇంకో ఏదో దానికే మనకి ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తూ మనము మానవత్వాన్ని మర్చిపోతున్నాము. మనిషి మధ్య విభేదాలు కూడా పెరిగిపోతున్నాయి. ఇవన్నీ కూడా అనేక కారణాలుగా మనం చూడొచ్చు. అదే విద్య మనకి మీరు కరెక్ట్ గా చెప్పినట్టుగా ఎడ్యుకేషన్ స్టార్ట్స్ విత్ అవర్ మదర్ ఓన్లీ. షీ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ టీచర్, ఫస్ట్ గురు. మనకి పెద్దలు చెప్పినట్టుగా మనకి మాతృదేవో భవ, పితృదేవో భవ, ఆచార్య దేవో భవ, అతిథి దేవో భవ అని మనకి మొట్టమొదటి విద్య మనకి మొదలయ్యేదే తల్లి దగ్గర నుంచి. సో తల్లి మనకి సంస్కారాలు నేర్పించడంలో ఎంతో ప్రాముఖ్యత వహిస్తుంది. సో మదర్ ఈజ్ ద ఫస్ట్ టీచర్. బీయింగ్ ఫస్ట్ టీచర్ ఈజ్ ద గ్రేటెస్ట్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ద మదర్ టు మేక్ హర్ చైల్డ్ a civilized citizen of the nation, not only just a civilized member of the family, but it is her responsibility. And for this, no mother needs any formal education. So it is imbibed within our culture, rich cultures and traditions, and a mother knows very well, without any formal education for that matter, she can very well educate his or her children for that matter. And as rightly pointed out by the speaker, we need to have value-based education. Ethics and morals have to be part of it. And definitely we need some commonality. This India itself is very unique from rest of the world. When we are talking about identifying, identity crisis and the need for identity is across the world. We can see even certain countries where there is diversity is very less, where only just two groups are there. There also we see lots of conflicts, conflict of interest, conflict of various preferences, opinions also exist. But India being a rich diversity where we have thousands and thousands of ethnic groups, each have their own priorities, each have their own interests. So we need to take a large part. Now the objective or the motive or the perspective should be how to keep united, not a perspective, not an approach, how to divide, like what the earlier rulers have done, divide and rule. This should not be approach. Whatever bad things or whatever bad that has been happened to the society, we should overcome that. Our positive outlook and approach towards to be, now problems are there, we should not be problem focused, rather we should be solution focused. Yes, we have a problem. Now what is that we can do now so that the problems are resolved? The problems, we have to ensure that those problems are not existing even in future. So we need to address the root causes of such problems, and we need to address these issues. And coming to this cultural aspects or the ethical aspects of culture and traditions, lot of cultures and traditions have got some social or in terms of evil practices that has come into this society, which were not existing in the original scriptures. Like if you see the Vedas, Vedas never discriminated anything. These Varna system was also not part of Vedas, but some people with vested interest, they have brought so many things into that, and they have very huge propaganda about all these scriptures and lot of epics that has been, which has been a reality. So we know, we also, even for that matter, we so-called learned people, even doctorates also, we did not study them. First of all, our ignorance, because we are only specialized in one subject or other. We never studied them, we never understood them, and we never even tried to grasp the essence of them. So that is what makes us ignorant, and we are also part of that propaganda which is widely being circulated by the vested interest and with the vested people. They have an agenda to to achieve their agenda. They are promoting certain evil practices, and they have wantedly, deliberately, they are misrepresenting the text, and they are misrepresenting the history. So that is causing so much of problem. You know, being informed is what we have to be the perspective. So we need to rightly be informed rather than being misinformed. Today, with this age of false information, propaganda, negativity being spread faster than the right information, today we all have to be very cautious. We need to be verify ourselves in a broader outlook whether this is really right or not, and who is the authority. If I am, say, suppose I am a multidisciplinary profession, my authority is in psychology, or for that matter, health and allied health subjects. I cannot talk in any other subject because I am not an authority on that. Similarly, if other speakers are from zoology or some sociology or some political science, they are authority in that. But we cannot talk on any other subject, or which in which we are not authority. But this is the problem in the society, that everyone takes the authority by themselves, grant authority by themselves, and start speaking about which in they don't even know the ABCDs of that subject. So that is a problem where we have to have these values, ethics, when we are talking about certain education values, core values, core ethics. As rightly pointed out by Hanmant Reddy Garu and Dr. Ravindranath Garu, you know, we need to have a right perspective, right kind of education system. You know, as even earlier speakers has also pointed out, lot of education system has been westernized, and Indian culture has been totally uprooted in the present education system. So that indigenous knowledge system, indigenous practices have been lost, and now it has made it unrenderable or unuseful to the society to meet the local requirements. So at least now I think we have moving towards a system that, of course, in that also there are a lot of lacunae which needs to be addressed. But you know, every small step will always have these challenges and issues. Our focus should be more rather than constructive, productive, and a positive approach towards the life, so that you know we can take experts' views and opinions, and we can move forward. We have so many problems, challenges everywhere, even personal life. You know, the struggle even to take birth is a big struggle that any individual goes on. You know, from conception to delivery, how much struggle and a baby infant goes through. Like, there are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of issues. Similar way, in every field, education, medicine, whatever field we take, there are a lot of challenges. The rich diversity, we need to understand that our nation, especially, it happens mostly with the intellectuals, even the learned persons also, along with illiterates. We always try to compare other nations with us, but no nation is comparable with our nation in the world, because no such nation has diversity as we are. You know, that makes it itself is a complex in itself, that we cannot compare our nation to any other nation in that respect, because of so much of diversity, so much of complexity. But yes, individually, maybe depending on a factor, or depending on a variable, or depending on a characteristics, as also mentioned by our earlier speakers, we can measure or compare in a particular aspect, but as on a whole, it is very difficult because of such a diversity where every ethnic group has their own interest and has their vested interest in promoting themselves. That is not bad. In fact, everyone needs to promote their progeny. So it is always a constructive note on their part. But still, as an united India, as a union of states, we all need to have a perspective of being united and going together, irrespective of what are the issues, challenges by any government. For that matter, we have seen all kinds of government, and every party has come into the rule, and we have seen all the policies of every party in the country, no matter what. But more or less, the situations are same. So we cannot say, we cannot point out anyone. Actually, the problem is with the citizen. As per my opinion, unless and until we change, because we are electing the representatives, unless and until that change comes from within ourselves, nothing is going to change. The system will not change because we are the system. We are part of the system. So the change should come from within ourselves. We should stop sending our children to other institutions where we think that they might not get the proper value education. But if we are also carried away by the propaganda, or if we are also going by the social status or the stigma or any other factors that are widely being promoted, then we are the real culprits of the society. So whom to be blamed? We ourselves. We are the culprits of the society due to which the corruption is prevailing. We are the culprits of the society through which we are making this happen. So the change should come with us, like with the initiative of Hanumantha Reddy Garu and the Ravindranath Garu. We need to inculcate our ethics values in ourselves first. And when we start something like, as rightly pointed out, of course, we have our national anthem, national flag. Every citizen has to respect it, irrespective of, there is no point in questioning it, because we are questioning ourselves, our own integrity, our own belief. That is not at all good to any country. For that matter, no country also questions its own national flag or national anthem, or for that. It is for unity, and it is for good. It is to bring togetherness, and it is an occasion to come together, rejoice our freedom fighters who have sacrificed. Even our own Telugu proponent, he is a professor, Pingali Venkaya, who has designed our own national flag to bring unity among all the Indians, to promote the harmony. So we always have to show our respect towards such thing, and definitely when there is an opportunity, what's wrong when we are celebrating our birthdays, when we are celebrating our marriage anniversaries? So what's wrong in celebrating any of our national interest? There is, I don't think personally there is nothing. Nothing should prohibit us, as long as it is in the nation's interest, and as long as it is. Now we are conducting rallies, now we are conducting jogging, walking, and various campaigns. Then if this is wrong, that also should be wrong. So the major thing here is the perspective with which we are looking at the events, we are looking at the various aspects. We need to have more such events, in fact, where we can come closer together, share dialogue over the platform, and we need to have a constructive, productive dialogue where we can share each other's experiences, where we can share each our thoughts, and see what we can do to address these present solutions, and whether these solutions are appropriate to the problems existing, and whether that can be anything that can be done to address these issues. So very well said by Hanumantha Reddy Garu. Hope maybe with his perspectives and with his inputs, we will all try to first change ourselves, then our society will automatically change. When we see there is some dust or some garbage on the street, we ourselves should pick it up and put in the dustbin. Unless and until we do that, if we think that someone will come or some sweeper will come and fill it out, we will never change and the society will also never change. So it should start with us. So let's, on this occasion of the 75 years of independence, let's take the message from our previous speakers and imbibe the ethics, values, core values within among ourselves, and let's be the role model for others, so that once we change, some other few people keep joining us, subscribing to the common ideology, and the change will automatically come. See, we also started initially at on 12th March when our Honorable Prime Minister, irrespective of political party or affiliation, he is our Prime Minister of India. So on his call, we have also taken the initiative of celebrating this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And from 12th March, we have been daily organizing programs without even a single day missing out on various topics related to holistic health, sustainable development, well-being, and lot more. You know, such kind of inspiration, such kind of dissemination of knowledge should flow from the intellectuals, from the common man, from the elite, from the experts to the common man, and we should have a common platform where we can disseminate such information which will be productive to the nation, and that all this will happen only through education from right people in a right method, in a right context, always should have a right target set to reach the right goal. So with this, a short, a very wonderful, by speech by Hanumant Reddy Garu and Dr. Ravindranath Garu. It is really eye-opening that we all need to focus on value education. Ethics and morals are to be part of education, and we need to change as an individual. Before we say that society is like that, we say that system is like that, because we are the system, we are the society. Unless and until we are not going to change, the society is not going to change, system is not going to change. So let's imbibe everyone with these core principles, and let's promote the spirit of unity in diversity, appreciating individual differences, and let's go together with this wonderful thing. And thank you once again, Hanumant Reddy Garu, for your wonderful inputs for this conference. And Dr. Savitri Garu, if you have any concluding remarks for this session. Okay, then we will move on to our next speaker for this session. So we have with us Dr. Madhusudan KS. He is Assistant Professor, Department of Management. Just a second. Department of Management, Bharat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. He would be speaking on sustainable goal for Bharat. Yeah, Dr. Savitri Garu. You can unmute yourself.
Sir, if next speaker is not available, shall I proceed myself, sir?
No, actually we have a speaker. He has technical problem. So we'll take him. There is some power problem. We'll complete and we will take session.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
So we have with us Dr. Madhusudan. Yeah, Dr. Madhusudan, can you unmute yourself? Dr. Madhusudan, can you hear me?
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir, I am connecting. I am audible, no? Madam, I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. You can
Okay.
continue.
Okay.
You're audible. You can unmute and start your video, and also you can start your presentation.
Okay. Okay. So I'm audible and visible, no, sir?
Yeah. You can make it, or you can close that slides transition slide. No? Yeah, fine.
Okay, now it's fine, no, sir?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. So I thank one and all for giving me this great opportunity to present my theme, Sustainable Goal for Bharat. So before going to what is sustainable, means why we need some goal, sustainable goal, so that everybody means who are there in this planet, they can live happily and without any conflict of interest and peacefully. So like we are there, we have food, shelter, water, everything, whatever necessity, like that every individual, he may be an animal or he may be a human being, all should live happily. So that is what sustainable goal. Now, what are the goal for Bharat? For example, these are the 17 goals given by UN. So first goal is like we should not have any poverty. Then second goal is like we have to end hunger among individuals globally. These are all the global goals. Then we will go to what is the main goal which we have to focus to our country, for our country. So like we should have good health and well-being. So this is the third goal. And we have to give quality education, like previous speaker have pointed out that quality education will lead to prosperity. And the gender equality, like means both the genders, it may be male or female, both the gender should be equal. Then we have to provide clean water and sanitation facility to all the individuals who are staying in the earth. And clean and affordable energy. What is clean and affordable energy is means the energy which we are using for our day-to-day needs, like electricity or means transportation or any industrial purpose. Whatever the energy we are using, it is not causing any pollution to the environment. So that is natural and clean. And why they are saying is affordable is, for example, now solar energy and wind energy is one of the mode where we will not create any pollution. Even if we go for electrical cars instead of transportation, there also we have to burn fossil fuels unless until we produce electricity via nuclear power. So that's what now, for example, this electricity via solar panel is very expensive. So that we have to make it affordable to individuals, who are there in the planet. So then decent work and economic growth. For example, many peoples in southern Saharan Africa or South Africa and some other parts of countries in African continents, their daily wages is less than $2. That means they are earning less than 200 rupees per day. Less than 200 rupees per day means it is not that one person is going to eat with that 200 rupees. The whole family has to eat. So it is very difficult for them. So that also means we have to create such environment where they will be able to earn more, and that earning should be sustainable. For example, today they are getting some job, tomorrow they are not getting some job. Like that it is happening. Means the job is not sustainable. So that also we have to make. The goals are for 2030. Till 2030, this all we have to achieve on a global level. Even for India also, this goal is what we can say suits. And if we see the next goal is for ninth goal is providing industrial innovation. So this all, for example, how we can give good job. When we have industrial innovation, that time only we can give good jobs. So that is the ninth goal. And we have to reduce inequality. For example, there we have reduced inequality among male and female. Here in the society, for example, based upon caste, based upon religion, that inequalities we have to reduce. By that only we can give equal opportunity, by which we can give decent income to the individual. And means sustainable city. So what is sustainable city is, for example, a city which is not creating any pollution, which is environment friendly, and means, for example, which is not having any adverse effect to us and to the environment. So that is sustainability. Means it is not having any negative impact to ourselves, to the environment where we are. So how we can achieve that is the 12th goal. So what kind of consumption we are making? For example, we are having carrying bag of plastic. So that kind of consumption we have to stop, means using. That will reduce, means we have to go for a quality consumption of products. For example, if we are using plastics, if some manufacturer is manufacturing and giving that as a container, we should demand him that we don't want this. He has to replace and give some other container or some other packing material. So like that, means responsible consumption we have to make. That's the 12th goal. Then if we are making this all, for example, responsible consumption, green energy, everything, then the climate change we can control. Now, for example, if we see from if winter is there, it is extending. Means 3 months winter is there, then after summer should come. But what happens due to this all environment, pollution, everything what we are doing, the summer or winter, which has to be for 3 months or 4 months, it is going for 6 months or 12 months. Even if it is there, means it is in the, what we can say, it will be too much of heat. The extreme environment will be there. For example, if rain is there, too much of rain will be there. Floods will come. Otherwise, it is coming like that. Only we had in Hyderabad also in the last month, we had like, it's like a situation of flood. We had so much of water everywhere. So why that is happening? It was not there 5 years or 10 years back. Why? Due to the climate change. Climate has changed because of our actions. Then the 14th goal is to provide underwater, means those who are the living organism, they have to be safely there. Means their environment also should be protected. For example, now we have this plastic pollution, means packages, pollutions, that pollutants are. What we do, we are dumping it in the oceans or some lakes. Ultimately, these lakes are leading to the ocean. And finally, it is spoiling the environment, flora and fauna of the ocean. And they are the like fish or some other organisms which are there. They are dying by eating this or breathing some toxic gases. So that also we have to take into care. And the life on the land. We are not only the human beings who are staying in the earth. There are other human beings also, means other animals who are staying there. So them also we have to take into consideration, and we have to make things and set everything in in the correct scenario, so that they also coexist with us. And for this all, for example, everything we have, this all we have done, but everybody is fighting. For example, India is fighting with Pakistan, Russia is fighting with Ukraine, America is fighting with Russia. What will happen? There is no need for doing all this. We have given quality education, we have ended the poverty, there is nobody who is having shortage of food. But if there is a fight, means everybody is going for nuclear race, means I have this much missiles or you have this much missile. What is the use of having those? So that also we have to consider, means we have to go for a peace. Now Russia and Ukraine has, means I don't think they have that much of poverty, but what they don't have peace. What is the use? Means they when everything is there, but peace is not there. So that is very important. The peace, justice to everyone. For example, we should not discriminate based upon religion or caste. So that should be done. So all these goals, how we can achieve? By international collaboration and partnership. So this all the 17 goals has been given by UN, which as per them, they have to achieve by 2030. And as an individual, we also can take 1 or 2 goals and work on our potential to contribute to this target. But now if we come to India, the 17 goals, as per me, that 17 goals, there is another one goal which unfortunately they have missed. It is not there here. That is the main goal which UN and our country has to target, so that this all goals if we target that goal, this all goal will be easily achievable. So what is that goal? That goal is population control. Why we have to go for population control? For example, if you want to end poverty, means with so much of population we cannot do. If we want to end anger, we cannot do with population. If we want to provide quality education, we cannot provide if there is a huge population. If we want to go for gender equality, we cannot go. Everything, the 17 goals, if we want to achieve, as per me, the one in all goal is for our country is to control population. Why? For example, now we have 1.5 crores, sorry, not 1.5, 150 crores of total population on approximately. It is increasing. Now the data is as per August 10. So what will happen? For example, now China has successfully able to control their population. Now we are only 3 crores less than China. But this graph we can see in the Google, if you drag this to 1947, the difference was much more. But due to their policies, they are able to bring down the gap, or they are able to properly control their population. And now we will see the other graph. For example, now we are here. We are only 2-3 crores less than the China. If we are not taking any steps and we are leaving for next 10 years, our population will surpass China's, means our population will be double of China. So we have to think whether we are going to allow that, or whether we are going to control our population, and means that is also one of the competition. Like we are competing China in military race, we are competing China in economical front, we are competing China in every way. But whether we are competing China in controlling the population, that will define our future. This is all the density of our population. For example, this northern belt like UP, Bihar, they are densely populated. And as per me, because of means lack of education, lack of facilities, education lead to awareness. So here all means there is a need to create awareness among individuals. What are the impact of high population, or means they are not knowing, means they are producing 3 or 4 children, they will not be knowing why we, means what is the harm of producing this many children, because they are not been educated. Even some parts of southern parts also we have, there are red and reddish and pink. That is all the areas which government has to, now they have to means primarily target within 1 or 2 years, they have to create an awareness among these citizens, those who are here. Means why we have to go for population control, what is the use of population control, and why we need population control, and how we can achieve, by achieving population control, what are the advantage of doing it, and how that will benefit them also. Means if they will have 1 children or 2 children, they can grow them properly, they can groom them, they can, means if they are into lower middle class, at least they can move to middle class, or they can even move to upper class, upper middle class, by means going for population control. So these are all the things which government and ourselves also we have to see. And if possible, if we stay in this belt, or we are on other parts also, we can educate those who are near to us about what is the advantage of going for family planning, why we have to go for population control. Like that we can create an awareness. Then what are the interventions which I am suggesting, like for example, what all things from our prospect or our government can do. For example, we can create awareness about population control, because many people are not aware what is the use of population control. For example, here our literacy rate is less than compared to other states. So the population is more in this all states because there is lack of awareness. So first we have to create awareness about the impact of overpopulation. Then we can go for them, encouraging them for sterilization. Sterilization, maybe it may be permanent, or it may be they can go for temporary, like they can use any contraceptive, they can go for child birth planning, this family planning. And even, for example, as a democratic country, we cannot implement this. But if we are really, we really want our country, our people to grow, this step, I personally recommend the government to take this step and put a tax. There is no other go by which we can stop. Even, for example, if somebody is not able to get baby or able to produce a baby, we have to stop this surrogacy and this fertility centers. Why? What is the need? If they are not able to get, they can go for, there are many orphanages. Many kids are there who are not having means mother and father. They can go and they can means adopt them. After all, there are also some kids. They will get benefits of other person who you will be means bearing. What is the use of bearing other person to the earth and increasing the burden of our means community? We are all human beings. So like we have to promote, means government also, I suggest the government can stop this surrogacy and this all fertility center for at least for time being, and means they can promote this adoption. Once all the children who are in the orphanages are adopted, then we can go for this fertility center. So that is what my suggestion. And even for example, some religion, even our religion and other religions, some people are saying, means they have the perception that God, means the baby is a God gift, that's why we should not stop that and like that. So what we can do for that, government can reach out to the means religious scholars and first convince them. For example, how we have to convince them? To show the real data. For example, we have total population of 17. Nearly, if we keep this means internet figure, if we on ground, if we keep, it will be 20%. 20% of the world's population we are having. 20% of the world's population we have. But what are the resources we have? Only 2 to 4% of the total world's resource we are having. Now we are having 20. For example, now we are going to 2030 without any interventions. What the resources will means already it will be exhausted in this 10 years. So what we will have, that time we will have less than 1% of resources. So with 1% of resources, our population may be 30 to 40% of the world's population, maybe more than that also. If we are not properly taking it, may reach to, we'll keep it as a 50% of the world's population we will have. Whether for that we have resource. So like that, we have to educate those scholars and let them aware. Means without population control, our existence in the earth will be very difficult. Not only our existence, other animals and flora and fauna, everything, I mean, as a whole, it will be very difficult for us to exist in there. So we can create awareness among the religious scholars so that they can motivate their community to go for such initiatives. So by this, I hope the other 17 goals, it's very easy to achieve once we are able to achieve this goal. So primary objective of our government should be first population control. Then we can go for education, quality education, reducing the poverty or reducing the hunger, giving innovation or going for sustainable cities. Without this, nothing is possible. Because if you have so much of population which you cannot cater, then what is the use of going all that intervention? Still means if we are saying that we are good at food security, we have sufficient grain to feed our population, but still in the hunger index, our number is means it is not less. We are ranking means among some top players. So that all because population is there. Whatever we do, the population will have a drawback. So that's what I feel that population control can bring a sustainable means Bharat by 2030. So by 2030, at least if we are not able to means we are not able to control so much, at least we should not surpass China. That's what my intention. And I hope government will suitably take, and we also suitably take this issue and create awareness among our society so that we can have means a healthy and a society with good means ethics and other opportunities for everyone. So with this, I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity, and I encourage the audience to have any questions if they have. So I thank one and all for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Madhu.
Okay.
Yeah, if participants have any queries, you can raise your hand or you can share in chat box. Okay, if you want to share later at a later point also, you can use the chat box We will move on because we are running out of time. We'll move on to our next session. Thank you, Dr. Madhu, for joining us and sharing your insights. We
Okay, sir.
wish you all the success.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. So we have with us Dr. Y. Savitri, coordinator for this conference and also assistant professor of zoology, Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, India. She would be delivering on impact of pesticides. Over to you, ma'am, for your session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this platform. So generally, maybe this topic is not relevant to this event because we are celebrating 75 years of independence celebrations. But Sir Madhu sir told that we are having certain goals to achieve. So among that, health is also a major goal in front of us to achieve good health, because the regular day and day stress is going on to be increased. Among that, how we can stabilize our health is also one of the important issues. As behalf of my research work, I had done the effect of pesticides on animal model, that is rats. So when we see the pesticide residues in the body of animals, that is how the pesticides are incorporated in the tissues of animals, and ultimately how they are affected to the animals. That's my research work when I'm pursuing my PhD. So now I'm going to give the details of pesticides, how they are incorporated in our body. So generally, nowadays we are seeing, as I'm coming from a cultivated family, so many farmers, they are spraying the pesticides on the crop plants without any limitations. Previously, we don't feel that this fruit is good and that fruit is good, because every food items which we are consuming to inside of our body, they are good. Because on that moment, before 20 years or 30 years back, there is no pesticide uses, even though they are using in minimal quantities only. So nowadays we are using so much quantities of pesticides on the crop fields. So the pesticides are incorporated in the plants as well as in the fruits as well as in the vegetables and everywhere. So even sometimes the pesticides are also distributed through the non-target organisms like human beings, other animals which are living in the environment. Suppose the birds, they are happily living in the environment. When the farmers, they are spraying the pesticides in the crop plants or in the crop areas, the neighboring animals like rats, reptiles and birds, even the butterflies and the insects, generally the farmers are spraying to kill the pests. The pest means the animal or the insects which is creating damage to the crop. So the main intention of spraying of this pesticide is to killing the insect. But ultimately, the animals which are present around the crop areas, they are also affected. So the long-term exposure of pesticides, they may be give too much of abnormalities in the bodies also. So that's my research work. So nowadays we are seeing, so all the fruits and vegetables are completely they are sprayed with the pesticides. That's why we have to take certain measures. Before going to take the vegetables, we have to wash the vegetables properly, and we have to use the vegetables in a safety and security manners. And we have to advise the people of in agricultural areas, so don't use too much of pesticides. So because of too much of usage of these pesticides, it may be give long-term exposure, may give so many abnormalities in the body of the human beings. So what the farmers, they think, so because of their greediness, so some people they don't spray any pesticides because their crop is very good, but the neighboring crop areas, they may be damaged with some other insects. So they spray the that is the pesticide, and because of the spraying the pesticides, so their crop areas are. Sir, is my voice is audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay, so because their crop plants are very happy because they are spraying the pesticides, the neighboring farmers, they are affected because when they spray the pesticides in the crop areas, all the insects will simply transfer to the other areas. So the other farmer is also going to be spray too many amounts of pesticides in the crop plants. So that we had to, some measures are there to minimize the health is a major concern to all the human beings. So we had to create awareness among the people. So while we see how many, let us show a picture in behalf of my presentation. How much of pesticides are incorporated in human body. So here, this picture, we gathered this picture from internet. It shows how much quantity of pesticide was incorporated in the, look here. So this is the pesticide residues which are present in the body. So all the parts. So here the brain and the organs which are present, lungs and heart, and so every part it consisting of pesticides. Because of too much spraying of pesticides, so the pesticide is ultimately reached to the body of organisms. Along with the human beings, there are also other animals, they are also affected the pesticides. So here we can see the frogs, fish, and other aquatic animals. The aquatic animals, they are present in the water. So by spraying these pesticides through the water streams, they are also accumulated in the water. So the process is called as bioaccumulation and biomagnification. So while the water is taking inside of the body, the quantity of pesticides is also gradually enter into our body. So it magnifies insides of our body. So if the long-term exposure occurs to the pesticides, so the pesticides may cause some abnormalities. Manam andaram akkada ikkada vintuntam kada, when we take poisons, so the body, so too much of poison will give adverse effects inside the body. Sometimes when we consume some toxic chemicals inside of our body, so the toxic substance limit is more. So immediately the person which is who is consumed the toxic substances, that mean they are they may be died because of this higher amount of pesticides. So like that, we are not taking the pesticides in higher amount, but we are taking these pesticides in long-term exposures. By repeated exposure of these pesticides, so our body gets some abnormalities. So these are the some abnormalities we observed in our research work. And these are the crop plants. So look here, so many insects are there. And for the controlling of these insects, so the farmers, they are spraying too many pesticides through the crops. So they may be controlling the insects, but the insect control is a major issue for the farmers. But the major issue for the society is the pesticides they are spraying on the plants, and ultimately they are spraying to the human beings. So majorly the pesticide sprayers are also affected because they don't have any mask and they don't take any protective mechanisms like wearing of gloves, masks, and maintaining of distance and nothing. So they are also affected. So and with their effect, and we are also alternatively we are also affecting. So in this context, so health is also concerned, and the insect control is also concerned, and major concern for the farmers is the getting benefit through the crop plants. So ఎందుకు మనం crop plants ని పెంచుతాము? సో మనకి మంచి రాబడి కావాలి కాబట్టి వాటిని పెంచుతాము. సో ఆ ఉద్దేశంతో, సో because of this greediness of farmers, so they are creating too many disturbances. So as part of our PhD work, we create awareness among the people in our native places, in my village and the neighboring areas also. I created awareness among the people. So these are the different types of pesticides. We think that, so the pesticides may be sprayed in the crop plants only, but not only in the crop plant. So many types of pesticides are there. So here a list of pesticides are there. We are also seeing that the termite pest control here and there in the cities also they are pest control. We please contract for the pest control. So because why the pest control is needed in the cities, mean the termites. So the termite number is also more in the rural urban areas. For the controlling of these termites, they are spraying the termite control pesticides. That is also one of the major impact which we are, and we are taking regularly insect repellents. So that is also including, when I saw that insect repellents consisting of chlorpyrifos, I did my research work on chlorpyrifos, how it adversely affect the organisms, the internal systems of organisms. So we have to minimize the mosquito repellents, and we have to minimize the pesticide uses in our neighboring areas and in our home itself also. Otherwise, we are going to face so many problems. If it is exposed in long term, they cause so many abnormalities in our body. So here, these are the ways the pesticides may contaminate the environment. The first one is the direct application into water. So when the pesticide are spraying, then some pesticides, they directly incorporate in the water and surface runoff. Sometimes the surface of the things are also consisting of pesticide residues. Atmospheric transport. Sometimes the atmosphere is also transport some pesticides, and groundwater contamination, release of industrial effluents, household use and release through water treatment and plants, and dumping of waste materials. So these are the different methods of contamination of pesticides into our body. So we have to take care, and we have to create awareness among the people. So when there is a scope of pesticide release. So in our Kadapa is also one estate is there, that is called as industrial estate. So they are living in between the estates. So we have to create awareness among the people. So you please avoid these places. Otherwise, you take some precautionary measures to. So they are when we visited that industrial area, they are happily said that only at the evening itself some irritation is there. Otherwise, we will be very happy, ma'am. Without from morning onwards up to evening, we don't have any problems. But they are very happy now itself. But after long-term exposure to the chemicals, they may have some health issues. That's why we have to give some awareness, and we have to minimize the pesticide uses, and we have to give the awareness to the agriculture people, so that we can minimize the health issues. When if there is a need of pesticide spray, definitely they have to spray. Otherwise, their crop plants will be damaged. In that cases, we have to set that please minimize the uses of pesticide, so that the environment will be in sustainable condition. Otherwise, the environment will be affected in so many ways. So this is my views regarding to the impacts of pesticides. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to share my views on pesticide impacts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation. As you rightly pointed out, is very important nowadays. A lot of because of this green revolution and all thing, at those time it was very much required, because at the time of independence we were having a very great shortage of food. So we used high yielding crops, and we used fertilizers in a large scale to meet the demands of that situation. But I think now we are seeing adverse effects, and we are also producing more than required. So I think we need to move on towards the sustainable practices, maybe organic methods or an alternative methods of where we can achieve sustainable agriculture growth and production. As you rightly pointed out, it was very insightful. Participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly ask, raise your hand, or share in chat box. Okay, then we will move on to our next speaker. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session, and we wish you all the success.
Sir, Dr. P. Ravishekar is not available because he is there in the workshop in Kannur Rayalaseema University, sir. If possible, he will join at the end of the session, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Then we will move on to next speaker.
Okay, sir.
Virendra Kumarji, are you available? Virendra Kumarji,
Shall I invite a student speaker now, sir?
we will check once if that speaker is. Okay, ma'am. If they are available, if they are ready, ma'am.
1 second, sir. I'm calling him. He's already on the line. Just I had to inform, sir. Okay, sir. He is ready, sir. He is presenting his screen, sir.
Okay, ma'am. You introduce him, then you can present.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Like that, 4 students, one by one, each
Okay,
after other, we can invite. You can invite one after that.
Srikanth, are you online?
C. Srikanth, is that your ID?
Yes, sir. C. Srikanth, sir.
Just a second, I will give him permission. Whoever is the next speaker, kindly leave a message in chat box so that we know. Yes, Srikanth, you can unmute yourself. Srikanth, can you hear me? Srikanth?
Hello, Srikanth. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Srikanth, 1 minute, Nana. I will introduce about you. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
I'm very happy to introduce. He is Mr. Srikanth, one of my best student. Sir, he is very active. We both are doing some other than co-curricular activities also. Srikanth and me, we both prepared so many specimens, sir. Generally, nowadays it is not possible to get the specimens from outside. In previous days, we are getting the specimens from the chemical suppliers. But nowadays, because of human animal ethics committee, we are not able to get the specimens from the chemical suppliers. But me and Srikanth, wherever the animal is in the condition of health conditions or some other problems, we are getting that animals and we are preparing the specimens. Nearly 15 to 20 specimens we prepared in our laboratory with the help of formaldehyde, and we kept in our zoology museum, sir. Sunday, he is a very regular and punctual student. Whatever the activity is going on in our department, he actively participated and he grabbed the prizes also. We are very happy to say about Srikanth. So, Srikanth, you please share your PPT and open your video also. Okay. If possible, open your video. Otherwise, you please continue.
PPT కనపడుతుందా మేడం?
Yes, Srikanth, your PPT is visible.
Okay, madam. Good morning, sir.
Congratulations,
And,
Srikanth. You are very active and
Thank you,
please
sir.
continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. And good morning, madam. I am Srikanth. I am a student from Government College of Women's Autonomous Kadapa. Today, I am going to explain about the importance of plants. We can tell have a problem. But trees talk when they have any problem. అంటే మనకి ప్రాబ్లం మాట్లాడగలం, కానీ ప్లాంట్స్ కి ఏమైనా ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటే మాట్లాడలేవు కదా. సో బాధ చెప్పుకుంటారు. అప్పుడు చిత్తలు కట్టించుకొని ఛానల్ ప్రమోషన్ కష్టాలు
Srikanth, your voice is not clear, ma. Can you just move yourself to a better location so that you get a better signal, ma? Try around, na, and check.
ఓకే సార్.
Please continue.
Srikanth, your voice is interrupting. You continue.
ఓకే మేడం. ఇప్పుడు వినపడుతుందా మేడం?
Now it is okay, you can continue.
హలో మేడం. ఓకే మేడం. విత్తనంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు మట్టి తల్లి ఏదైనా చీల్చుకొని మొలకగా పురుడు పోసుకున్నాను. మానవ జాతికి, జంతువులకు, పర్యావరణానికి ఎంతో మేలు చేశాను. మహావృక్షానిగా పేరు మోసాను. పుట్టేడు కష్టాన్ని ఓర్చుకున్నాను. ఎవరికి చెప్పలేక కడుపులోనే దాచుకున్నాను. మిమ్మల్ని ఒక ఫ్రెండ్లా, ఒక బంధువుల్లా చూసుకున్నాను. ఇంత చూసుకున్నా కూడా కొంచెమైనా జాలి లేకుండా నన్ను నరికితే కట్టెనే కాలిపోతున్నాను. బ్రతుకంతా మీతోనే తోడున్నాను. కింద కూడా పాటిని మోసి చిలో కూడా తోడొచ్చాను. దేవుడు కలిపిన బంధం లాగా జన్మంతా మీతో నేనున్నాను. మీ తాతలు, తండ్రులు మిమ్మల్ని కంటికి రెపలా కాచుకున్నాను. అవసరానికి నన్ను వాడుకుంటే అమ్మనై మిమ్మల్ని చదువుకున్నాను. నా వేర్లు, ఆకు అన్నిటిలోనే ఔషధాలను దాచి మీకు ఇచ్చాను. కొమ్మలను ఆయుధంగా చేసి ఇచ్చాను. కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఇచ్చాను. నిద్రపోవడానికి మంచం అయ్యాను. నడవప్పుడు కర్రని మిమ్మల్ని నడిపించాను. కనువింపు కోసం పువ్వులని, కడుపు కోసం పంచాను. అంతేకాదు, పువ్వులని, ఆకులని పర్ఫ్యూమ్స్ కోసం, షాంపుల కోసం, సోపుల కోసం, పేస్టుల కోసం ఇచ్చాను. క్లాత్ తయారు చేసుకోవడానికి కూడా ఇచ్చాను. అంతేకాదు, పెన్సిల్ తయారు చేయడానికి, పేపర్ తయారు చేయడానికి, ప్యాడ్స్ తయారు చేయడానికి ఇచ్చాను. టైర్స్ తయారు చేసుకోవడానికి, గ్లౌజులు, బలూన్స్, రబ్బర్ బ్యాండ్స్ ఇవన్నీ తయారు చేయడానికి నాలోని లేటెక్స్ ఇచ్చాను. సమ్మర్లో అలసిపోతే నీడనిచ్చాను, చల్లటి గాలినిచ్చాను. సకల కోటి జీవులకు ఆనందించాను. పడేందుకు అయ్యాను, పంటలు పండించాను. భూమి అనేది కోతకు గురి కాకుండా కాపాడాను. అన్ని న్యూట్రిషనల్ వాల్యూస్ కలిగిన పదార్థాలను అందించాను. కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్, ప్రోటీన్స్, విటమిన్స్, మినరల్స్, లిపిడ్స్ అన్ని కలిగిన పదార్థాలను మీకు ఇచ్చాను. ఇన్ని చేసినా కూడా కొంచెమైనా జాలి లేకుండా నన్ను అందంగా పోయి నరుకుతుంటే బాధపడుతున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
Thank you, Srikanth. It was very heart touching. You have very well collected all these photographs. You know, they are very much representing your concern and you know the kind of message you wanted to convey. They're very much appropriate and a
Yes.
wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you can improve your. I mean, the presentation is really wonderful. The kind of pictures you have collected, you can also improve your oration. You know, that will improve. You really did very well. If you can improve your oration, you will be one among the top. This. Wish you all the success. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Srikanth. Sir, next shall I invite Divakar Reddy sir for his presentation?
Students లేరా ma'am?
ఉన్నారు సార్.
Students complete చేసేసి వెళ్ళిపోదాం మరి.
Okay, sir. Divakar, are you in online? Sir, Divakar Reddy, unmute చేయరా sir, please. Please add Divakar Reddy.
Divakar Reddy. Okay. Yeah, Divakar, can you unmute?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, shall I start?
Yeah,
Start,
let
Divakar.
ma'am introduce you and then.
Sir, Divakar studying in our college, third BSc BJC, sir. He is a genius person. Meanwhile, he completed his software course also. Whenever we feel any difficulty while managing the computers and laptop, he will work with us. And both Srikanth and Divakar both were selected for APSHE Quiz-Charm program, sir. Both they were participated actively, but they filtered at second round, sir. Both are hard workers and very regular students to our college. Thank you, Divakar, for accepting my invitation and to present in your views on nature. You please continue, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I'm Divakar Reddy, studying in Arts College for Men at Kadapa. Today, I'm going to explain about the ocean pollution. We all saw that ocean, we all get everything from the ocean, not everything it since we'll get food from the ocean, and the ocean is the origin and the engine of all the life on this planet. So
కొంచెం వాయిస్ ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయండి దివాకర్, యువర్ వాయిస్ ఇస్ సో లో.
now, ma'am.
Now it is okay.
Okay. A big part of the problem for the ocean pollution is it's dumped, pumped, or spilled and leaked into the ocean. Each year, we expose the world's waterways to an increasing varieties of pollutants, plastic debris, chemical runoff, crude oil, and more. We are dumping it into the oceans. By that way, ocean is getting trashed, or it's like we are using it as a dustbin. Fortunately, it's not too late to clean up our act, share the dirty truth about ocean pollution, and help make a difference. And number one is the oil spills. These are the biggest problem. Heading line grabbing oil spills account for just 12% of the oil in our oceans. 3 times as much oil is carried out to sea via runoffs, our roads, rivers, and drain pipes. And we have to search for another option to spill this oil from the oceans. And we are getting more plastic than fish in the oceans. If we I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm getting some interruption.
Continue, Divakar.
Ma'am, network issue.
You are audible, no problem. We can continue.
If you don't mind, can I speak later? Means after one more speaker.
Are you finished?
No, ma'am. It there.
Carry on.
Continue,
What's the
ma'am.
problem?
Your voice is clear, na?
No, sir. I'm getting some interruptions. I'm not speaker
Okay,
of this.
okay. If you are uncomfortable, then maybe we can, after your next speaker, you can. Ma'am, we will invite next student.
His mobile is not reachable, sir.
Okay, ma'am. I think one more student is there, na? Fourth student.
Only 3 students only, sir.
Acha, 3 students. Okay. Then we will move on to next speaker.
Okay, sir.
I think Simran, Deepak. Yeah, Deepak ji, you have
Yes,
any
yes,
query?
sir. Sir, today is not fill up the feedback forms. Every speaker, your
No, we are not giving individual forms, sir, today. We will share you
Okay, sir.
overall feedback form. That last form, if you fill up, that's enough.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So we will be moving to our next session. So we have with us Miss Simran Jadhav. She is student pursuing MBA from PP Savani University, Surat, India. Over to you, Miss Simran, for your presentation on study on stress management among working women. Simran, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can start your video also and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all presents here. Myself, Simran.
I think Simran got disconnected. Let's wait for her to connect back. Okay, in the meanwhile, we will move to next speaker. It's some Khan. Are you available? If you are available, just let me know in chat box. Presenters, if you have logged in with other name, kindly rename yourself before joining it. Otherwise, you share a message to me so that we can unmute you and recognize you. So, okay, we will move on with our next session. Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He is assistant professor and also advocate in computer science and engineering, Govind Ballabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to take over for your session on Flag Code of India 2002 and the prevention of insults to National Honor Act 1971, and also kindly enlighten us on recent amendments, because this year we are celebrating 75th year of independence, and amendments have been made that every citizen can hoist their flag, hoist our national flag on our homes. So also enlighten us on what are the right procedures and how we should hoist our flag at what time, and how we need to dispose them or unflag or unfurl the flag and so on. Yeah, Virendra Kumarji, you can unmute yourself. Okay, Simran has joined. So we will take up Simran's, then because she will completing soon. We'll go on with Virendra Kumarji. We will just hold on for 10 minutes. Simran?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma, you can start your video also. Ma. Do you have PPT, ma?
Yes, sir. I am audible?
Yeah, you are audible,
Yes.
but you are not visible, ma.
So, wait a second.
Yeah. You make yourself comfortable and position your mobile, no? So that you can switch on your audio video.
Is slide visible?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Simran, from PP Sawan University, Gujarat. I am an MBA student with the HR specialization. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present. The topic is, and my topic is the study of stress management of working women in SVM school. It's an education topic. Stress. I think stress affects us a number of ways, both physically and emotionally, and in very forms. It's my abstract. According to research, 40% of the all physical illness and work are the results of stress in the SVM school among women. Work stress is a harmful physical and emotional response that occurs when the requirement of the job do not match the resources or the need of the worker. School stress can lead to poor health and low productivity among women. Stress. While making us more altered and helping us perform better in certain situations. Stress is only healthy if it's short leveled. S stands for sorrow, T stands for tensions, R stands for reverie, E stands for emotional, S stands for success, and again S stands for existence. For example, loss of mental concentrations and anxiety and fear, depressions, extreme anger and frustrations, family conflicts, social withdrawal, and loss of interest in activities. My objectives of research are to find out the factors of stress faced by the working woman in SVM school. Second, to find out the resources that cause stress in the day-to-day working life of working women. Third, to suggest the techniques to manage the stress and reducing the manager problems. Research methodology. My sample size is 25. I have collected primary data through structured questionnaires, which filled by the working women in SPM school through by face-to-face meeting. I have collected my secondary data through books, journals, newspapers, articles, magazines, past research papers, and thesis, etc. The total of data collection is through questionnaires. Data collection from respondent is represented in graphs and tables for clear understanding with their respective interpretations. Collective part of the study is done through research and findings. Now let's move to data analysis and interpretations. First, what are the factors that affect the stress levels? First, the factor is academic pressures. Second, financial pressures, social relations, administrative pressures, future plans pressures, peer pressures. The interpretations is the level of stress among teachers. Most of the teachers, 48% had financial pressures, 32 of them had social pressures, and 20% of them had future plan pressures. Work-life balance. This study shows that 32% of women strongly agree in work-life balance. 36% of women strongly disagree, and 8% among them, 24% are neutrals towards satisfactions with work-life balance. So what are the stress boosters they are adapting? First, participating hobbies, spending quality times with alone, spending quality times with family, friends, loved ones, going out for a trip, the yogas and meditations, etc. Of the women spend quality time with families, friends, loved ones. 16% of them women spending quality times alone. 4% of women do yogas, meditations, exercise for a stress booster. How they are managing their stress management? So the study shows that 44% of women have health problems, 20% of women unable to work with focus due to lots of workload, the 8% of women able to achieve targets, 12% of women face family problems, and 16% of them women face problems regarding relationship with colleagues. These are the interventions techniques for stress management. They are adapting, and these are also my suggestions. They must provide positive and favorable work environments to working women. A supportive, energetic, and positive culture should also be established within the institutions to support and motivate these women. They should recommended ways like seminars and workshops should be organized to deal with stress. They include techniques such as relaxations, meditations, cognitive behaviors therapy, mindfulness trainings, and exercise programs, as well as other techniques such as education and interpersonal skill development. The conclusion is, according to this studies, teachers with job stress cannot deal with their life positively, and it obviously affects their work life. Some studies show that teachers who have lesser experience having more stress, and the teachers who handle more than 4 periods per day have suffered from high level of stress. Thus, the government needs to aware of these factors of stress and to take necessary steps along with private managements in order to reduce the job stress among teachers. These are the reference bibliography where I have collected this data. Thank you. If you have any questions, please free to ask me. Hello.
Okay, ma, you continue.
Thank you. If you have any questions, please.
Yeah. It was very insightful presentation, though short and quick. So, yeah. And so, what was the population, Ma, you were mentioning? Total population in your study? Simran? Simran, can you hear me? Okay. It was a wonderful presentation. So, congratulations, and we wish you all the success for your future research and education. We will move on to this previous speaker was having some problem. Divakar, are you there? Okay. Then we will move on to Virendra Kumar ji. Sir, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So I hope I'm audible and visible also. I am also sharing my screen. Well, today it is a very important topic that is related to law. And as the Independence Day is approaching tomorrow and we have started celebrating Har Ghar Tiranga, so there are certain guidelines, some things that all of us must remember. These are the legal provisions so that we maintain the proper dignity and respect for our national flag as well as for the national anthem also. We shall cover the guidelines at the end of this presentation. So the Indian national flag represents the hopes and aspirations of the people of India. As we know, many people have laid down their lives for it. It is a symbol of our national pride, and over the last 5 decades, several people, including members of the armed forces, have ungrudgingly laid down their lives to keep the tricolor flying in its full glory. This is dated 2002, when the revised flag code was put together, and all the legal provisions related to the Indian national flag were put together in one place. And this is the national flag code by Home Ministry of India. So there is universal affection and respect to and loyalty to the national flag. Yet a perceptible lack of awareness is often noticed, not only amongst people, but also in the organizations, agencies of the government in regard to laws, practices, and conventions that apply to the display of the national flag. Now, this must be known by all the government officers, also by all the students. In fact, all the citizens must be aware of these provisions. So apart from non-statutory instructions issued by the government from time to time, display of the national flag is governed by the provisions of the Emblems and Names Prevention of Improper Use Act 1950. In that, Indian national flag is defined as one of the emblems, and the Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act 1971. It is just a very small act of only 4 sections, 1, 2, 3, and 3A. While the Flag Code of India 2002 is a bigger document, it's an attempt to bring together all such laws, conventions, practices, and instructions for the guidance and benefit of all concerned. Most of us are aware of some of the provisions. Regarding some provisions, many of us have some doubts, and some provisions are not even known to many of the government officials or on the occasions when such things demand. So everyone must be aware of these provisions. So let us see this Flag Code of India 2002. For the sake of convenience, Flag Code of India 2002 has been divided into 3 parts. Part 1 of the code contains general description of the national flag. Then we have part 2, which is a bigger one. Part 2 of the code is devoted to the display of the national flag by members of public, private organizations, educational institutions, etc. And as Dr. Ravindra has told in the beginning, we shall also see the latest amendments made in 2021 and 2022. Recently, 2 amendments have been made. So we shall see those also. Part 3 of the code relates to display of the national flag by central and state governments and their organizations and agencies. So Flag Code of India 2002 takes effect from January 26, 2002. That is our Republic Day, and supersedes the Flag Code India as it existed. So previous Flag Code was repealed, and this is the latest code that is prevalent now. So first we shall see the general. The national flag shall be a tricolor panel made up of 3 rectangular panels or sub-panels of equal width. The color of the top panel shall be India saffron, that is Kesari, and that of the bottom panel shall be India green. The middle panel shall be white, bearing at its center the design of Ashok Chakra in navy blue color with 24 equally spaced spokes. The Ashok Chakra shall preferably be screen printed or otherwise printed or stenciled or suitably embroidered, and shall be completely visible on both sides of the flag in the center of the white panel. This is the general description. We are all familiar with this. We have been seeing it since childhood in our schools and offices. Now there is one important change that is made in 2021. That national flag shall be made of hand-spun and hand-woven or machines-made cotton, polyester, wool, silk, or khadi bunting. So the words machine-made and polyester have been now added, which were not options available earlier. So now, since they are being mass-produced, so machine-made is allowed, and even they can be of polyester, which has got some very good properties, good finishing, good looks, etc. So machine-made and polyester has been allowed now, besides the other traditional same material. So the national flag shall be rectangular in shape. If we see the aspect ratio, that is width to height ratio, so the ratio of the length to the height width of the flag shall be 3:2. So this is the standard flag. That means the circular flags are not allowed. Although people are using, but it is illegal. Circular are not allowed. It must be rectangular and must be 3:2. Now the dimensions. So there are standard size. 9 sizes are there. So standard sizes of the national flag shall be as follows. So in mm, it is 6300 to 4200 millimeters, 3600 to 2400 2700 to 1800, 1800 to 1200 1350 to 900, and 900 to 600, 450 to 300, 225 to 150, and 150 to 100 So these are the standard sizes of flag size numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 and 9 respectively. That is regarding the size and the aspect ratio, that is width to height ratio. An appropriate size should be chosen for display. The flags of 450 by 300 size are intended for aircrafts on VVIP flights, 225 to 150 size for motor cars, and 150 to 100 size for table flags. So these are the standard sizes for particular occasions or applications. Now we come to part 2, that is hoisting, display, use of national flag by members of public, private organizations, educational institutions, etc. So there shall be no restriction on the display of the national flag by members of general public, private organizations, educational institutions, etc. So earlier there were some restrictions, but these were taken away in 2002, and now there are no restrictions. Of course, some regulations are there. We have to abide by those regulations, except to the extent provided in the Emblems and Names Prevention of Improper Use Act 1950. We shall see important provision of that, and the Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act, which we shall see at the end of this presentation. Only 4 sections are there in that act, and any other law enacted on the subject, keeping in view the provisions of the aforementioned acts. So first we see the provision that is related, that is Emblems and Names Prevention of Improper Use Act 1950. So in this act, emblem means any emblem, unless the context otherwise requires, any emblem, seal, flag, insignia, coat of arms, or pictorial representation specified in the schedule. And in schedule on number 3, the Indian national flag has been specified as an emblem in the schedule to that act. Then in section 3, notwithstanding anything contained in any law for the time being in force, no person shall except in such cases and under such conditions as may be prescribed by the central government, use or continue to use for the purpose of any trade, business, calling or profession, or in the title of any patent, or in any trademark or design, any name or emblem specified in the schedule or any colorable limitation thereof without the previous permission of the central government or of such officer of government as may be authorized in this behalf by the central government. So the commercial use is restricted. It's a small act. We shall not see that act completely, but these are the two important sections that are important for us. Now we come to the part 2, that is hoisting, display, use of national flag by members of public, private organizations, educational institutions, etc. The flag shall not be used for commercial purposes in violation of the Emblem and Names Prevention of Improper Use Act 1950. The flag shall not be dipped in salute to any person or thing. The flag shall not be flown at half-mast, except on occasions on which the flag is flown at half-mast on public buildings in accordance with the instructions issued by the government. So whenever there is death of some important persons, some VVIPs, so those provisions also we shall see. The flag shall not be used as a drapery in any form whatsoever, including private funeral. The flag shall not be used as a portion of costume or uniform of any description, nor shall it be embroidered or printed upon cushions, handkerchiefs, napkins, or any dress material, and lettering, that is writing of any kind, shall not be put upon the flag. The flag shall not be used as a receptacle for receiving, delivering, holding, or carrying anything, provided that there shall be no objection to keeping flower petals inside the flag before it is unfurled as part of celebrations on special occasions and on national days like the Republic Day and the Independence Day. So flowers and petals are allowed, except that anything else is not allowed to be put inside the flag. When used on occasions like unveiling of a statue, the flag shall be displayed distinctly and separately, and it shall not be used as a covering for the statue or monument. The flag shall not be used to cover a speaker's desk, nor shall it be draped over a speaker's platform. So this care should be taken by the speakers also. The flag shall not be intentionally allowed to touch the ground or the floor or trail in water. The flag shall not be draped over the hood, top, sides, or back of a vehicle, train, boat, or an aircraft. The flag shall not be used for some cars. It is allowed. So we shall see. It's a privilege. Not every person can display it over the car, but only some dignitaries are allowed. So we shall see the list of people who are allowed it to be displayed on their car. The flag shall not be used as a covering for a building, and the flag shall not be intentionally displayed with the saffron down. That means it should not be reversed. Saffron must be at the top and green at the bottom. That is the correct display. We shall see the correct and incorrect display also in separate sections. A member of public, a private organization, or an educational institution may hoist or display the national flag on all days and occasions, ceremonial or otherwise, consistent with the dignity and honor of the national flag. So the previous restriction that was there before 2002 has been removed now. Whenever the national flag is displayed, it should occupy the position of honor and should be distinctly placed. A damaged or disabled flag should not be displayed. The flag should not be flown from a single masthead simultaneously with any other flag or flags. There are certain conventions. Whenever we show the, say, foreign flag or the United Nations flag, so for these we shall see subsequently in this code. The flag should not be flown on any vehicle except in accordance with the provisions contained in section 9 of part 3 of this code. We shall see the list of dignitaries who are allowed display on cars. When the flag is displayed on a speaker's platform, it should be flown on the speaker's right as it faces the audience or flat against the wall above and behind the speaker. And when the flag is displayed flat and horizontal on a wall, the saffron band should be uppermost, and when displayed vertically, the saffron band shall be on the right with reference to the flag, that is left to the person facing the flag. That means the speaker is normally facing the audience, as we believe, so it should be on the right side of the speaker. To the extent possible, the flag should conform to the specifications prescribed in part 1 of this code that we have already seen. No other flag or bunting should be placed higher than or above or side by side with the national flag. That is, it should be the highest, nor should any say object, including flowers or garlands or emblem, be placed on or above the flag mast from which the flag is flown. So this care should be taken on say Republic Day and Independence Day. The flag should not be used as a festoon or say rosette or bunting or in any other manner for decoration. The flag made of paper may be waved in public on occasions of important national, cultural, and sports events. However, such paper flags should not be discarded or thrown on the ground after the event. This is a common occurrence as we see. It amounts to disrespect of the flag, so it should not be thrown on the ground. As far as possible, it should be disposed of in private, consistent with the dignity of the flag. Disposal is also given in this code. We shall see. Another important amendment that has been made last month, that is on 20th July, is where the flag is displayed in open or displayed on the house of a member of public. It may be flown day and night. So now the restriction of sunrise to sunset has been done away with, and not only during the daytime, but even during the night time, the flag can be now displayed. So this is the latest change that is done only the last month, that is on 20th July 2022. The flag should not be displayed or fastened in any manner or as may damage it. That is, care should be taken that flag should not be damaged. And when the flag is in a damaged or soiled condition, it shall be destroyed as a whole in private, preferably by burning or by any other method consistent with the dignity of the flag. So it should be burned not in public but in privately. So this is the way of disposal of it. Now we come to section 2. So the national flag may be hoisted in educational institutions, schools, colleges, sports camps, scout camps, etc., to inspire respect for the flag. This we have been observing since childhood in schools and colleges, universities. So a model set of instructions for guidance is given below. This is applicable for the educational institution. The school will assemble in open square formation with pupils forming the three sides and the flag staff at the center of the fourth side. The headmaster, the pupil leader, and the person unfurling the flag, if others than the headmaster, will stand 3 paces behind the flag staff. The pupils and the students will fall according to classes and in say squads of 10 or other number according to strength. These squads will be arranged one behind the other. That means they should be say properly disciplined in rows and columns. The pupil leader of the class will stand to the right of the first row of his class, and the form master will stand 3 paces behind the last row of this class towards the middle. The classes will be arranged along the square in the order of seniority with the senior most class at the right end. So this is the way of arrangement of students according to their classes. The distance between each row should be at least 1 pace, that is 30 inches, 1 foot, and the space between form and form should be the same. When each form or class is ready, the class leader will step forward and salute the selected school pupil leader. As soon as the forms are ready, the school pupil leader will step up to the headmaster and salute him. The headmaster will return the salute. Then the flag will be unfurled. The school pupil leader may assist. The school pupil leader in charge of the parade or assembly will call the parade to attention. That is Savdhan Vishram, as we know. So Savdhan is the attention position. It should not be Vishram position. Just before the unfurling, and he will call them to the salute when the flag flies out. The parade will keep at the salute for a brief interval, and then on the command order, the parade will come to the attention position. We shall see the guidelines for national anthem later at the end of this presentation. Now the flag salutation will be followed by the national anthem. The parade will be kept at the attention during this part of the function. On all occasions, when the pledge is taken, the pledge will follow the national anthem. Pledge is also there in the school book, as we have studied earlier. When taking the pledge, the assembly will stand to attention and the headmaster will administer the pledge ceremoniously, and the assembly will repeat it after him. In pledging allegiance to the national flag, the practice to be adopted in schools is as follows. Standing with folded hands, all repeat together the following pledge. I pledge allegiance to the national flag and to the sovereign socialist secular democratic republic for which it stands. It is there available in all say different languages in school books. Who have seen it earlier during our childhood. Now we come to part 3, that is hoisting display of the national flag by the central and state government and their organizations and agencies. So As far as the defense installations or heads of missions or posts are there, so the provisions of this part shall not apply to defense installations that have their own rules for display of the national flag. So these provisions do not apply to Army, Navy, Air Force, which are governed by separate codes as per their defense installations. Then the national flag may also be flown on the headquarters and the residences of the heads of missions or posts abroad in the countries where it is customary for diplomatic and consular representatives to fly their national flags on the headquarters and their official residences. We observe that in Delhi, in Chanakyapuri, where most of the embassies and high commissioners are there, so they display the flags of their respective countries. So that is permissible. Then official display. So subject to the provisions contained in section 1 above, it shall be mandatory for all governments and their organizations, agencies to follow the provisions contained in this part. And on all occasions for official display, only the flag conforming to specifications laid down by the Bureau of Indian Standards and bearing their standard mark shall be used. On other occasions also, it is desirable that only such flags of appropriate size are flown. So we have already seen the size and the aspect ratio, that is 3:2, and standard 9 sizes are there. Now we see section 3, that is the correct display, and then we shall see what is the incorrect display. So first we see the correct display. Wherever the flag is flown, it should occupy the position of honor and be distinctly placed. Where the practice is to fly the flag or any public building, it shall be flown on that building on all days, including Sundays and holidays, and except as provided in this code, it shall be flown from sunrise to sunset, irrespective of weather condition. This has been now changed that it shall be irrespective of where it is flown for residences and other places it is allowed. The flag may be flown on such a building at night also, but this should be only on very special occasions. So for this building, the previous provision remains. So it should be from sunrise to sunset. The flag shall always be hoisted briskly and lowered slowly and ceremoniously. When the hoisting and the lowering of the flag is accompanied by appropriate bugle calls, the hoisting and lowering should be simultaneous with the bugle calls. Sometimes the band is also played. So we shall see this playing of bands also along with the when we see the guidelines for the national anthem. When the flag is displayed from a staff projecting horizontally or at an angle from a window sill, balcony, or front of a building, the saffron band shall be at the farther end of the staff. When the flag is displayed flat and horizontal on a wall, the saffron band shall be uppermost, and when displayed vertically, the saffron band shall be the right with reference to the flag, that is, it may be to the left of a person facing it. So this is the correct display. When the flag is displayed on a speaker's platform, it shall be flown on the staff on the speaker's right as he faces the audience, or flat against the wall above and behind the speaker. When used on occasions like the unveiling of a statue, the flag shall be displayed distinctly and separately. And when the flag is displayed alone on a motor car, it shall be flown from a staff which should be affixed firmly either on the middle front of the bonnet or to the front right side of the car. This is as far as the cars are concerned. When the flag is carried in a procession or a parade, it shall be either on the marching right, that is the flag's own right, or if there is a line of other flags, it's in front of the center of the line when there are many flags. Now we see what is the incorrect display, that is section 4. So a damaged or disabled flag shall not be displayed. The flag shall not be dipped in salute to any person or thing. No other flag or bunting should be placed higher than or above, or except as hereinafter provided, side by side with the national flag, nor shall any object including flowers or garland or emblem be placed on or above the flag mast from which the flag is flown, and the flag shall not be used as a festoon, rosette, or bunting, or in any other manner for decoration. So this is related to incorrect display. The flag shall not be used to cover a speaker's desk, nor shall it be draped over a speaker's platform. The flag shall not be displayed with the saffron downs, that is the reverse way. The flag shall not be allowed to touch the ground or the floor or trail in water, and the flag shall not be displayed or fastened in any manner as may damage it. Now we see the misuse. So the flag shall not be used as a drapery in any form whatsoever, except in state or military or central paramilitary forces funerals hereinafter provided. So only in state funerals or military funerals or central paramilitary forces may use it in funerals. Other people shall not be able to use it in funerals. The flag shall not be draped over the hood, top, sides, or back of a vehicle, train, or boat. The flag shall not be used or stored in such a manner as may damage or soil it. And when the flag is in a damaged or soiled condition, it shall not be cast aside or disrespectfully disposed of, but shall be destroyed as a whole in private, preferably by burning or by any other method consistent with the dignity of the flag. So this is a way of destruction of it. So misuse must be avoided. The flag shall not be used as a covering for a building. The flag shall not be used as a portion of a costume or uniform of any description. It shall not be embroidered or printed upon cushions, handkerchiefs, napkins, or boxes. Lettering of any kind shall not be put upon the flag. Nothing should be written on it. The flag shall not be used in any form of advertisement, nor shall an advertising sign be fastened to the pole from which the flag is flown. And the flag shall not be used as a receptacle for receiving, delivering, holding, or carrying anything. And provided that there shall be no objection to keeping flower petals inside the flag before it is unfurled as part of celebrations on special occasions and on national days like the Republic Day and the Independence Day. So only flower and petals are allowed. Now we see how to salute. So during the ceremony of hoisting or lowering the flag, or when the flag is passing in a parade or in a review, all persons present should face the flag and stand at attention. That is, the back should not be shown to the flag. Those present in uniform should render the appropriate salute. When the flag is in a moving column, persons present will stand at attention or salute as the flag passes them. A dignitary may take the salute without a headdress. So for dignitaries, he may take the salute without a headdress. Now we see section 7, that is display with flags of other nations and of United Nations. That is where more than one flags are shown on special occasions. So when displayed in a straight line with flags of other countries, the national flag shall be on the extreme right. That is, if an observer were to stand in the center of the row of the flags facing the audience, the national flag should be to his extreme right. The position is illustrated in the diagram below. This is so there is on extreme right, that is the person is facing the audience, and to the person's right there will be the national flag, Indian national flag. Flags of foreign countries shall proceed as from the national flag in alphabetical order on the basis of English versions of the names of the countries concerned. That is, they shall be in alphabetical order of their names. It would be permissible in such a case to begin and also to end the row of flags with the national flag, and also to include national flag in the normal countrywide alphabetical order. So it will be either at the beginning or at the end, or it could be in the alphabetical order. The national flag shall be hoisted first and lowered last. This is the sequence. That is, Indian national flag shall be hoisted first and it will be lowered last when more than one flags are displayed. In case flags are to be flown in an open circle, that is in an arc or a semicircle, the same procedure shall be adopted as is indicated in the preceding clause of this section. In case flags are to be flown in a closed, that is complete circle, the national flag shall mark the beginning of the circle, and the flags of other countries should proceed in a clockwise manner until the last flag is placed next to the national flag. It is not necessary to use separate national flags to mark the beginning and end of the circle of flags. The national flag shall also be included in its alphabetical order in such a closed circle. So when it is in a closed circle, then it will be in the say alphabetical order. When the national flag is displayed against a wall with another flag from cross staff, the national flag shall be on the right, that is the flag's own right, and its staff shall be in front of the staff of the other flag. The position is illustrated in the diagram below. So this is when we show the crossed staff. So in such cases, it shall be like this. When the United Nations flag is flown along with the national flag, it can be displayed on either side of the national flag. So here it could be on left or right. The general practice is to fly the national flag on the extreme right with reference to the direction which it is facing, that is extreme left of an observer facing the mast flying the flag. The position is illustrated in the diagram below. So this is the national flag. Here it is the United Nations flag. So it will be displayed. We believe the dignitary is standing there facing the audience. When the national flag is flown with flags of other countries, the flag mast shall be of equal size. So this is very important. They must be of equal size. International usage forbids the display of the flag of one nation above that of another nation in time of peace. The national flag shall not be flown from a single masthead simultaneously with any other flag or flags. There shall be separate mastheads for different flags. So as many number of flags, there should be number of separate mastheads for each of them. Then we come to section 8, that is display over public buildings or official residences. So normally the national flag should be flown only on important public buildings such as high courts, secretariats, commissioners' offices, collectorates, jails, and offices of the district boards, municipalities, and Jila Parishad and departments or public sector undertaking. In frontier areas, the national flag may be flown on the border custom post, checkposts, outposts, and at other special places where flying of the flag has special significance. That means we know where border of one country is ending and border of another country is starting. So there, at borders or customs posts, these flags should be displayed. In addition, it may be flown on the campsites of border patrols. The national flag should be flown on the official residences of the president, vice president, governors, and lieutenant governors when they are at headquarters, and on the building in which they stay during their visits to places outside the headquarters. The flag shown on the official residence should, however, be brought down as soon as the dignitary leaves the headquarters, and it should be rehoisted on that building as he enters the main gate of the building on return to the headquarters. That means the flag also indicates the presence of those dignitaries in that building. When the dignitary is on a visit to a place outside the headquarters, the flag should be hoisted on the building in which he stays as he enters the main gate of that building, and it should be brought down as soon as he leaves that place. However, the flag should be flown from sunrise to sunset on all such official residences, irrespective of whether the dignitary is at headquarters or not on the Republic Day, Independence Day, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, National Week, that is 6th April to 13th April, in the memory of martyrs of Jallianwala Bagh, any other particular day of national rejoicing as may be specified by the government of India, or in the case of a state, on the anniversary of formation of that state. Because most of the states were formed on 1st November, but many other states were formed on other days. So anniversary of formation of that state, that is a special occasion for that state or union territory. When the president, the vice president, or the prime minister visits an institution, the national flag may be flown by the institution as a mark of respect. This is a code to be followed during their visits. On the occasions of the visit to India by foreign dignitaries, namely president, vice president, emperor, or king, or hair prince, and their prime minister, the national flag may be flown along with the flag of the foreign country concerned in accordance with the rules contained in section 7 by such private institutions as are according reception, that is where they are visiting, to the visiting foreign dignitaries, and all such public buildings as the foreign dignitaries intend to visit on the day of visit to the institution. So Indian flag as well as the flag of that say visiting country, that the dignitary of that visiting country, they shall be flown side by side. Then display on motor cars. Only it is not a right available to ordinary public, but it is a privilege available only to specified dignitaries. So privilege of flying the national flag on motor cars is limited to the president, vice president, governors and lieutenant governors, heads of Indian missions, posts abroad in the countries to which they are accredited, prime minister and other cabinet ministers, ministers of state and deputy ministers of the union, chief minister and other cabinet ministers of a state or union territory, ministers of state and deputy ministers of a state or union territory, and speaker of the Lok Sabha, deputy chairman of the Rajya Sabha, deputy speaker of the Lok Sabha, chairman of legislative councils in states, speakers of legislative assembly in states and union territories, deputy chairman of legislative council in states where we have bicameral houses, and deputy speakers of legislative assemblies in states and union territories, and then Chief Justice of India, judges of Supreme Court, Chief Justice of High Courts, and judges of High Courts. So these are the only people who are allowed to say displayed on motor cards. The dignitaries mentioned in clauses 5 to 7 of paragraph 3.44 may fly the national flag on their cars whenever they consider it necessary or advisable. When a foreign dignitary travels in a car provided by government, the national flag will be flown on the right side of the car, and the flag of the foreign countries will be flown on the left side of the car to indicate that presence of a dignitary of other country. So both flags shall be shown. The display on trains or aircraft. So when the president travels by a special train within the country, the national flag should be flown from the driver's cab on the side facing the platform of the station from where the train departs. The flag should be flown only when the special train is stationary or when coming into the station where it is going to halt. The national flag will be flown on the aircraft carrying the president, the vice president, or the prime minister on a visit to a foreign country. Alongside the national flag, the flag of the country visited should also be flown. But when the aircraft lands in countries en route, the national flags of the countries touched would be flown instead as a gesture of courtesy and goodwill. So whenever it halts, so flag of that country shall also be shown when the instead of the destination country. When the president goes on tour within India, the national flag will be displayed on the side by which the president will embark the aircraft or disembark from it. Now we come to the say where there is death of dignitaries and the half masting, that is the flag is to be hoisted at half mast. So let us see those occasions. In the event of the death of the following dignitaries, the national flag shall be half masted at the places indicated against each on the day of the death of the dignitary. President throughout India, Vice President or Prime Minister throughout India, a Speaker of the Lok Sabha only in Delhi, Chief Justice of India only in Delhi, Union Cabinet Minister, Delhi and State Capital, Minister of State or Deputy Minister of the Union, Delhi, Governor, Deputy Minister of the Union, Delhi, Governor concerned throughout the state or Union territory. Similarly, for Lieutenant Governor, Chief Minister of a state and Chief Minister of the Union territory. And in case of Cabinet Minister in a state, only in the capital of the state concerned. So these are the places where it will be at half mast. If the intimation of the death of any dignitary is received in the afternoon, the flag shall be half masted on the following day also at the place or places indicated above, provided the funeral has not taken place before sunrise on that day. And on the day of the funeral of a dignitary mentioned above, the flag shall be half masted at the place where the funeral takes place. If state mourning is to be observed on the death of any dignitary, the flag shall be half masted throughout the period of the mourning throughout India in the case of the union dignitaries, and throughout the state or union territory concerned in the case of a state or union territory dignitary. So there are notifications at appropriate occasions on such occasions. Half masting of the flag and where necessary, observance of state mourning on the death of foreign dignitaries will be governed by special instructions which will issue from the Ministry of Home Affairs in individual cases. Notwithstanding the above provisions, in the event of a half-mast day coinciding with the Republic Day, Independence Day, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, National Week, that is 6th to 13th April in the memory of martyrs of Jallianwala Bagh, any other particular day of national rejoicing as may be specified by the Government of India, or in the case of a state, on the anniversary of formation of that state, the flag shall not be flown at half-mast. That is, if it is on these special days, it will not be say flown at half-mast, even in case of death, except over the building where the body of the deceased is lying. So only in that particular building it will be at half-mast until such time it has been removed, and that flag shall be raised to the full mast position after the body has been removed. So only until the time the body is lying. On these particular, that is say we call them national days. So except on these days there shall not be any half-masting, even in case of a death. So only in a particular building it will apply. If mourning were to be observed in a parade or procession where a flag is carried, two streamers of black crepe shall be attached to the spearhead, allowing the streamers to fall naturally. The use of black crepe in such a manner shall be only by an order of the government. And when flown at half-mast, the flag shall be hoisted to the peak for an instant. That means it has to be raised to the full height first, then lowered to the half-mast position. But before lowering the flag for the day, it shall be raised again to the peak. So there is method of lowering also. So before lowering, again it will be flown to the peak, and then it will be lowered. By half-mast is meant falling down the flag to one half the distance between the top and the gay line, and the absence of the gay line, half of the staff. On occasions of state, military, central paramilitary forces funerals, the flag shall be draped over the bier or coffin with the saffron towards the head of the bier or coffin. The flag shall not be lowered into the grave or burnt in the fire. So flag is removed before the body is say buried or burnt, and the flag is then say disposed of separately as per the instructions earlier. In the event of death of either the head of the state or head of the government of a foreign country, the Indian mission accredited to that country may fly the national flag at half-mast, even if that event falls on Republic Day, Independence Day, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, National Week 6 to 13th April in the memory of martyrs of Jallianwala Bagh, or any other particular day of national rejoicing as may be specified by the government of India. And in the event of death of any other dignitary of that country, the national flag should not be flown at half-mast by the missions except when the local practice or protocol, which should be ascertained from the dean of the diplomatic corps where necessary, require that the national flag of a foreign mission in that country should also be flown at half-mast. So we have to comply with those instructions in other countries. Now we come to this very small act. Only 4 sections are there. Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act 1971. It is an act to prevent insults to national honor, which enacted by Parliament in the 22nd year of the Republic of India as follows. This act may be called the Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act 1971, and it extends to the whole of India. Whenever, whoever in any public place or in any other place within public view burns, mutilates, defaces, defiles, disfigures, destroys, tramples upon, or otherwise shows disrespect to or brings into contempt, whether by words, either spoken or written, or by acts, the Indian national flag or the Constitution of India or any part thereof, shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years, or with fine, or with both. And comments expressing disapprobation or criticism of the Constitution or of the Indian national flag or of any measures of the government with a view to obtain an amendment of the Constitution of India or an alteration of the Indian national flag by lawful means do not constitute an offense under this section. So this is first explanation. The expression Indian national flag includes any picture, painting, drawing, or photograph or other visible representation of the Indian national flag or of any part or parts thereof made of any substance or represented on any substance. Third explanation is the expression public place means any place intended for use by or accessible to the public and includes any public conveyance, that is moving vehicles also. And the explanation 4 has been added in 2003. So the disrespect to the Indian national flag means and includes a gross affront or indignity offered to the Indian national flag, or dipping the Indian national flag in salute to any person or thing, or flying the Indian national flag at half-mast, except on occasions on which the Indian national flag is flown at half-mast on public buildings in accordance with the instructions issued by the government, or using the Indian national flag as a drapery in any form whatsoever, except in state funerals or armed forces or other paramilitary forces funerals, or using the Indian national flag as a portion of costume, uniform, or accessory of any description which is worn below the waist of any person, or by embroidering or printing it on cushions, handkerchiefs, napkins, undergarments, or any dress material, or putting any kind of inscription upon the Indian national flag, that is any writing, or using the Indian national flag as a receptacle for receiving, delivering, or carrying anything except flower petals before the Indian national flag is unfurled as a part of celebrations on special occasions, including the Republic Day or the Independence Day, or using the Indian national flag as a covering for a statue, or a monument, or a speaker's desk, or a speaker's platform, or allowing the Indian national flag to touch the ground on the floor or trail in water intentionally, or draping the Indian national flag over the hood, top, and sides or back, or on a vehicle, train, boat, or an aircraft, or any other similar object, or using the Indian national flag as a covering for a building, or intentionally displaying the Indian national flag with the saffron down, that is upside down should not be there. So these are the different types of insults that are described in section 2. Now we see section 3 and 3A, punishment. So prevention of singing of Indian national anthem, etc. Whoever intentionally prevents the singing of the Indian national anthem or causes disturbance to any assembly engaged in such singing shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years, or with fine, or with both. And then we have last section, that is 3A. In fact, it could have been numbered 4 also. So this is inserted in amendment in 2003. So whoever having already been convicted of an offense under section 2 or section 3 is again convicted, that is repeat punishment of any such offense shall be punishable for the second and or for every subsequent offense with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 1 year. So there will be additional 1 year punishment in addition to what has already been described. Now we see lastly, as a part of this presentation, the orders relating to the national anthem of India. These have also been issued by the Home Ministry. The national anthem of India is played or sung on various occasions. Instructions have been issued from time to time about the correct versions of the anthem, the occasions on which these are to be played or sung, and about the for paying respect to the anthem by observance of proper decorum on such occasions. The substance of these instructions have been embodied in this information sheet for general information and guidance. Let us see this occasion. There are two versions actually. One is the long one, second one is the short version. So the full version, the composition consisting of the words and music of the first stanza of the last poet Rabindranath Tagore song known as Jana Gana Mana is the national anthem of India. Then the complete text is given. The above is the full version of the anthem, and its playing time is approximately 52 seconds. So if you see the recording, then the standard time for playing it is 52 seconds. There is also a shorter version. The shorter version is just the two lines. That is Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jai Hai Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Jai Hai Jai Hai Jai Hai Jai Hai Jai Hai Jai Hai. This is playing time for the short version is 20 seconds. So there is one full version and there is a short version. A short version consisting of the first and last lines of the national anthem is also played on certain occasions, and it reads as follows. The occasions on which the full versions on the or the short version will be played has been indicated at the appropriate places in this instruction. So full version of anthem shall be played on the following occasions: civil and military investiture, when national salute, which means the command Rashtriya salute or Salami Shastra, to the accompaniment of the national anthem is given on ceremonial occasions to the president or to the governor or lieutenant governor within their respective states or union territories, and during parades, irrespective of whether any of the dignitaries referred to in two above is present or not. On arrival of the president at formal state functions and other functions organized by the government and mass functions, and on his departure from such functions. Immediately before and after the president addresses the nation over All India Radio. On arrival of the governor or lieutenant governor at formal state functions within the state, union, territory, and on his departure from such functions, and when the national flag is brought on parade, when the regimental colors are presented, and for hoisting of colors in the Navy, Indian Navy. The short version of the anthem shall be played when drinking toasts in messes. So that is the 20-second version. The anthem shall be played on any other occasion for which special order has been issued by the government of India. Normally, the anthem shall not be played for the Prime Minister, though there may be special occasions when it may be played. When the national anthem is played by band, the anthem will proceed by roll of drums to assist the audience to know that the national anthem is going to be played, unless there is some other specific indication that the national anthem is about to be played. As for example, when fanfares are sounded before the national anthem is played, or when toasts are drunk to the accompaniment of the national anthem, or when the national anthem constitutes the national salute given by guard of honor. The duration of the roll in terms of marching drills will be 7 paces in slow march. The roll will start slowly, ascend to as loud a volume as possible, and then gradually decreases to original softness, but remaining audible until the 7th beat. And 1 beat rest will then be observed before commencing the national anthem. That is about the duration. Now the full version of the anthem shall be played accompanied by mass singing on the following occasions. That is when it should be sung and when it should not be sung. So there are instructions for that also. So these pertain to the mass singing. So on the unfurling of the national flag or cultural occasions or ceremonial functions other than parades, this could be arranged by having a choir or adequate size, suitably stationed, which would be trained to coordinate its singing with the band, etc. That is, different people are not singing at different speeds. That should be avoided. So there should be an adequate public audition system so that the gathering in various enclosures can sing in unison with the choir. On arrival of the president at any government or public function, but including formal state functions and mass functions, and also immediately before his departure from such functions. On all occasions when the national anthem is sung, the full version shall be recited accompanied by mass singing. That is the 52-second version. The anthem may be sung on occasions which, although not strictly ceremonial, are nevertheless invested with significance because of the presence of ministers, etc. The singing of the anthem on such occasions, with or without the accompaniment of instrument accompanied by mass singing, is desirable. It is not possible to give an exhaustive list of occasions on which the singing, as distinct from playing of the anthem, can be permitted, but there is no objection to the singing of the anthem accompanied by mass singing, so long as it is done with due respect as a salutation to the motherland and proper decorum is maintained. In all schools, the day's work may begin with community singing of the anthem. So schools are permitted to do that. School authorities should make adequate provision in their programs for popularizing the singing of the anthem and promoting respect for the national flag among students. At receptions to foreign dignitaries in India, at which the giving of national salute has been prescribed, full version of the national anthem of the visiting dignitaries country should be played first, followed by full version of the national anthem of India. So first there will be national anthem of the foreign country and then national anthem of India. A dramatic film or other cultural festivals organized by diplomatic or consular representative of a foreign country in India, the national anthem of the foreign country concerned may be played with the national anthem of India. The foreign anthem should be played first, followed immediately by the Indian anthem. This is regarding playing of foreign anthems. So at functions arranged by foreign missions for celebrating their national days, the national anthem of the country holding the function may be played or sung. On these occasions, if the President of India is represented by a chief guest, not below the rank of a cabinet minister of the central government, or by the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, if the function is held in Delhi, the national anthem of India may be played first, followed by the playing of the national anthem of the country hosting the function. This is the sequence. The procedure will also be followed if the function includes proposing of the toast to heads of states, that is, the Indian anthem should be played immediately after the toast has been proposed to the President of India, and the national anthem of the foreign country should be played immediately after the toast to head of that country is proposed. In case national anthem of India and of the country hosting the function have been played at the beginning of the function, there will be no need to play the anthem of either or both the countries if any toasts are proposed. Now, when the national anthem is required to be played immediately before or after the national anthem of a foreign country, as laid down in section 4 above, there should be no simultaneous singing of the national anthem. So there will be only playing, no singing. However, mass singing of the national anthem should be required when it is played immediately before or after the anthem of another country in the event that the visiting dignitary and his delegation are singing their own national anthem. And lastly, whenever the anthem is sung or played, the audience shall stand to attention. This is the standing position. It must be attention position, Savdhan. It should not be Vishram. However, when in the course of a newsreel or documentary, the anthem is played as a part of the film. Earlier, it was mandatory to play this in all cinema halls. It is not expected of the audience to stand, as standing is bound to interrupt the exhibition of the film and would create disorder and confusion rather than add to the dignity of the anthem. So there the audience is allowed to sit. As in the case of the flying of the national flag, it has been left to the good sense of the people not to indulge in indiscriminate singing or playing of the anthem. So as far as the synchronization is concerned, there are no rules. If there is background, then of course the timing of 52 seconds is followed. But if the background says song is not there, then there could be either a leader who is singing and all should follow that leader, or otherwise they should maintain appropriate synchronization so that there is not indiscriminate or say out of tune singing or playing of the anthem. So these have been taken from the Ministry of Home Affairs website. It is available on this mha.gov.in. This is our Indian national flag. So let's stop here. I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra for giving me so much time for this important legal provision that is necessary for all of us to know. I'm also thankful to Shri Holistic Health Foundation India and Shri Center for Art, Science and Well-being for giving me an opportunity. I'm also thankful to the audience for listening patiently. If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Any questions related to flag code, prevention of insults to national honor or national anthem?
Very well presented. That is most appropriate because it is need of the hour, as per our Prime Minister has gave a call to flag our, to hoist our flags on our homes and places. So it is very pertinent to know, understand the code of conduct while hoisting or unfurling the flag. There is one query: can
Yes.
this flag can be just a second?
Can be.
Go to that message. Yeah, the flag can be hanged on the like clothes. Flag can be hanged on the rope.
On rope.
Like clothes we hang, na? In the same way, because we will not have that flag post, na? So Can
No,
we use
but
clips or something like that and
no, I think that is not
display?
proper because on rope, see, it will not be in that vertical position. Means it should not be like the ordinary cloth that we say spread out for drying. So it should not be in that case because then in such cases that position, that is the saffron top, will not be maintained. So it must always be in that position. So and there, so instead of rope, I think the mast is the only thing that will keep it always straight, regardless of the say weather, and because there could be wind that is flowing, and along the wind, in the direction of the wind, the flag should flow. So I think on rope that will not be maintained, and that will not be correct use. I think.
And one more thing is like once this flag is hoisted
Hmm.
and till I mean how long it can be left like that
Well, there
for
is no
days
restriction
together
now.
or months
There is
together maybe I think.
no restriction as long as it is not say torn. So there is no say need now. Earlier it was only from sunrise to sunset, but now there are no restrictions. So it can even be flown continuously, and there is no need to hoist it or lower it down daily. That is not necessary now because of this latest amendment of this July 2022 that is made last month. Because I think it has been made considering because of this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, that is 75 years of independence. So this has been made so that because even the time of sunrise and sunset are different from place to place.
Yeah.
So there cannot be any. Although we have only one Indian Standard Time or IST, but even India is such a large country, there is time gap of 30 minutes, about half an hour between Bombay and Calcutta. So we can't go by those times, even if the timings are known in Panchang, that is sunrise and sunset. So it is very difficult to maintain those accurate timings. And I think that is perhaps this restriction has been there, and even the night time now it can be flown. There are no restrictions to roll it down after the sunset, after this amendment. And both the amendments are important. I think the first one that is made in December 2021, that is machine made and polyester, because every citizen, that means the restrictions that were earlier before 2002 have been made further relaxed in 2021 and 2022 this year.
Yeah, maybe the kind of amount of flags required are also not I mean couldn't met with the khadi because the production is also very less.
That's why machine made have been
Yeah.
allowed now. Yes, that may be the reason. So it is automated. The process is automated now. Even polyester work, polyester gives very good look and finishing. That is the reason why polyester has also been allowed. And it is tear proof also. It is also we may say waterproof also. There is also
Even
one
recently,
advantage of it.
yeah, this post office also started supplying.
Yes, yes.
So I think those
Yes.
are also polyester. I think this
Yes,
weatherproof.
Yes, sir. We got it through our post office itself. We are living in say 13 kilometers from the main city, that is district headquarters in our engineering college. So this time we got it distributed through our post office. And it was very easy because they even came from office to office, and we bought from our postman.
Yeah,
So that is a very good arrangement that has been made. So we don't even have to go to any shop to buy those flags, and now we shall be able to enjoy, celebrate. Even our students took out one rally yesterday, Tiranga rally. So in engineering college also the students who are staying in the campus are enjoying.
nice, very good. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. And participants, if you have any queries similar to that, because this is one of the unique opportunity provided for everyone to celebrate. So you might be having some doubts or clarification required. So you can feel free to share. Otherwise, we will move on to next speaker.
Thank you so much, Dr. I will send you the copy of this presentation after a few
Oh.
minor corrections. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Look forward for more sessions.
Thank you, sir.
So with this session, hope everyone, as the post offices are also delivering the flags, or even you can reach post office, nearest post office. And recent notification also notified that post offices are open even on public holidays to meet the demand of this supply of flags. So you can reach out to nearest post office, and each flag cost only just 25 rupees, and you can buy up to 5 flags for an individual. So one can reach out to nearest post office and get one very good quality of flag, which takes care of all these requirements. So with this, we'll move on to our next speaker. Istisim Khan, are you there? You can just leave your message in chat. You are available for presentation. I don't see your name in the list. Okay, then we'll move on to our next speaker. Dr. Basheti Lata. Okay, Miss Vadla Nagarathamma. Ma'am, are you ready with your presentation? Miss Nagarathamma.
Yes, sir, I'm ready, sir.
Yeah, let me introduce you. Dr. Savitri ma'am, are you available?
She went for lunch, sir, it seems.
Achha, okay. So let me briefly introduce you. So we have with us Miss Vadla Nagarathamma. She is a lecturer in political science from GCM, Cluster University, Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh. She would be presenting on educational policies of India. Over to you, ma'am. You can start your video and presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all. Sir, am I audible, sir, properly?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible and your PPT is visible, but we can't see you.
Yes, I'm switching on my video also. Just a minute.
Yeah, ma'am.
Now is it
fine.
visible, sir?
Yeah, please continue.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon, all. Myself, V. Nagarathamma. I'm working as a lecturer in political science at Government College for Men, Cluster University, Kurnool. So it gives me great pleasure to be part of this prestigious international conference being organized by the Sri Holistic Health Foundation of India, Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing and Government College for Men, Kadapa. Yesterday, my friend Savitri Madam called me and gave me this great opportunity. So until then, I was not aware of this. So I appreciate the organizers of this international conference, Dr. R.M. Ravindra Garu and my dear friend Dr. Y. Savitri, for taking up this challenging task to bring the experienced teachers, scholars and students together to discuss various important things, especially on the occasion of this 75 years of independence. We are celebrating with great pride throughout India, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, as it is called now. So at the same time, it is the time to review what we have set goals 75 years ago and what we have achieved. I think one among them is education, because education is one thing which shapes the man, which shapes the future of the human being. So I appreciate once again the organizers, coordinator of this conference, and let's move on to the education. As a lecturer of political science, I would like to start from the Plato. Some 2500 years ago, Plato thought that education is very vital for the citizens, because during the direct democracy, he lost his guru Socrates. So as an alternative for the democracy, he thought of philosopher king's rule and he proposed education. He proposed education, that too a state-sponsored education that is free and compulsory, and education equally available for men and women of the society. So that is, I think, very progressive for his years. Some 2500 years back, a person proposing education also for women is not a small thing. So very progressive for his years. And even now we are struggling to bring the all children to the classrooms. So I think education plays a very important role that is recognized even by our ancient gurus and philosophers like Plato, then Aristotle, and also our Indian thinkers. So Swami Vivekananda said that education is the manifestation of the perfection already in the man. So education is not coming from outside. It is already existing in the human being. The only task of a teacher is to remove the obstacles in the student's path to realize that manifestation. That perfection is already in the man, but we have to drive the students and remove the obstacles in his path. So that basic idea should be there in the teacher's mindset. We should not think that teachers, as a teachers, we know everything and student doesn't know anything. We are the givers and they are the takers. That should not be the idea, because that is one-way traffic. That doesn't give any results basically. Students also know, because already something is existing in them. We have to stimulate that curiosity to learn, that curiosity to experience the things, that curiosity to integrate with the nature, explore and experiment and realize for themselves. So we have to lay the path only and remove the obstacles. So regarding the significance of education, why education is so much stressed, especially in the 21st century, education, governments are spending so much of amount, and we are demanding that budget of the governments is not enough to satisfy the needs of the children for education, because it has so much significance. It is probably changing the lives of the citizens. They are bringing from poor category to the middle income groups to the rich income groups. Education plays a very vital role in this transformation of the human being. So physically, materially, and also spiritually also, education plays very important role. Let us see some of the significant issues with the education. It opens up the opportunities leading to the individual and also the group entitlements. So education gives them the awareness what are they are entitled for as an individual and as a group. Now we are seeing these so many struggles of the so-called underdeveloped or the depressed classes in the society in India because of the spread of the education. That is the main thing which stimulated them or which driving them to struggle for their rights. So now they are struggling for their rights, fighting for their rights, and they are achieving their rights as individuals and also as group. So it facilitates the social and economic progress and civilization. For a country, a future is building in the classroom. A great saying is there. So a country's future is shaped in the classrooms, because citizens are getting shaped in the classrooms. It facilitates the social and economic progress. So for a civilization to flourish, there must be educated citizens. There must be good citizens. So how these citizens are shaped? Because of the classrooms, because of the quality education, because of the dedicated teachers. So overall education system must be very qualitative. If education system is not qualitative, then the entire future of a country is going to be very blurred. Then it helps in building the knowledge society. We have seen the industrial revolution, and now we are seeing the knowledge society, information age. Whoever holds the information, they are the boss now. So in this knowledge society, education is the main medium to achieve that knowledge society. And it helps in tapping the potential of human resources. In one sense, we are talking that we are struggling with 8 billion population throughout the world. But in another sense, we are saying that we have a great opportunity to transform this population into human resource capital. When we train them for betterment in their vocational education or skilling or digital education for the development of the country, they can be definitely human resource capital and they will help the country's development. So this education is very vital in all these aspects. So this session's basic objectives are to evaluate the existing education policies. Starting from independence of India, there are education acts before independence also, but I'm not going into the pre-independence policies. I'm only focusing on post-independent policies. And to understand the need for new education policy for 21st century, and to analyze the new education policy 2020. We have draft education policy proposed in 2020, and some of the states are implementing that. So we will see and analyze the main highlights of the new education policy. So before going into the education policies, now let us dig deeper into the philosophy of education for some time. Rabindranath Tagore, you all might have heard about his poem, famous poem, Where the Mind is Without Fear. So mind without fear, how it happens? In the beginning of my speech, I told you that significance of education, it makes awareness about the group and individual entitlements. So it gives the light, it gives the knowledge, enlightenment. So here Tagore's idea of where the mind is without fear best stood for his philosophy of education. His ideas of philosophy of education were published in Vishwabharati Quarterly in 1947, written by Anantanath Basu. He says that there are cardinal principles by Rabindranath Tagore regarding the education. One is freedom. Second is creative self-expression. Third is active communion with nature and man. So this freedom of the child is very essential for the learning and acquisition of skills and knowledge. Even at homes, if we observe, when children is very curious, especially at the age of 5-6 years, they keep on shooting so many questions to the parents or the elders at the home. What is this? What is that? Why it is not like that? Why that is like this? Why it cannot be like that? So many questions coming to their mind. When we patiently answer those questions or give some time to explore himself by himself, he slowly develops the knowledge. If we shut him down and say that don't ask these many questions, just keep reading or just memorizing or just go to school, just do the copywriting or the homework given in your school like that. After some time, after few days, he will stop asking the questions because he is not getting the answers. So slowly he loses his freedom to express, freedom to question, freedom to learn. So that should not happen in the education. That is why some students, after going to the school, they start losing their freedom of expression and they start losing their creativity. That should not happen. So in Tagore's idea of education, freedom of the child is very much essential. The education system must provide the freedom environment for the children to learn, play, and implement the concepts they have taught. And creative self-expression. Human being is very creative by nature. If he is allowed, he can do so many great things by creativity itself. The all development around us is because of the product of the human being's creativity. It is the self-expression. So this creative self-expression should continue in the education system. It should not stop at the school doorstep. It is not limited to the house. It should come into the classroom also. It should be integrated in the curriculum, first of all. That is the idea of Tagore. And the third one is active communion with nature and man. Man has evolved in the nature. Man is basically an animal, but after civilization, he is called a social animal. So he still holds that bonding with the nature. So that bonding with the nature of man is very important to understand even in the education system. And we should not cut off the nature completely for the child. So this education should not be taught just in the four walls room. It should happen in the nature also. And the curriculum should also have some time to spend with the nature and learn with the nature, observe the nature. because just by observing the nature, we can discover so many things. And Tagore's idea of education says that there are 3 aims for the students. That is to enrich the literature and other arts, to reform education and develop the village. It is basically comes from the idea of his establishment of schools at Shantiniketan and Vishwabharati. So enrich the literature, the existing literature enrichment, and also other art forms to reform the education and develop the village, and to develop the capability to think in terms of entire mankind. Human brotherhood. In Constitutional Preamble, we say that fraternity, dignity and fraternity. So this comes from the thinking developed in the education system. Selfish education will not do justice for the future. Human beings should develop the capability to think in terms of the entire mankind. Then only they can solve the problems of the human being. And to enable the students, that empowers them to go beyond limitations of their animal nature and to complete the journey of humanism. Because man has evolved from animal to the social animal, somewhere he might be limited by his animal nature thinking, selfishness or exploitation or violence. But these things should be done away with the education system, and he should be taught about the humanism, how he has to treat everybody as equal human being. In 1948, we have declared Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So what is the need for this Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Because human beings should be treated equally. It is not available in the society very freely. We have to enforce through the laws. This equality, we should enforce through the laws. But we have to enrich this in the education curriculum itself. This humanism thinking should be enriched in the education curriculum itself. And there are 4 fundamental principles in Tagore's education philosophy. That is like summing up what I have been talking about Tagore's philosophy on education. Number 1, naturalism, humanism, internationalism, and idealism. So he is talking that education should focus on these 4 fundamental principles. So his schools, Shantiniketan and Vishwabharati, both are based on these very principles. That's why they are so famous and very humanistic in their approach. And now let us move on to the national policies on education after independence. First one is 1968, based on the recommendations of Kothari Commission. So during the Indira Gandhi period, it came to the implementation. It sought for a radical restructuring of the Indian education system. The basic proposals were equal educational opportunities for all in the society, so that some schools should be set up, and compulsory education for all children up to the age of 14 years, and 3 language formula, English, Hindi, and 1 regional language or mother tongue, and teaching of the ancient Sanskrit language, and education spending to increase to 6% of the national income. This education spending increasing to the 6% has been proposed since 1968, but still we haven't realized this dream of increasing of the budget for education. So we did not implement that completely. So we went for a next education policy in 1986. During 1986, it has some proposals, removal of disparities and equal educational opportunities, especially for Indian women, SC and ST communities. So it basically sought for the child-centered approach. This was, I was discussing in the beginning. So far, we are concentrating on the teacher-centered approach. Whatever teacher has the knowledge, he is going to pour for the students. He is going to give in one-way communication to the students in the classroom. He is not allowing the students to question, to respond, to interact with the teacher. That is teacher-centric approach. Yes, teachers have the knowledge. We have to appreciate that one, but at the same time, we have to engage the students more effectively, more efficiently with the child-centered approach. The participative approach basically involves the students' participation. When it is possible, student participation. When we appreciate that students also have some knowledge about the concept, we have to stimulate him to think in that line. We have to make them to involve, respond, and interact with us. Then only this methodology is possible. And this policy 1986 launched Operation Blackboard to improve the primary schools nationwide. They have set up so many primary schools to improve the education in India, education levels in India. And they have launched some schemes for adult education, open education, like Indira Gandhi National Open University, Ambedkar Open University, like that. They are spreading education to the thousands of students throughout India. And even Indira Gandhi Open University has its campuses across the world also. So it's a very pride moment to recognize during the 75th independence of India, because India is spreading education also to the foreign countries and expected to spend 6% of the GDP on education. Again, it is stressed because given this much of population, some 30+ crore students in India, expenditure on education should increase to the 6%. And this policy was slightly amended in 1992. This 1992 amendment was basically aimed to bringing it a common entrance exam for the admission because of the introduction of OBC reservations. So during the PV Narasimha Rao period, it was amended to make the common entrance exams for the admissions. So now let us see what was Abul Kalam Azad's idea, first education minister of India, whether we have achieved his idea during these two educational policies, at least in the proposals or in the implementation. So for him, education policy should be liberal and humanitarian. Education policy was meant to unleash the potential of India's civilization by a process of intellectual decolonization. So what we have inherited from the British period, producing clerical staff to serve the British Empire, was not the legacy we should carry forward. We should carry forward a legacy of India's civilization. The potential of India's civilization is very huge. No other country in the world has that much potential. So that potential can be unleashed only with a proper education policy, which is liberal and humanitarian, as per the Abul Kalam Azad, as expressed by the K.N. Panikkar in his article published in Economic and Political Weekly, titled India's Education Policy from National to Commercial. But what K.N. Panikkar concludes in his article that agenda of Abul Kalam Azad or the great national leaders for that sake was replaced by an education policy which prioritizes the private profit over public good and will encourage cultural and intellectual imperialism. So now we are not experiencing the political imperialism, but the new kind of education policies we are following, the privatization of the education and withdrawing of the government, is clearly seeing that prioritization of the private profit over the public good. We are not recognizing that education is a public good and the government should spend for it and it should be given to the citizen as a public good. We are not recognizing that. We are recognizing that yes, ration food should be given to the citizen freely, but education should also be given as a public good because it has so much potential. Education has so much potential. So that is not recognized. And we are going into the cultural and intellectual imperialism as per K.N. Panikkar. Again, we are following the Western methodology of cultural and intellectual traditions, especially in education. One example comes to my mind when we are discussing about this intimidation of Western education. We can say that semester system. In Andhra Pradesh, we have started semester system, choice-based credit system in 2015, but from then onwards, we have so much ambiguity in the syllabus, academic calendar, examinations. So students are struggling to cope up with the semester system because that is not completely comprehensively studied before rolled out for a implementation. So any policy before implementation should have a proper authoritative study by expertise people. It should not be implemented as and when the politicians want. So it should be, first of all, carefully studied by the experts. We have to adopt it to the terms and conditions of India, not just we should follow straight from the Western education system. So this is about K.N. Panikkar's idea about Abul Kalam Azad's education ideas. So far we have discussed about the previous education policies in India in the post-independent. Now let us see what is the need for new education policy. Already have education policies. So it is since 34 years, we did not have a new education policy until 2020 draft was announced. So we need a new education policy to suit the needs of the 21st century skills and job market. In 21st century, we have seen that more than education, more than classroom education for that sake, skills are necessary. If you have the skill, you get the job, you get the opportunity. Job is not normal traditional 10 to 5 job in 21st century. You can be a freelancer. If you have a skill, you can be a freelancer. You can enjoy your life. At the same time, you can earn money for some agency or some company, some organization by utilizing your skills. So skilling is so much important. That is why few years back, our union government has recognized the importance of skills. Especially India is at the doorstep to utilize the demographic dividend. We have so much young population in the world. No other country has this much young population in the world. So if we skill this young population, crores of young population, definitely it is going to benefit individuals, society, and also India. So we have developed this Skill India program for this purpose and to establish the knowledge society. 21st century is knowledge society. So we are not going to deal with the factory setup. Now we are going to deal with the knowledge setup. So everything is an information change. If you hold the information, you can rule the world. To establish the knowledge society, we have to make some changes in our education, curriculum, education system also. And also for holistic development of the children. I was discussing about nature and children and curiosity. These three are interlinked. When we are with the nature, we have our realistic nature. We develop our curiosity, we express our creativity. When we are cut off with the nature, we lose that creativity and we become very selfish individuals, atoms, for that sake, very individual atoms. So that is not useful for the society. For the society development, we need holistic development. So that holistic development comes through the education, schooling, proper schooling. So for that also, we need to go for a new education policy. And to compete with the global market, India has to compete with the world market because competition is very high, and to gain the opportunities also very high. We should understand that. Not that competition, but also opportunities also very high. But to meet that opportunities, we have to gear up and get a new education policy. So that is how the idea of new education policy 2020 draft came up. And now let us see key highlights of the National Education Policy 2020. It is proposing a single regulator for higher education institutions in India. So there are multiple regulators like UGC, AICTE, CBSE. So many educational institutional regulators are there. But one single regulator named HERA is going to replace this UGC, and it will take care of the regulation of the higher education institutions in India. And one very interesting thing or very revolutionary step is multiple entry and exit options in degree courses. For some reason or the other, due to family reasons or economic conditions or health conditions, just we have seen the example of pandemic, how students were disturbed during the course of their study. Or for say Ukraine-Russia war, students have to leave their education in between after 1 year or after 2 years without completing their graduations. So during this type of situations, either it is voluntarily or compulsory, this multiple entry and exit options, it will be a great use for the students to complete their courses. If they complete 1 year, they will be given one kind of certificate. If they complete 2 years, they will be given that kind of certificate. Whatever the company is suitable for them, they will get the opportunity over there. It's not that everybody will have same eligibility criteria, everybody will have same demands. Different industries have different kinds of eligibility criteria and demands. They can train their candidates. They can, with some sort of training, they can make the students eligible for their jobs. And discontinuation of the MPhil programs. This was much sought after the research MPhil program. There was a demand for discontinuation of this, so it was discontinued. Directly now, after post graduation, they can go for the PhD, because PhD will give some very insightful research instead of the MPhil. And there is already no MPhil for the science courses and the math courses. Only MPhil courses was existing for the arts courses. So that inequality was also abolished now in this new education policy. And common entrance exams for the universities. At present, common entrance exam for the undergraduate courses is over for this academic year, and postgraduate courses is scheduled from September. Students are feeling so much relief because so many universities, prestigious universities in the country, will conduct their own entrance examinations. Sometimes even the dates of the entrance examination will also clash. Then what they have to do? Just simply skip one university and attend for another university. So applying for these many universities, very cost burden on them. So very time taking, resource taking. So all this is checked with the common entrance examination for the universities. So recently, UGC chairman Professor Jagdish Kumar is also proposing that there will be a common entrance examination, that is merging of the NEET and JEE and common entrance for the undergraduate courses also into the one entrance examination from the next coming year. So they want to make it simplify for the students. If they want to prepare for the entrance, they can prepare just for one exam. Based on their qualification, they can take up that exam. Based on the scores, they will get seats in the institutions of their rank. So these are the some key highlights. And there are other key highlights also, like it transforms the school education. It ensures the universal access at all levels for the school education. Early childhood care, because it starts education from third year itself. Actually, already private schools having the education for kindergarten starting from third year or second year also, some play schools like that. That is how government schools are missing out those small children, and those formative years of the children are very important for learning objective. That is why this early childhood care and education is also incorporated in this. And attaining the foundational literacy and numeracy to increase the gross enrollment ratio, also one of the main proposal for this one. Reforms in school curriculum and pedagogy. It is integrating the vocational education into the school education from class 6, and also multilingualism and the power of language. Mother tongue can be taken up wherever possible until the class 5. A child can be learned so much easily and fluently in his mother tongue when the mother tongue is available to him. So, and equitable and inclusive education for SC/ST students, for also physically handicapped students. Some special provisions will also be made in this national education policy. And robust teacher recruitment and career path, school governance. So many reforms are coming up. Standard setting and accreditation for school education is also coming up. So this significance of national education policy. Let us see one by one. First one, it recognizes the importance of formative years. It adopts the 5+3+3+4 years model. Here, starting from age 3 to 8, the first formative education will be given. The primary education will be given. Then they will continue up to the degree education. So this education suits to the Western education system model. So that is how, if they want to pursue their higher education, it is easy for them to continue their studies, because more recognition and appreciation from the Western universities while admitting our students for their courses will be possible with this system. So departure from the silos mentality. So there is strict division for arts, commerce, and sciences at present. But in the future, with the implementation of this new education policy, there is no strict division of the silo departments. The students can easily choose their choice-based courses for the study. One student interested in the science can also have a combination of music, or a combination of yoga, or a combination of history, or a political science, or a literature of Telugu, or a literature of Sanskrit. So like this, students can have a multidisciplinary approach in higher education. So basically, this national education policy aims at choice of the student is more important, because if choice is given to them, then only they can involve more and study more and enjoy. When they enjoy the education, when education is fun, then only they can study more. Then the confluence of the education and the skills. So here not just education but also vocational courses and internships also integrated. Andhra Pradesh government for degree education has started this experimentation since last year itself. Recently, we have community servicement project conducted for first year students and second year students. And also we are going for the industry connect internship of 1 month for the students of second year degree students. So this makes them exposure to the industry environment, and it provides them the employment opportunities in the future because they will get the experience of this real-time working. They are not just reading the theory in the classrooms, but also they are gaining this experience at the industries or the service sector. So this helps them in the future very much because it will be realization of the Skill India mission also, and it will bring the more job opportunities also, and making education more inclusive. I think I'm making sense, or I'm on my own. So making education more inclusive is one of the significant points of the national education policy. Extension of the right to education to all children up to the age of 18. So recognizing age of 18 to complete education and providing the right to education is going to change these so many parameters, because right to education provides the free education for 25% of the seats to the poor students in the private educational institutions. So it is going to have a great impact and great opportunities for the poor sections of the people until the age of 18. And allowing the foreign universities. Every year, thousands of Indian students go to the foreign countries, spend amount to study there. Very costly, and very uncertainty also. We have seen during the Russia-Ukraine war. Even after spending so much of amount, taking so much of struggle and pain to stay in a foreign country, they have to return in between. They have to leave their education like medicine, engineering in between and come back to the India. Even during the pandemic also, we have seen that across the world, they have shut down their universities, and it took almost 1 year for them to reopen for the foreign students. But in India, we could open just within few months. So that is very useful for the students if they study within India. So, but they want quality education. They want foreign universities. They want foreign university certificates. That university approaches, that pedagogy is different. So this education policy, because there is a demand of the students for the foreign universities, that is clearly shown in the year-on-year students increase in the outflow for the education across the world, especially in the countries like America and the European countries. It is allowing the foreign universities from among top 100 in the world. It's not some cheap universities, but top 100 universities in the world will set up the campuses in India. So it infuses the international perspective and innovation. In 21st century, we want to become a global citizen. So this introduction of foreign university campuses in India will definitely work in that path. And also it makes the Indian education system more efficient and more competitive. So when we have a competitor, our better competitor, definitely we will work hard and compete more, because we don't want to lose. We want to compete. So when there is better competitor for us, definitely we will improve our standards also. So that applies to the Indian education system, Indian education institutions also. And one more significance is giving importance to the mother tongue. As I already said, till grade 5, wherever possible, states can adopt for the mother tongue or the local language for teaching as a medium. And the confluence of education and skills. We have discussed this already. So there are other key highlights like it makes the faculty more motivated, energized, and capable, because it provides so many training. It is designing so many training courses for the teachers also. It is giving so many fellowships also, teacher education, mentoring mission, and professional education, adult education, financing education. So it want to increase the expenditure on education also, and it want to spread more open and distance learning opportunities also. So what expenditure on education as a percentage of GDP at the center level or GSTP at the state level is implemented in India? We can say that over the years, center's share is in increasing trend from 0.1%, 0.51% in 2001 to 1.11% in 2010 level. So it's very minimal, I can say, it clearly shown, but at least it is showing an increasing trend. For that much, we must be happy. And there was a dip in the 2 years. Then it comes to the 1.12% in the 2019 and 20. It is only about the center's share on the education compared to the GDP. And then state's share. State share was almost 3.894%, but it has declining from 3.63% in 2000 to 2001 to 3.27% in 2019-20. So combined together, state and center's share on expenditure is more than 4%, but below 6%. So India's education expenditure should grow. Of course, 6% is also not sufficient because India has more than 33 crores of students, lakhs of schools, hundreds of universities. So we should spend more on education because education is one vital criteria which has a spillover effect on health, society, development, progressive thinking, equality of women, development of women. So many things, social development or happiness of the society depends upon the education. So with this, I like to propose that education expenditure should be improved. Education policies should be implemented with the proposals or the changes given by the experts across the India working for the education sector in India, they either voluntarily or as a part of their research or the academics. And government should commit for this education policy. And we as a teachers must also inculcate this responsibility for taking over the student-centric methodology in the classroom, not just teacher-centric, but also student-centric methodology in the classroom, and seeing education as a holistic approach. It's not a single approach, but a holistic approach for a human being development, because it has effect on his mind, body, and soul. Education connects his mind, body, and soul. So I thank the coordinators of this international conference for giving me this opportunity. I'm very happy to share some of my views regarding this national education policy. And with this, I hand over this to our coordinator, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well presented the philosophy, past, present, and what could be the outcome of the present national education policy. You know, it is quite promising for all of us to have this kind of initiative. Even this model is also widely implemented in abroad. Even in IGNOU also we see we can choose a student or a learner opting for any course can choose from any discipline and combine them to have their degrees. So that is very good initiative, because nowadays industry requirements are varied. They need multiple disciplines and across, so they can pursue it, and employment will also become easier.
Yes,
As
yes.
very well said, very well presented, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Savitri, ma'am, over to you for concluding remarks.
Ma'am,
Hello,
excellent
madam.
presentation, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Detailed manner about the new education policy and what are the different problems faced by the students, what are the solutions, everything. Once again, you proved a talented woman. Thank you so much, madam, for accepting my invitation and presenting your paper.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, because without you, I did not even know this was existing yesterday. So thank you so much. I thank Dr. Savitri ma'am and also Ravindra sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Lata, is waiting, sir. Shall I invite her, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Nagaratna
Nagaratna,
garu, for your wonderful session, and we wish you all the success in future endeavors.
Thank
And,
you, sir.
Yeah. And
I will look
Dr.
for-
Yes, ma'am.
I will look forward to be part of your future endeavors also, sir.
Sure, definitely. Tomorrow, all the speakers kindly join for tomorrow's 75 years of independence celebration. You can
Definitely,
also
sir.
be part of the celebrations. Already, I think Dr. Savitri has shared
Yes.
a word with you all. So
Yes,
you
sir.
can-
She shared the information and topic also for me. Same it is forwarded to you, sir.
Yeah, so do share with your friends also.
Yes, sir.
Because-
Definitely, sir.
Yeah, we have set a minimum target of 75 speakers.
Yes, sir.
Commemorating 75 years of independence. So let's together accomplish this task as a team, and we will have a great future ahead along with
Sure, sir.
association.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir. Thank you.
So we will move on to our next speaker. I invite Dr. Savitri to introduce our next speaker.
Lata madam.
Let me give
Hello.
permission. Yeah, Dr. Lata, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Madam, 2 minutes. I will introduce about you, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Sir, good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Bashiti Lata is completed her PG and PhD in Central University and previously worked as lecturer in SKR Government Degree College for Women. And later she shifted to Atmakur Government Degree College. Sir, there she created so many wonders in Atmakur Degree College. And presently she is working in SKR Government Degree College for Women, Kurnool. And she acted as NCC program officer, and she received recently 2 awards also, sir. Sir, once again, for your kind information, we 3 members are before our marriage, we are all roommates, sir.
That's nice. You are still continuing your wonderful friendship. We all need to be lifelong friends, promoting each other's academic achievements and contributions. Good to
2
see you
members
all.
will join tomorrow, sir, because lack of time they didn't join with us. Tomorrow, all the members of our entire appointment, joint persons in 2011, they will join tomorrow's occasion, sir.
That's great, ma'am. See you all together.
Thank you, sir. Thank
See you, ma'am.
you. You please carry on, Lata.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I should say thanks to Savitri ma'am and Ravindra sir. Today my topic is youth is the pride of India. First of all, I would like to share about what is the importance of the youth nowadays in India. Youth is the backbone of a country. Youth can play an important role in building a strong nation. Youth are the most important and dynamic segment of the population in any country. It is believed that developing countries with large youth population could see tremendous growth provided they invest in young people's education, health, and protect and guarantee their rights. Next, I want to define what is youth. About the youth, youth are defined as those aged 15 to 24 in the National Youth Policy 2016. This age group constitutes 45% of India's population. The 2011 census counted 563 million young people from 15 to 35 age, according to the 12th 5-year plan, volume 2nd, 2013. Next, I want to say the power of youth.
Madam,
The power of youth is the,
madam.
ma'am,
Madam.
the power of youth is the commonwealth for the entire world. The faces of young people are the faces of our past, our present, and our future. No segment in the society can match with the power, idealism, enthusiasm, and courage of the young people. The concept of youth is the best understood as a period of transition from the dependence of childhood to adulthood in independence. That's why, as a category, youth is more fluid than other fixed age groups. Next, I am going to the step of the powers of youth in India. In India only, the youth can contribute the Indian success and progress only if they are equipped with skills and knowledge. It is the duty of the government to provide them opportunities to develop their personal as well as professional skills and also provide equal facilities in the field of games and sports. Recently in Commonwealth Games in India got 22 gold medals, 16 silver medals and 23 bronze medals. That is the power of the youth only, we can say. India stood at the 4th position in the Commonwealth Games with a total of 22 gold medals. And totally India won 61 medals at the Commonwealth Games 2022. I think this is the most powerful step where Indian youth achieved also. We can say proud moment to all the youth of India. In nowadays, when we observe closely, parents of an adolescent would want their children to follow them rather letting them become leaders. This takes tolls on the innovative and creative side of the youth. They are stopped to use their potential and not let them think outside the box. Nowadays, hyperactive students are there in society, but unfortunately, if they are asked to share their views in a group, they avoid and resist. And worse, they opt to retreat and pushed by their friends forward, who eventually doesn't the same even though they have a lot of ideas, they are unable to put them forward as they have been conditioned by their parents. Some of the parents, out of extreme love, would not let them experiment and put a boundary of safety around the young, which leads to such situations. This boundary of safety doesn't let the youth to experience, understand, or know the self, which is the main cause for the lack of self-confidence, which is the sustaining of the self. When the student have self-confidence, then nobody can stop the youth from the insecurity field. When the student have self-confidence, they develop a unique way of thinking and a way of carrying themselves with a great personalities. I want to say to the parents of the today's youth, need to make them understand the basic values of life and helping nature. Advantageous only when this happens, the young people will go forward in right way. Then only youth will get overall progress in maturity and a well-balanced mind, which sustain them towards being a dynamic personality. When youth are empowered, they feel confident and capable. They become active contributors and collaborators existed to example their impact on the world around them. Then automatically that nation will be settled in first place in all aspects all over in world. Definitely, then only we can say the youth is the pride of India. These are the ఇవి కొన్ని మాటలు నేను కొన్ని ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేసుకొని కొన్ని రాసుకున్నాను మేడం. నౌ ఐ వాంట్ టు షేర్ ఫ్యూ వర్డ్స్ ఇన్ తెలుగు లాంగ్వేజ్. ఇంతకుమించి ఎక్కువ నేను తెలుగు లెక్చరర్ని కాబట్టి ఎక్కువ కూడా మాట్లాడలేను. కొన్ని మాటలు నేను తెలుగు భాషలో కూడా చెప్పదలుచుకున్నాను. అసలు ప్రస్తుతం యువత అంటే మార్పును ఆశించే నవతరం అని చెప్తాం మనము. అవకాశాలను అందిపుచ్చుకొని ముందుకెళ్తున్నటువంటి ఒక సైనికం లాంటి మంచి భవితకు బాటలు వేస్తున్నటువంటి మంచి యువత కలిగినటువంటి దేశభక్తి కలిగినటువంటి యువతర శక్తి మన భారతీయులకి కలిగింది. కలిగి ఉన్నది. తలుచుకుంటే ఏదైనా సాధించే ఆత్మవిశ్వాసం కలవారి భారతీయుల సొంతం. చెడు వ్యసనాలకు బానిసై కొందరు పెడదోవ పడుతున్నటువంటి యువత నేటి తరం మనం చూస్తున్నాం. వీరిలో కొందరు యువత, కొంతమంది, అందరినీ అని చెప్పలేము, కొద్దిమంది యువత ఉన్నత లక్ష్యాలను ఏర్పరచుకొని కష్టపడుతుండడం చూస్తున్నాం. మరికొందరు లక్ష్యం లేకుండా తమ విలువైన జీవితాలని పాడు చేసుకోవడం కూడా ఇంకోవైపు చూస్తున్నాం. అలాగే నిన్న గురువారం 12th ఆగస్టున ఇంటర్నేషనల్ యూత్ డే జరుపుకున్నాం కూడా, అంతర్జాతీయ యువజన దినోత్సవం అని. అలాగే నేను ఈ టాపిక్ తీసుకోవడానికి కూడా ఒక రీజన్, అది యూత్ అనగానే మేడం సావిత్రి మేడం గారు చెప్పగానే ఫస్ట్ టాపిక్ యూత్ అనగానే నేను అదే స్టిక్ ఆన్ అయ్యాను. ఎందుకంటే రీసెంట్ గా మనం చక్కని ప్రోగ్రామ్స్, ఎన్నో ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ యువత గురించి చేస్తున్నాము. అలాగే నేటి యువత ఎటువంటి అడిక్షన్ కి, నిన్న కూడా మేము సే ఎస్ టు లైఫ్, నో డ్రగ్స్ టు సే నో టు డ్రగ్స్ అని చెప్పి మంచి ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేశాము. కాబట్టి ప్రజెంట్ ఉన్నటువంటి యువతరం ఎలా ముందుకు వెళ్తుంది, ఎటువంటి పెడదోవ మార్గాలను చూస్తుంది అనేటటువంటి అంశాన్ని తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. సెల్ ఫోన్స్ కానీ, అది బైక్ రైడింగ్స్ కానీ, చెడు స్నేహాలు కానీ, వాటి వల్ల వచ్చేటటువంటి వాళ్ళు చేసేటటువంటి చెడు ఆలోచనలు, నేరాలకు పాల్పడడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా కారణాలు అవుతున్నాయని చూడొచ్చు. వీటి చుట్టూనే నేడు యువత చాలా మట్టికి తిరుగుతూ కనిపిస్తుంది. అలాగే మనకు చక్కని మన తెలుగు భాషా సాహిత్యంలో ఆధునిక కవుల్లో శ్రీశ్రీ గారు చెప్పినటువంటి మహాప్రస్థానంలో మనకు కనిపిస్తుంది. ఎముకలు కుల్లిన వయస్సు మల్లిన సోమరులారా చావండి అంటాడు. అంటే యువత అనేది ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఒక శక్తిగా, ఎనర్జెటిక్ గా, డైనమిక్ గా ముందుకెళ్ళాలి తప్ప ఎప్పుడు లేజినెస్ తో ఉండే వాళ్ళని వయస్సు మళ్ళిన సోమరులతో పోలుస్తాడు ఇక్కడ శ్రీశ్రీ. అలాగే కొంతమంది కుర్రవాళ్ళు పుట్టకతో వృద్ధులు, ఆ వాక్యంలోనే మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఎవరైతే లేజీగా ఉంటారో వాళ్ళని వృద్ధులతో పోల్చాడు శ్రీశ్రీ ఇక్కడ. అలాగే అందరినీ అనలేదు, మరికొద్ది మంది యువకులు ముందు యుగం దూతలు అంటాడు. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ రెండు రకాల యువతని మనకు పరిచయం చేశాడు ఈ రెండు వాక్యాల్లో శ్రీశ్రీ. నవజీవన బృందావన నిర్మాతలు అని కూడా అంటారు. కాబట్టి రాబోయే కాలానికి, భవిష్యత్ తరానికి అడుగులు వేస్తూ మంచి మార్గనిర్దేశనం చేసేటటువంటి బృందావన నిర్మాతలు కూడా ఉన్నారు అని చెప్పడం కూడా జరిగింది శ్రీశ్రీ గారు. యువతంటేనే మార్పును ఆశించే ఒక కొత్త నవతరం అని చెప్పొచ్చు. అందుకే ఆధునిక కాలంలో వస్తున్న సాంకేతికతను ఉపయోగించుకుని ముందుకు వెళ్తుంటే మరికొందరు లక్ష్యం లేకుండా సరదాలు, సెల్ ఫోన్లు, మద్యం, డ్రగ్స్ ఇలాంటి చెడు వ్యసనాలకు అలవాటై తమ జీవితాలను సర్వనాశనం చేసుకుంటూ కనిపిస్తున్నారు. అలాగే మన స్కూల్ డేస్ లో చూస్తే, స్కూల్ రోజుల్లోనే కొద్దిమంది విద్యార్థులు పెడదోవ పడుతూ కనిపిస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు నిజంగా చిన్న పిల్లల స్టేజ్ నుంచే అనేక మంది పిల్లలు చెడు వ్యసనాలకు గురవుతుండడం నిజంగా బాధాకరం. వయసుతో సంబంధం లేకుండా కొత్తదనపు అనుభూతి కోసం చెడు వ్యసనాలకు బానిసైపోతున్నటువంటి చెడు వ్యసనాలకు బానిసవుతున్నారు. దీనికి కారణం తల్లిదండ్రుల పర్యవేక్షణ లేకపోవడం, పాఠశాలలు లేదా కళాశాలల్లో యాజమాన్యం యొక్క దృష్టి సారించకపోవడం కావచ్చు, సమయం లేకపోవడంతో ఎవరైతే ఇక్కడ కాలేజెస్ వాళ్ళు సమయాన్ని కేటాయించలేకపోవడం స్టూడెంట్స్ మీద, ఈ సమయం లేకపోవడంతో యాజమాన్యం అందరూ కూడా సరిగా పట్టించుకోకపోవడం. కాబట్టి యువత ఈ పెడదోవ పట్టడానికి ముఖ్యంగా పేరెంట్స్ అలాగే యాజమాన్యాలని కూడా చెప్పొచ్చు. నేడు పెరిగిపోతున్నటువంటి సాంకేతిక విప్లవానికి, టెక్నాలజీ పెరిగిందని చెప్తున్నాము కాబట్టి సాంకేతిక విప్లవానికి తోడుగా ప్రతి ఒక్కరి చేతిలో మనకు సెల్ ఫోన్స్ కనిపిస్తున్నాయి. ఫోన్ చేతిలో ఉంటే సమస్తం ఉన్నట్లే అని భావించే కొందరు యువకులు అదే పనిగా సెల్ ఫోన్స్ వాడుతూ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని పాడు చేసుకుంటూ ఉన్నారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకు రీసెంట్ గానే జరిగినటువంటి ఇన్సిడెంట్స్ అనేకం మనకు కనిపిస్తున్నాయి. పబ్జీ లాంటివి కానీ కొన్ని టీవీలలో కూడా ఇన్సిడెంట్స్ అన్ని కూడా చూపిస్తున్నారు. అడిక్ట్ అయిపోతున్నారు, గేమ్స్ కి అడిక్ట్ అయిపోయి వాళ్ళ బ్రెయిన్ పాడవడము, మన కాన్షియస్ లో లేకపోవడము, ఇలాంటి అనేక ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ పిల్లల్ని అలాంటివన్నీ కూడా అలాంటి పెడదోవ పట్టించి పిచ్చోల్ని చేస్తున్నటువంటి గేమ్స్ అనే కాదు, చెడు వ్యసనాలు అన్ని కూడా చెప్పొచ్చు. అలాగే వీటితో పాటు మోసాలకు పాల్పడుతూ నేరగాళ్లుగా దృష్టి సారిస్తూ ఉన్నారు వాళ్ళు. రీసెంట్ గా లాస్ట్ టైం మనం చూసాం, మనం హైదరాబాద్ అక్కడ జరిగినటువంటి దిశ కేసు లాంటివి అనేక మనము, దిశ అక్కడ బాగా పెద్ద ఎత్తున అయింది కానీ రోజు అనేక సంఘటనలు మనం ప్రతిరోజు పేపర్లలో న్యూస్లలో చదువుతూనే ఉన్నాము. ఈ మధ్య చాలా చూసాం కూడా, రోజు చూస్తూనే ఉన్నాం కూడా. ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో మనం ముఖ్యంగా కరోనా ప్రభావం వల్ల చిన్న పిల్లవాడి నుంచి ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ఆన్లైన్ క్లాసెస్ కోసం ఈ సెల్ ఫోన్స్ తీసుకోవడం, యూట్యూబ్ కానీ వేరే ట్విట్టర్, ఫేస్బుక్, వాట్సాప్ ఇలాంటి అనేక రకమైన యాప్స్ అన్ని కూడా వాడడం చిన్న పిల్లల నుంచి పెద్దవాళ్ళ వరకు అందరికీ అలవాటైపోయింది. అది ఒక భాగం అయిపోయింది. అంతేకాకుండా పిల్లలకు చిన్నప్పుడే ఈ బైక్స్ రైడింగ్ అని కూడా చెప్పాను ఇందాక. ఈ మధ్య ఇది ఎక్కువ కూడా వైజాగ్ లో కూడా రీసెంట్ గా జరిగినటువంటి ఇన్సిడెంట్ మనం ఇక్కడ చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. బైక్స్ రైడింగ్ అనేది ఒక పిచ్చిలాగా తయారైపోయింది పిల్లల్లో. అదిగాక చిన్నప్పుడే పిల్లలకి బైక్స్ కొనివ్వడం, ఖరీదైనవి కొనివ్వడంతో పాటు ఈ అతివేగం వల్ల యాక్సిడెంట్స్ వల్ల ప్రమాదాలకు గురవుతున్నటువంటి యువతని నేడు ఒకవైపు చూస్తున్నాం. కాలేజ్ పేరుతో ఇంటి నుంచి బయటికి వెళ్ళడం, సినిమాలు, రిసార్ట్స్, పబ్బులు వెళ్తూ ఎంజాయ్ చేయడం, ఇదంతా కూడా మనకు రీసెంట్ గా హైదరాబాద్ లో జరిగినటువంటి ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అలాగే మద్యానికి బానిసై యువత ఆత్మహత్యల చుట్టూ తిరుగుతూ నేడు కనిపిస్తున్నటువంటి యువత కనిపిస్తుంది. అలాగే ఉంటే ఒకవేళ ఇదే కొనసాగితే పెను ప్రమాదం, జల్సాల కోసం నేరాల బాట పట్టడం లాంటి అనేక పెద్ద నేరాలకి పాల్పడడం లాంటివి, డ్రగ్స్ కి అడిక్ట్ అవ్వడం లాంటివి మనము చూస్తాం. ఒకవేళ ఇదే కొనసాగితే ఈ ముప్పుని మనం గుర్తించలేకపోతే అని చెడు బాట పడుతున్నట్లుగా ఇంట్లో మొదలు గుర్తించాల్సి ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి మనం పిల్లల్ని మనం చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి మనం అబ్జర్వేషన్లో పెట్టాలి అని అనుకుంటూ ఉంటాం. కానీ సమయాభావం వల్ల వాళ్ళని గుర్తించకపోవడం, వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసినా, వాళ్ళు ఏం మాట్లాడినా వినకపోవడం, వాళ్ళకి సమయాన్ని మనం ఇవ్వలేకపోవడం వల్ల వాళ్ళు ముఖ్యంగా పెడదోవ పట్టడానికి అక్కడ మొదటి కారణం అవుతాం. కాబట్టి చెడుబాట పడుతున్నట్లుగా ఇంట్లో మొదట గుర్తించాల్సింది తల్లిదండ్రులే. మనకు మంచి సామెత కూడా ఉంది, మొక్కై వంగనిది నానయ్య వంగదు అని పెద్దలు చెప్పినట్లుగా. కాబట్టి చిన్నప్పుడే వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నటువంటి బిహేవింగ్ అలవాట్లని, వ్యవహార పద్ధతులని అవన్నిటిని కూడా మనం గమనించి మంచి దారిలో పెట్టినట్లయితే వాళ్ళు ఒక మంచి యువత రేపు ఏమంటారు కదా, భారతీయులకు అందరికి కూడా ఒక మంచి భారతీయుడు లాగా తయారవుతారు. విద్యార్థి దశలో చెడు స్నేహాలతో ఈ మందు, సిగరెట్ లాంటి అలవాట్ల పడిన వాళ్ళు మత్తు పదార్థాల వైపు ఖచ్చితంగా వెళ్ళడం చేస్తారు. వారిని గుర్తించాలి. కాబట్టి ఆ స్టేజ్ లోనే, చిన్నప్పటి స్టేజ్ లోనే ఎప్పుడైతే వాడు అడిక్షన్ కి మొదలు పెట్టాడు, అడిక్ట్ అవుతూ ఉన్నాడని మాకు కొంచెం డౌట్ వస్తుంటుంది. అటువంటి యువతని ఆ క్షణంలోనే, ఆ స్టేజ్ లోనే వాళ్ళని గుర్తించగలిగితే వాడు చెడు వైపు వెళ్లకుండా మంచి మార్గంలో వెళ్ళేటట్టు మనం గుర్తించగలం. అలాగే ఇంట్లో తల్లిదండ్రులు పట్టించుకోకుంటే చాలా మంది డిప్రెషన్ లోకి కూడా వెళ్ళిపోయే సందర్భాలు కూడా చూస్తుంటాం. ఈ క్రమంలో తల్లిదండ్రులు గుర్తించడానికి కొన్ని ఇక్కడ నేను ఒక 4-5 సజెషన్స్ ఇచ్చాను. చదువులో వెనకబడడం. కాబట్టి ఎప్పుడు చదివినా కూడా వాడు మార్క్స్ రాకపోవడం, సరిగా చదవకపోవడం, సరిగా స్కూల్ కి కాలేజ్ కి వెళ్ళకపోవడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనకు కారణాలుగా మనం గుర్తించడానికి తల్లిదండ్రులు వాడు చేస్తున్నటువంటి ప్రవర్తనలో మార్పులు ఎలా గుర్తించాలో ఇవి చెప్పాను. పరీక్షలు బాగా రాయలేకపోవడం, మాటిమాటికి ఏడవడం, అలాగే ఒంటరిగా ఉండాలని అనుకోవడం, తన ప్రవర్తనలో అప్పటిదప్పుడే చికాకు పడడం, చిన్న పెద్ద వాళ్ళతో కూడా చికాకు పడడం, అవన్నీ కూడా గుర్తించవచ్చు. అలాగే ఆలస్యంగా నిద్రపోవడం, సెల్ ఫోన్ తో ఎక్కువ గడపడం, అబద్ధాలు, చీటికి మాటికి కూడా ప్రతిదానికి అబద్ధాలు చెప్పేటటువంటి వ్యక్తిత్వం కూడా అలవర్చుకుంటాడు. అలాగే ఇటువంటి వాళ్ళపై తల్లిదండ్రులు కొంచెం దృష్టి పెట్టినట్లయితే ఆ యువత పెడదోవ పట్టకుండా మనం సన్మార్గంలో నడిపించడానికి కారకులవుతాం. అలాగే పిల్లలు ఒంటరిగా ఉండకుండా చూడాలి, వాళ్ళతో మనస్సు విప్పి మాట్లాడాలి. ఈ రోజుల్లో తల్లిదండ్రులకి సమయం లేదని చెప్పేస్తున్నాము. అది కొంచెం మనము యువతని మంచి మార్గంలో నడిపించాలంటే మొట్టమొదట మనము తల్లిదండ్రుల నుంచే మనల్ని చూసి వాళ్ళు ఇన్స్పైర్ అవుతారు, మనల్ని చూసి వాళ్ళు ఫాలో అవుతారు. కాబట్టి పిల్లల్ని మనం ఎక్కువ టైం స్పెండ్ చేస్తే బాగుంటుందన్నది నా ఉద్దేశం. అలాగని అతి స్వేచ్ఛ కూడా ఇవ్వకూడదు. పిల్లలకి మరీ ఎక్కువ కూడా అతి స్వేచ్ఛ ఇచ్చినా కూడా పెను ప్రమాదమే. ఖాళీ సమయాల్లో ఎవరితో ఎక్కువ ఫ్రెండ్షిప్ చేస్తున్నారో కూడా అబ్జర్వేషన్ పెట్టాలి మనం. అలాగే డబ్బులు కూడా ఎక్కువ ఇవ్వకూడదు. పిల్లలకి ఈ రోజుల్లో అంతా ఒకరిద్దరు పిల్లలే కాబట్టి చాలా గారాబంగా పెంచేస్తున్నాం. నిజంగా ఎంత అడిగితే అంత, దానికి అడిగిన దానికన్నా ఎక్కువ కొనిచ్చేస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి డబ్బులు అతిగా కూడా మనకు ఉన్నాయని ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్ కానీ ఎక్కువ ఇవ్వడం కానీ చేసినా కూడా ఆ యువతకి పెనుమార్గం ఏమంటారు తప్పుదోవలో నడిపించడానికి మనమే కారకులం అవుతామని ఒకసారి నోటీస్ ఇస్తున్నాను నేను ఇక్కడ. కాబట్టి అది వాళ్ళకి చెడు అలవాట్లకి, చెడు వ్యసనాలకి, చెడు దారులకి వెళ్ళడానికి ఆస్కారం ఉంటుంది. డబ్బు చాలా విలువైనది. ఆ డబ్బు విలువని కూడా పిల్లలకి తెలియజేసేలాగా, మసలుకనేలాగా చేయాలి. అలాగే నైతిక విలువలకు ప్రాధాన్యం ఇవ్వాలి. నేటి యువతకి ముఖ్యంగా విలువలు అనేవి కూడా చాలా గొప్ప విలువలు మనకు తెలిసినవి. నేటి యువతకు అసలు ఎదుటి మనిషికి ఎలాగా రెస్పెక్ట్ ఇవ్వాలి, ఎలా గౌరవించాలి అనేటటువంటి ఈ కామన్ బేసిక్ రూల్స్ కూడా, బేసిక్ వాల్యూస్ కూడా తెలియకుండా పెరిగేస్తున్నారు పిల్లలు. కాబట్టి నేటి యువతకు నైతిక విలువల పట్ల చక్కని అవగాహన కలిగించాలి. ముఖ్యంగా చాలా విలువైనవి, ఇవి చాలా 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 ఇంపార్టెంట్ చెప్పొచ్చు. అలాగే పాశ్చాత్య పోకడలకు దూరంగా ఉండేలా చూడాలి. మనం ఎప్పుడు చెప్తుంటాం ఇంగ్లీష్ వాళ్ళది, అమెరికా వాళ్ళ కల్చర్ తీసుకొచ్చుకున్నాం, మన కల్చర్ ని వదిలేశామని. నిజమే కావచ్చు అది కూడా, కానీ పాశ్చాత్య పోకడలకి ఒకవేళ తీసుకున్నా, అక్కడే కల్చర్ ని తీసుకున్నా, మన సంస్కృతి సంప్రదాయాలని పోకుండా, మర్చిపోలేకుండా చేయాలి పిల్లలకి. ఇక్కడ చదువు, కెరీర్ పై దృష్టి సారించేలా చూడాలి. ఎప్పుడు కూడా వాళ్ళని వేరే డీవియేషన్ కి వెళ్లకుండా వాళ్ళని జాగ్రత్త పడేలాగా చూసుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత కూడా తల్లిదండ్రులు ఉంటుంది యువతని. అలాగే మానవత్వం గురించి వివరించాలి. బేసిక్ వాల్యూస్ లో ఈ 2 పాయింట్స్, నైతిక విలువలు, హ్యుమానిటీ. ఈ మానవ విలువలని మనం ఒక్కసారి వాళ్ళకి రుచి చూపించగలిగినట్లయితే వాడు నిజంగా మాక్సిమం 99% తప్పుదోవలో వెళ్లకుండా ఉండడానికి ప్రయత్నిస్తాడు. అలాగే సమస్యల గురించి చెప్పడం. ఈ ప్రతిరోజు చూస్తున్న మనం పేపర్లలో కానీ టీవీలలో ప్రతి చిన్నదానికి సెల్ ఫోన్ కొనివ్వలేదని, బైక్ కొనివ్వలేదని సూసైడ్ అటెంప్ట్ చేయడం కానీ, చిన్న పిల్లలే సూసైడ్ అటెంప్ట్ చేసి ఆత్మహత్యలకు పాల్పడుతున్నటువంటి సంఘటనలు నేడు రోజు చూస్తున్నాం కలారా. కాబట్టి సమస్యను వచ్చినప్పుడు యువత సమస్యని ఎదిరించి సవాలుగా తీసుకొని ముందుకెళ్ళి ఆ విజయమో అపజయమో ఏదో ఒకటి సాధించేటట్టుగా ముందుకు వెళ్ళేటటువంటి ఆ సవాలు విసిరాలికి తప్ప సవాలు తీసుకొని దానికి సవారీ చేయాలి అని చెప్తూ ఉంటాం ఎప్పుడు కూడా. కాబట్టి సమస్యలు వచ్చినప్పుడు భయపడకూడదనేటటువంటి ధైర్యాన్ని తల్లిదండ్రులు కానీ, ఇటు కళాశాలల్లో టీచర్స్, అధ్యాపకులు కానీ వాళ్ళకి యువతకి నేర్పించగలగాలి. ముఖ్యంగా నేటి యువతకి ఇది చాలా అవసరమని నొక్కి వక్కానిస్తున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే ప్రతి చిన్న విషయానికి హడలెత్తిపోతుంటారు. పిల్లలే కాదు, పెద్దవాళ్ళు కూడా చిన్న విషయాలకి సమస్య రాగానే చాలా బెంబేలెత్తిపోయి ఆత్మహత్యలు కానీ ఏమేమో చేసేసుకుంటూ జీవితాల్ని సర్వనాశనం చేసుకున్నటువంటి అనేక సంఘటనలు నేడు చూస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి సమస్యలని సవారీగా చేయాలి, సమస్యగా తీసుకోకూడదన్నది నా ఉద్దేశం. ఎలా ఎదుర్కోవాలి, ముఖ్యంగా సమస్యలు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎలా ఎదుర్కోవాలంటే, మన తల్లిదండ్రులు మనం వచ్చినప్పుడు, వాళ్ళ సమస్యలు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎదుర్కొన్నటువంటి సంఘటనలు మనం చూస్తుంటే మన పిల్లలకు కూడా మనం చెప్పగలం. కాబట్టి మనం ముందుగా యాజ్ ఎ పేరెంట్, తల్లిదండ్రులు కూడా ధైర్యంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు తన పిల్లలు కూడా ఆటోమేటిక్ గా మంచి ధైర్యవంతులుగా తీర్చిదిద్దగలుగుతాం. కాబట్టి జీవితం అంటే ఈ సరదాలు షికార్లే కాదు, లక్ష్యాలను నిర్దేశించుకొని ముందుకు సాగేలా ప్రోత్సహించాలి. కాబట్టి జీవితంలో అన్నీ ఉండాలని నేను ఎప్పుడు మా స్టూడెంట్స్ కూడా అదే చెప్తుంటాను. సరదాలు, షికార్లు, చదువు ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంటో అలాగే లైఫ్ కూడా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అన్నది కూడా మనం పిల్లల్ని చెప్తూ ప్రోత్సహించినప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి జీవితం మీద మంచి ఉత్సాహం వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి అలాగే ఇప్పుడు వస్తున్నటువంటి యాప్స్ అన్ని కూడా వాట్సాప్, ఫేస్బుక్, ట్విట్టర్, ఇలా వీటన్నిటితో, ఈ యాప్స్ అన్నిటితో పాటు కాలాన్ని వృధా చేస్తున్నటువంటి యువత, ఇంకా సెల్ ఫోన్ లేకపోతే ప్రపంచమే లేదనేటటువంటి యువత కూడా నేడు కనిపిస్తుంది. కాబట్టి టైం మేనేజ్మెంట్, టైం ని సద్వినియోగం చేసుకోవాలి. టైం ని చక్కగా వినియోగించుకోగలిగితే ఆ నేటి యువత, ఆ యువకుడు కావచ్చు, అమ్మాయి, అబ్బాయి మంచి ప్లేస్ లో, మంచి హై పొజిషన్ లో ఉండడానికి ఆస్కారం ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి టైం మేనేజ్మెంట్, సమస్యలు ఎదుర్కోవడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఇప్పుడు చెప్పినటువంటి అంశాలన్నీ కూడా ఒక యువత చక్కగా పాటించినట్లయితే నెక్స్ట్ భారతదేశానికి ఒక వెన్నెముక లాంటి మంచి ఆదర్శమైనటువంటి పర్సన్స్ గా నిలుస్తారని చెప్తూ ఇది నా టాపిక్ అని తెలియచేసుకుంటున్నాను. సావిత్రి మేడం గారికి, అలాగే రవీంద్ర బాబు సార్ గారికి మరొకసారి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ సార్ అండ్ మేడం.
Thank you, Lata, for your excellent explanation about youth and role of youth.
Ma'am, your audio got disconnected. It is very well presented, Dr. Lata ma'am. So very well explained, portrayed the practical aspects of youth, how youth are, wasting their time instead of being in productive, where some youth are extremely cautious about their careers and engagements. But certain youth are like, they are not even bothered about their future careers, and they are most involved in gaming and other such activities. There is time for everything, but still we need to be very conscious of what we are doing, and maybe at that moment of time that may be the priority for them, but at a later age, one should not regret that we have wasted our time, or we could have done a productive work. So everything
sir.
should go hand in hand, like even play should also be part of life, irrespective of age. At the same time, we need to have conscious career guidance all through, so that one can reach one's highest potential.
Yes.
Very well explained.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Ravinder, sir.
Ma'am, join back.
Hello,
Ma'am.
Ma'am.
Lata.
Yeah, ma'am. Chapandi.
Thank you, Lata. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and delivered excellent speech on youth and their role and their responsibilities and how they are wasting their times and how they can utilize their times. Sir, Lata is one of the greatest example for success, sir. Being came from a, middle below family, and her life is entirely different when compared with remaining people. She achieved a greatest position in her life, and successfully she is doing all the activities. Previously, she acted as a in-charge principal in government degree college also. In that college also, she did so many wonderful things when compared with other principals. Being as a part-time principal, she did so many great jobs in that college, sir. I really appreciate my bottom of heart for Lata's greatest work in her job places, sir.
It's really
So
nice
happy,
to know. Especially women are no doubt they are very multi-talented. We just need to support them and extend our motivation, so that now they can excel. They are very good managers. We see at home also how very well managed. Especially we being men also, it is very difficult. So they're managing many things, but women are bestowed with this wonderful quality. They can excel at home as well as at workplace. The only thing is we need to have a little bit more patience, and we need to encourage them, motivate them, and we see how lot of speakers here today who have joined and who have really achieved so many things. This platform also brings us so many opportunity to learn from each other, so we can get inspired and motivate from each other. It's a very great opportunity for all of us to learn from each other. Very well said.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్. చాలా ఆనందంగా ఉంది మాకు కూడా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయడము. సావిత్రి మేడం, రియల్లీ థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Okay, Lata.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, with this, we will move on to our next speaker. So I invite Dr. Savitri Garu to invite our next speaker, Dr. Aruna.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to the all the dignitaries in this platform. I request Aruna madam, please unmute yourself and share your PPT, madam. Aruna madam.
Yeah, Dr. Aruna ma'am, you can unmute yourself and start your video.
Yes, Savitri, are you able to hear me?
Yes, madam. Your voice is audible for us, madam. Yes. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. D. Aruna Kumari Madam. She is my friend and family member also, sir. Previously, she worked with us in SKR Government Degree College as lecturer in zoology, and later Madam transferred to SKR Government Degree College for Men, Autonomous Kadapa. She is working there as in charge of zoology department. And Madam is very kind-hearted, sir, and she is work-hearted, and she is expertise in women issues. She can present in women issues in a very smooth manner, and she is very calm going person and dedicated work-hearted person, sir. Thank you very much, Aruna Madam, for accepting our invitation and to share your views in this international platform. Thank you, Madam.
It's my pleasure to Savitri. Shall I proceed?
Ma'am, please.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Welcome,
Sir,
ma'am.
even
Please
sir.
No, ma'am. Please continue. We will after the session we will share our observation.
Okay, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Savitri, just a minute.
Ma'am, you please introduce yourself meanwhile.
Savitri,
Ma'am.
I'm little problem in sharing my.
No problem. You can open your PPT, ma'am. There it is on the desktop now. You open it simply. Yeah, open it.
Okay.
Okay. You go for F5,
yes,
madam.
yes, I got it, Savitri. So, good evening to all. Myself, Dr. Aruna from the Department of Zoology, Government Degree College, Anantapur, from Andhra Pradesh. So, today my topic is physical literacy, which is the keynote to the active and healthy life. So, here my topic presentation is about the health issues and what are the physical literacy we have to maintain for sustain of healthy life. So, let us have a brief discussion about the introduction. What is health? So health is nothing but the being a good at both physical as well as the mental status. So being good at physical and mental status has been defined as the health. So in which we have to know what is health, what are the types of health. Basically, we know two types of health: physical health as well as the mental health. But I would like to say that there is also a spiritual health, economic health, or the financial health, in which all states of the health should be well-being. Otherwise, it causes illness both in physical as well as in the mental state. So, physical health means whatever the appearance to look after the others. So, if a person is looking in a good manner, his posture is good, he looks so colorful, height and weight is also very good, we assume that that person is at good physical health. But we don't know what are the problems he was facing internally, whether their heart or kidney are working properly or not. And at the same time, the mental health, when we approach and when we make some sort of communication with him or his, then only we will came to know that what is her or what is his mental health, whether he is suitable or behaving very well during its mental state or not. So it can be identified when we have some sort of communication with him only. Next, if we are not earn very well, if we not save our money in a proper manner, if we face some financial crisis, it will lead to the pressure which can cause the health in the manner of financial health or economic health. If we are good in a economic manner or in a financial manner, it will give some sort of pleasantness as well as some sort of confidence for us, so that we can be under a good condition in related to the financial health. So like this, in every aspect of our life, we need to make a good health. Either it may be the physical, or it may be the mental, or it may be the financial, or it may be the spiritual, like that. So, but this health will depends upon so many factors. So what are the surrounding atmosphere we are working there? If we are in good health condition, both physical, mental, spiritual, financial, like that, if our surrounding conditions are not suitable to cope up with the people who are present in a particular area where we are working. This also causes a sort of illness in all aspects of the health. So health depends upon so many factors, in which one of the most important factor is where we are working, where we are living, to whom with we are working, and at the same time to whom with we are cope up. So all these aspects will causes the health. So let us move on the main topic, that is the physical literacy. Okay. Physical literacy, all this is the types of health: spiritual, physical, mental, emotional. Some people looks very confident, and even they doesn't have a simple problem in their face, they are moving very freely, but when we touch their heart, they will become burst. So that type of illness will be treated as the emotional health. And at the same time, some people who are in a particular area, that is if they will expose to the environment, their original health habits will be exposed. So that type of health will be treated as the environment. Some of the people look very healthy in home, but when they expose to the social atmosphere, their originality will be existed. So all these are the various factors which can influence our health. So let us move on the exact topic, the physical literacy. So physical literacy can be defined as the person who is physically active with more important, which can transmit the health from just being at a starting point or at a stagnant place to move on very active, as well as the active location. So being physically active is more important to the health than just being other part of the life when we have under the control. So physical literature, if we give some sort of physical literature to the children, they move with skillful purpose, as well as they know that they are moving very well, and this will bring the confidence and encourages them to try the new aspects and different, they will try to participate in different activities without any fear. So being physical literacy for the health purpose as well as for well-growing purpose of the children is very, very important. So this physical literacy also provides a foundation from which the sporting excellence can grow. Physical literacy, therefore, it will be treated as both for developing habits as well as for lifelong physical activity, as well as for enjoyment of the health conditions. We know that ABC's importance of ABCs in the physical literacy. That means the agility, balance, coordination, and speed are very valuable in almost all physical exercises as well as the sports. So developing ABC is also one of the most important factor in the physical literacy. And this physical literacy can include so many aspects which are correlated to the part of exercises, which can give. So here in this diagram, if the person is very well about the physical literacy, they can give the physical competence to the others, as well as they can build some sort of confidence in their basic levels, as well as they can be motivated to others, and they can motivate themselves if they are good at their physical literacy. All that leads to take the sport for life, as well as a strong feelings and good skills, development of good skills, and they can control the basic emotions also. So all this will leads to the active for the life, and it will give healthy lifestyle. So these are the various images which can show what is physical literacy, what we have to do after getting a brief idea about the physical literacy, what it will be impacted, how does it impact in our life. So confidence and competence with others, as well as participation of healthy active talks at the school as well as home and other community like so when they are exposed to the social environments, they will be very confident. A wide range of physical activities will also leads to the release of a better hormones, feel good hormones, which can give a lot of health to the peoples. A variety of movement skill also will be developed in this physical literacy. So all by seeing all this, we can easily define that physical literacy is the ability to move your body confidently during physical activity. So even though some people always used to say that I'm doing exercise daily. What is that exercise? If we ask what you are doing daily, ante I wake up and I was very busy with cooking carry box to my child, to my husband. There is no need to have a time at least to sit 5 minutes in the sofa. I'm always running towards the bedroom, kitchen, hall, outing like that. But that this not comes under the physical activity. So we need to spare some sort of time for the physical exercise separately. So all these are cooking, packaging, all these are nothing but a part of life, a part of work, but not comes under the extra physical activities. All this can be done for everyone. Okay. So physical literacy is the ability to move your body confidently during physical activity. So even కొంతమంది చేస్తున్నప్పుడు even some are moving or some are doing exercise, they thought that they are doing something, not very confidently, not doing intentionally, not doing actively. So all this will not be so much helpful. So being good and doing good with more confidence is very important. So make a healthy lifestyle choices and perform a variety of skills at schools. So if the children are very well about this physical literacy, they can make a healthy lifestyle without saying anything. If they have good idea about the physical literacy, they can follow some sort of healthy lifestyle choices. Okay, they are also good at their schools, home, and in the community also. Okay. So as I said, this physical literacy and during the exercise, they can develop the some sort of skills. These skills are of so many types. I would like to explain 3 major skills. This physical literacy will develop the locomotor skills. So what are locomotor skills? If the biological students or zoology students can know very well about the locomotor skills. That means transporting the body in any direction from one point to the another. So if we are staying like this, you can easily transport the body in any direction, front to back, lower side, upper side, stretching, running, moving, all this. So if we can move our body in any direction, it will be treated as a locomotor skill. Before standing at a stagnant place, at a certain posture, we have to move, which can develop the locomotor skills. The best examples for the locomotor skills will include the walking, running, hopping, skipping, jumping for height, jumping for a distance, dodging, as well as the side stepping will also develop the locomotor skills. So the next one is the stability skills. We know that some of the children are very active. They can't stay at a particular place. So we can treat that it is a hyperactive disorder. So my children is very hyperactive. Not even he can able to stand at a particular place for even for 30 seconds, even for 1 minute. We can feel that that is a great thing. But it is not like that. If we have to develop our concentration, we have to develop the skills for staying at a particular place. That type of skills will be treated as the stability skills. So in the stability skills, we can able to balancing the body in stillness and as well as in motion. So in this diagram, we can able to see this children is at a particular portion and she is trying to balance her entire body on her hips. Okay. So her mother is at a landing position. So this is being at a landing position, being at a position where who have trying for balancing, all will develop the stability skills. Okay. Next, the manipulative skills. Manipulation means at the last minute, we can able to change our idea. So that will be treated as, in general, the manipulative, changing capacity. That will be treated as the manipulative skills. These manipulative skills will be developed when our mind is very sharp very sharp for a small distance also. We have to make a good concentration to manipulate our skills. For example, if two persons are playing a cricket, if the batsman hit the ball, the fielder has to catch the ball within a fraction of 10 seconds. So he have to identify how long the ball has been going, how the height is distance, what is the time it takes to fall down the ball, and where is the position I have to catch the ball. So like that, all these manipulative skills will be developed when the mind is at very sharp. So this will be treated as control of objects using various body parts. So for example, here in this diagram, the boy is trying to catch the ball. So here we can easily say what are the various body parts involving in these manipulative skills. Hands, fingers, the legs which has to be run towards the ball, and the eyes which has to face the exact position of the ball to catch. So on the posture of the, or the bending nature of the backside or the abdomen, or whatever it may be, the entire body. So all this will be treated as the manipulative skills, and these manipulative skills will be developed when we are very particular and when we have great idea about the physical literacy. So the best examples for this manipulative skills will include the catching, throwing, kicking, as well as the sticking with the hands, sticking with an implement, and the pushing, rolling, as well as the weighing. So all these will be kicking. All this will be treated as the manipulative skills. So the manipulative skills, stability skills, as well as locomotor skills will be developed when we learn about the, or when we know very well about the physical literacy. So all these physical literacy which can develop motor skills, and these motor skills of various kinds, all these kinds will makes the person very active. The active body will always give good health to the person. So apart from doing the exercise, apart from having good idea about the physical literacy, we have to maintain some sort of healthy habits for the best future, as well as best lifestyle management, as well as to have good health. So we are celebrating now as a 75th Independence Day. So the actual age span of Indians are 80 years once upon a time, but it has been gradually reduced to 60. If we maintain all this, what are the points I have told, what are the knowledge we are having about the physical literacy and healthy habits, this 75 years of Independence Day will also confined for us that we have lived at least a healthy life for 75 years also. So the physical literacy, having physical literacy in our mind, there are some sort of healthy habits which can give a good healthy lifestyle and good health to us. The first one is start your day with a stretching. So just wake up 5 minutes before the 15 minutes before the actual time what you are going to wake up routine. Daily, the daily timings follow kakunda. If we wake up within 15 minutes before, we can stretch our body. This stretching will increases the best ability to move our body, and at the same time it will take only 10 to 15 minutes to activate all parts of our body. So stretching helps us to wake up and to give you more energy. It also improves the flexibility as well as the coordination It also helps the circulation of the body and different postures of the body as well as relaxation of muscles also. So when we go for sleep, not 8 hours nearly, our body total will be under rest at 8 hours. So before we activate our daily routines, it's better to have stretchings and at the same time fuel your body properly for the day. The well start is, we know that well start is half done. If we give proper health at early morning, the total energy will be last throughout the day and make room for a tea. So many people generally used to say, I don't have a habit of tea, I don't have a habit of coffee. So habit as well as continuous applying of coffee is somewhat not recommended when compared to that of the tea, especially the tea with the antioxidants like a green tea, the petals tea like that. It's better to have a tea room in our daily routine life. So if some people, I don't like tea, I like only coffee. So the people who do not able to quit the coffee, at least make a skip of or replace of coffee with tea now and then. So next, breathe properly. So having more breath, having good supply of oxygen will also give a body a good body metabolism which can able to release more amount of energy so that our body can be activated very well. Next, having a large meal at a time is not recommended. It's better we have eat small as well as eat often now and then. Okay, and at the same time, we have to add 2 good habits and we have to remove 2 bad habits. Just to list out the good habits what we are having, add 2 more, and let us write the bad habits at a place and remove at least 2 bad habits. So this will be continued for nearly for every 2 months. Okay. Next, going to bed at early is very, very important. So next one is bad habits, what we have to need quit at a time now onwards. So no smoke picking also. Next, having binge drinking is not recommended. If we used to drink very well, we have to take medicines for a long time. Don't become old at a night. So that means we have to take proper health, proper sleep. Wearing of headphones for a long hours during the night times is also not recommended, which causes the fungus in our ears also. So TV trouble. So most of the people are trying to have a lot of TV shows for at least midnight hours also. We have to reduce it very badly. We have to make a TV for especially for news purpose or what, we have to know what is the things happening all around the world. So it's better to reduce a maximum time for the TV, and wearing of heels for the women is also not recommended, which can cause the growing of extra bone towards the ankle side. Okay, snacking even if though we are not in hungry. So some people are very foodie, they can easily tempt by seeing their very some sort of foods which can cause very damage to our body. So we should not make it even if we are not hungry. If you think you can't live without a smoke, you will be live on medicines. Okay, now. So we have to pick out the smoking so that we can reduce the medicines in our life. So skipping breakfast is not recommended at all. We should not do like that. We have to take more meal and healthy meal at breakfast time. So next, if you are in love with junk food, try to avoid them and try to reduce them. And first you have tried to reduce, then automatically you will avoid. So after having a good healthy habits and removing bad habits, as well as after having a physical exercise, by getting very idea about the physical literacy, which can benefit so many things regarding the health. So if we do exercise very properly and very regularly, we can have healthy benefits like this. So which can reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases, so that the cholesterol cannot be accumulated in the blood vessels. It can strengthen the bones, as well as 50% of lower risk of type 2 diabetes, which can also help the control of weight, 30% of lower risk of dementia, as well as it removes the energy and it improves the sleep also. So many people are saying that I'm not able to sleep well at night. If you do exercise, if you do some yogas, if you take proper healthy food, then automatically it improves the sleep. So if we have proper sleep, we can wake up very energetically at the morning, so that the total day will be at energetic. Okay, so it also prevents the cognitive declines, which has been occurred in kidney as well as the brain. Okay, so all this is about the healthy lifestyle management. So we are all know all this, but just it is a reminder on the eve of 75th Independence Day of Azadi Ka Amrit Dinotsav. Thank you very much for patiently listening. This is my presentation by Dr. Aruna from the Department of Zoology, Government Degree College, Anantapur. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravindra sir, and thank you, Savitri, very much for your.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a very insightful presentation. Very
Thank you,
well
sir.
aptly pointed out. Especially we are very much occupied with gadgets and sitting at a place. Most of the
Yes,
time we
sir.
don't even move ourselves. This
Yes, sir.
mobility is very limited. You have very well portrayed the benefits and the side effects of
So though it is not a new topic, sir, we know very well all about it. It's just a gentle reminder for all of us.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Very well presented.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, sir.
Yeah, we wish you all
Yes,
the
sir.
success, ma'am, for your
Thank
future
you, sir.
endeavors, and join for tomorrow's session also.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Dr. Savitri, ma'am, do you have any concluding remarks?
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for your excellent presentation on physical health and everything, madam.
Thank you, Savitri.
Madam, thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Savitri. Thank you, sir, Ravindra, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, we wish you
Thank
all
you.
the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have with us Dr. Chandrakala Diyali, Senior Assistant Professor from Amity University. She is also Executive Member of ACAP India and also Life Member of NAPSP. She will be presenting on social justice as a value, realizing the sustainable Bharat. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself and start your video and also your presentation. Ma'am, over to you for your session.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So is it seen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You are clear. PPT is visible. Video is also right.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I congratulate each and every one out here who has who participate today for this program, which is being very well organized and conducted by, and coordinated by Ravindra sir. And thank you for having given such a great opportunity to each speaker on such platform where we can really share our thoughts that would help each one of us to understand any context in a broader sense. So with your due permission, Ravindra sir, I would start now. See, today I would want you all to, understand social justice and why the social justice is very, very important for, the country as a whole, which is so diverse in nature. And as far as social justice is concerned, India is a diverse country and it has diversity in every aspect. And, and that diversity somehow is not being appreciated and promoted, that diversity is being used against few community, against, people from certain background, socioeconomic background, certain occupation that they have, started with, and that is against the people who are located in different geographical, conditions, and having little lesser, they are little less advantaged in terms of education, in terms of exposure, experience, and in terms of aspiration, in terms of knowledge. So when things are being, organized to work for this certain community, to suffer, then the social justice becomes very important. And when they are not able to feel, this community is not able to feel themselves as equal to other one, they do not have right, their rights are being snatched away. And another thing is they do not get equal opportunity. And not only that, they feel being discriminated, they feel being, detached and marginalized. So social justice is very, very important. And social justice is not a new thing, that is very contemporary in nature. Social justice has been there since the inception, because our, different epics and all that also gives insight about social justice. And not only that, our constitution, within the constitution preamble, directive principle of state policy, everything has its presence, of social justice, because India is diverse, but we are not able to appreciate that diversity. So hence, before I start, first I would just want you all to understand what is social justice. Social is, how individuals and group of people interact. Justice is basically means fairness or equal treatment in important matters. That means in the society, people are not feeling themselves as equal. Things are not distributed in a fair manner, and there are a lot of injustices that's happening. That is being said by Behr in 2005. The term social justice has a variety of meanings. Social justice is generally equated with the notion of equality or equal opportunity in society. Yeah, the condition of social justice, people are not to be, now when there is social justice prevailing in the society, there are absolutely, these are like, we should not have these conditions discriminated against, nor their welfare and well-being constrained or prejudiced based on gender, sexuality, religion, political affiliation, age, race, belief, disability, location. That's location is geographical location, which I have already referred to, social class, social economic circumstances, or other characteristic of background or group membership. So we are not supposed to feel that we are not being heard. We are not supposed to feel we are unequal. We are not supposed to feel we are discriminated because we are in certain given position or in certain given situation. So according to Raul, social justice is about, in 2003, he has defined that social justice is about assuring the protection of equal access to liberties, rights and opportunities, as well as taking care of the least advantaged member of society. That means there is equality in access to liberties. We should all be, feel liberal. That means liberalized, sorry. So that means we should feel that we are free. We should have certain rights, and we should be given all the opportunities. But the focus of social justice is where historically few communities, people are being discriminated, they have to be given justice. Yeah. So how to ensure this justice to this, disadvantaged group? By taking care of them, by giving them special rights, and that is called, protective justice. Okay. So that is how we have to ensure that these people enjoy equality. That means through equity. Thus, whether something is just or unjust depends on whether it promotes or hinders equality of access to civil liberties, human rights, opportunities for healthy and fulfilling lives, as well as whether it allocates a fair share of benefits to the least advantaged member of the society. Now, social justice is the promotion of a just society via the challenge of injustice and the appreciation of varieties. That means in order to help establish social justice in any given society, we have to mitigate, or we have to face, or confront the challenges that comes through these injustices that are prevailing. And we have to, at the same time, we have to appreciate the diversity, the variety that are there, variations that are there in the society. So by these two, forked means, we would be able to really, realize the values of social justice in any given, society. Social justice as a value in the Indian context. Now, Indian democracy also has been embracing, social justice, and and through constitution, of course, but the constitution does not have kind of definition or a mention of social justice anywhere. So that means whole of the constitution, but has a strong, foundation on the value of social justice. So we have to acknowledge that. We have to put that in practice after acknowledging. Social justice is a concept necessary for the welfare state, and ours is the welfare state. So why welfare? Because we have a diversity. We have diversity on different basis. So we have to understand that. Indian Constitution adopt this concept in various provisions, including preamble in the form of socialist, social, economic justice, equality, that clearly states that the state is lendily involved in social welfare of people and endeavor to establish an equal society. So social justice does not demand equal treatment, but preferential treatment or protective discrimination, that I have already explained as how historically discriminated people, community, people who have been ignored, marginalized, like tribal group, people who are geographically, located in certain inaccessible, situation or condition. So they have to be given protective rights. Okay, and that is called protective discrimination. The Indian Constitution is a very unique in its content and spirit. As we all know, constitutional scholar Granville Austin, in his magistral work, states that probably no other constitution of the world has provided so much of impetus towards changing and rebuilding a society for the common good. Because our, philosopher, our great, what do I say, leaders have been such insightful in giving their, inputs about how the society should be, to envision, like, Bhimrao Ambedkar, Gandhiji, so many, so many people, uh, people like Phule, so there are many philosophers also who have envisioned that our Indian society should be equal in every aspect, so that every individual in its own capacity would have opportunities to, recreate himself or herself, so that he or she becomes more capable than before and would be a very, very productive member of the society, productive member in terms of output, economic output, productive member in the political arena of life. Yeah. So, though our constitution is borrowed from several countries, basically USA and UK, but it has a very distinctive features that is based on the principle of equality, solidarity, that understands and value human rights, and that recognizes the dignity of every human being. So as a social worker, I feel very strong, strongly about this particular, thing about constitution of the country, where human dignity, that every individual in the society is a very precious being, and we have to ensure that human dignity is maintained from the start to the end of its life. We have a whole lifespan, and that's for the reason Indian civilization, throughout the Indian civilization, or throughout the Indian, how Indian culture is, we celebrate the birth of children. We celebrate the first food, intake of the child. We celebrate every, development of the child, because our constitution really values the dignity of human being. So, value of social justice in the Constitution of India. So, see, social justice is a value that is very, very intrinsic, or that is a intrinsic value as far as Constitution of India is concerned. And that got adopted in November 26, 1949. And, few of the provisions that, that were there in the Constitution, it got implemented, during the same year. But most of it, the whole of it, got kind of implemented in the whatever values of constitutions are there. It really got enforced and implemented in the year January 26, 1950. So, and that day is we all celebrate as Republic Day. Social justice is the foundation stone of Indian Constitution, right? So, and the first Prime Minister of India, that is Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, when this constitution was supposed to be created, for the independent India, this Nehruji, had this kind of idea that our constituent assembly for creating our Indian Constitution should focus on, on very important characteristics of the Constitution, which would stripe, which would help the starving people to get complete meal and clothes, and each Indian will get best option that he can progress himself. That means what is this? That means what was supposed to be this Constituent Assembly for creating the Constitution of India had to focus on the basics for the dignified life of every individual in the country. And that started with the food, that every person that is born in the Indian subcontinent should have a proper meal, complete 3 square meals a day. Proper clothing should be there, and we should have a shelter. Yeah, and then this country should be able to give opportunity to all. Yeah, with the establishment of constitution of the country, right? So these ingredients, he wanted it desperately be there, in the constitution. So he personally made sure that things are, these ingredients are there, so that every individual is addressed through the constitution. Social justice found useful for everyone in its kind and flexible form. So hence, social justice, which is the intrinsic value of constitution, it became such a constitution which affected every individual in this country, because it has it affected every individual because it could change through situation. That is also there. Flexibility is there. If something does not fit the given situation, we can always have the amendment in place. So that is also there in our constitution. Although social justice is not defined anywhere in the constitution, but it is an ideal element of feeling, which is a goal of constitution. So as I already said, there is no definition of social justice in the constitution of the country, but our goal, very goal of the constitution is to realize the social justice in every work of life, in every step of our dealings. The preamble and various articles contained in part 4 of the Constitution promote social justice, so that life of every individual becomes meaningful and he can live with human dignity. Social justice means the abolition of all sorts of inequalities which may result from the inequalities of wealth, opportunities, status, race, religion, caste, title, and the like. To achieve this ideal of social justice, the Constitution lays down the directive for the state in Part 4 of the Constitution, which is already being said. Social justice is thus an integral part of the justice in the generic sense. Social justice is one of its pieces. So there is justice, that's justice should be prevailing in every nook and corner of the country, in our dealings, in our, every activity that country, dream to begin with, right? So, but social justice is very, very important, because that would make sure that there is full-fledged participation of people from the grassroots. And another reason why social justice is being emphasized among all the other justices is because social justice would help every individual to lead a very dignified life, and then be recognized as an individual in the whole country. And then not only that, and every individual has a right, has equal opportunities, and then have an equal say in every areas of life. In the governance, like from 1992, self-governance, as and then Panchayati Raj, and so many other arenas of life. So social justice is a dynamic device to mitigate the suffering of the poor, weak, Dalits, tribal, deprived section of the society. Now, why poor? Because there are, because of certain um, ways of earning the money, profit minting, intention of all this entrepreneurs and business people, capitalists and all. The country had already been divided into two class, so poor and rich. So there was a lot of gap. So in order to cover up the gap with a bridge, that social justice was required. Weak in what sense? Some are disabled, some are, women being not given opportunities throughout the history until, Jyotibai Phule, people like, so many people like Jyotibai Phule and Sabitri Phule and all really work towards, emancipation of women through education. So that's for the reason weak had to be taken ahead, and that too with the protective discrimination. Dalits, who have been historically deprived and kind of discriminated, for example, how the atrocities that were faced by Eklavya, atrocities that was faced by Bhimrao Ambedkar. We have a historical evidence where people have been, suffering because of them being different castes, and just, uh, by the virtue of being born in certain community. So that was terrible. And tribal group, because we have never thought they could be mainstream. They had their own, uh, own culture. These communities are very, very, private community. This community has their own enriching culture. They are submerged in that. They are close to nature. They don't want to change. They are happy with themselves. But with time, we have this tribal people are feeling that yes, their children, their descendants, their future generation needs to come to the mainstream in order to kind of be kind of positively influenced by the process of development. So that's for the reason everyone is required to take part in the process of development. So meaning of social justice, which I've already told you, social justice as a concept, it arose in the 19th century during the Industrial Revolution, because as I already told you, there were a lot of, capitalistic kind of ideology. So there were industries, there were, people who are required for all the labor work and all that. So they wanted people who are submissive, who could be very serviceful. So with that intention, they kept these community very downtrodden. So egalitarian society was kind of not the idea. They wanted inequality in all sense, so that their themselves, because of their own, their self motive idea of enjoying every aspect of their life for themselves and their family and generations to come. So there's a, and why social justice is because we had this very, very organized social structure and social and because of that social structure, some system were created where half the people, a certain community, targeted community, were kept aside or kept away from the process of development. So hence social justice have a very, very strong meaning in the constitution of our country. Myself being the, being a social worker, So I would want you all to understand how National Association of Social Workers, define the social justice. It encompasses economic justice. Social justice is a virtue which guides us in. So when we are talking about social justice, that means it encompasses all the aspects of justice. It could be economic justice, social justice, psychological justice, emotional justice, spiritual justice, which was denied historically. So social justice is a virtue which guides us in creating those organized human interactions we call institutions. Institutions could be educational institution, it could be spiritual institution, it could be economic institution, it could be marriage as an institute, institution. So all this institution should have social justice. Now you must be wondering as why I said marriage should have social justice. In the institution of marriage also have a social justice value. Why? So that different genders, see, two genders come together to under a same roof, and there are next generation that are created which also has diversity in gender. So if social justice is prevalent in every family, that means equality, the equal sense of belongingness would be intact in every family. So every family, if the value of social justice is intact, that means the whole nation would be able to enjoy the sense of equality, sense of opportunity, sense of rights. But we have to be very, very careful. Sense of rights, sense of equality, sense of opportunity comes with sense of duty, sense of responsibility. That, and what way? If we are having liberty to speak, we should not be speaking anything that would harm certain community, that would harm certain institution, that would harm certain religious group. We have to understand and appreciate the diversity in our country, and we have to respect the existence of diversity in different aspects of our life. Constitutional provision relevant to social justice and empowerment of vulnerable sections. Now, defining social justice, while formal definition for social justice vary in wording, there are commonality among them. So as I already spoke, equal rights, equal opportunities, equal treatment with these core values in mind. So social justice, if I have to, just a layman has to define, you can define as equal rights, opportunities, and treatment for all human beings in the given nation. So now our constitution has a social value as an intrinsic value, right? So how the social justice is being enumerated, or social justice is prevalent in every article. So let us understand. Constitution provision. So Article 23, provision of trafficking in human being and forced labor, social justice provision in Indian Constitution. Article 24, prohibition of employment of children in factories, etc. Article 37, application of the principles contained in this part, directive principle of state policy. Article 38, state to secure a social order for the promotion of welfare of the people. So, so 38, it really focuses on promotion of welfare of the people, and who needs welfare? The one who are marginalized. Article 39, certain principle of policy to be followed by the state, right? It gives, it dictates that, certain principle has to be followed by every state. Article 39A, equal justice and free legal aids also. So Article 46, promotion of educational and economic interests of scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and other weaker section. Weaker section, that means economically, socially, spiritually, psychologically, those who are weaker, that means those who are, for example, Divyang, so for example, women, you know, and it could be children, it could be, you know, elderly. So all these people would be given welfare, you know, measures. They should be given the benefits of welfare measures that are there in place. Social safety. Now, what is the social safeguards that we have? Abolition of untouchability, you know, with the help of philosophers like, you know, Jyotiba Phule, the reformists, great reformists like Jyotiba Phule, Sabitri Phule, and Baba Bhimrao Ambedkar, you know, Gandhiji. So many great people, they have been able to really do away with the certain norms of the society, the norms which were against the human dignity. Those were removed, those were abolished. So abolition of untouchability, that is Article 17. So when I am talking about untouchability, who are untouchable people? Those people who are cleaning the dirt that we are dirting, right? Those are untouchable people. But who is dirting the environment? We are dirting the people. They are the cleaners. So who becomes untouchable? That is a big question. So few social realities we have to be awakened with. Who are cleaning? Are the cleaner people who are, you know, spreading the dirt and who are creating the, you know, kind of waste are dirty. So it is our obligation also, it is our responsibility to take part in cleaning, because we all share this earth, we all share this planet. So we all have to take the responsibility, not only privilege. So Article 25, freedom of conscience and free profession, practice and propagation of religion. That means we are supposed to be freedom of conscience, free profession, practice and propaganda of religion. That means we are supposed to be able to follow certain religious ideology, right? If it is, see, we have so many religious community in our country, but we have to understand, being in that religious community, we are supposed to take the best of that religious preachings. We are not supposed to you know, adhere to the hatred, you know, hateful messages against some other religion, right? We are supposed to promote and propagate our own religion, but do not hate, you know, spread the hatred against other religion and spread the nuisance like terrorism in the name of religion. So that is my strong message here when I'm speaking about social justice. Political safeguards. Article 330, reservation of seats for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe in the House of the People. Article 332, reservation of seats for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe in the legislative assemblies of the state. Article 334, reservation of seats and special representation to cease after 60 years. Article 243D, reservation of seats in panchayats. Article 243T, reservation of seats in municipalities. So we are getting reservation, you know, on the basis of, you know, certain, on different basis, right? But we have to understand why that reservation is given. that reservation is given to, certain community in order to help themselves first, to upgrade their life and to understand the opportunity, and then to value it, and then grow to the level so that you can give the same opportunity. You become the source of opportunity to the other marginalized group. So we are not supposed to just enjoy the fruit of reservation, which we are rightfully getting, but you have to understand to give it back as well to your own community and communities who are like higher caste. It's not that socially, economically disabled people are only belonging to the lower caste. Yes, they are mostly belonging to the lower caste, but there are people from upper caste too. And if this upper caste people are there in that social economic, lower socio-economic categories, we or this community who are reserved, who are being given reservation, have to understand how it has changed their life because of this reservation. And we have to ensure that with our action that we are able to change the life of people who are in such clutches, right? So what are the agency for monitoring safeguards? So who is supposed to monitor all this, ensure that the reservation is properly being implemented, monitor that it is being properly benefited by such community? So Article 338, it gives right to National Commission for Scheduled Castes. The preamble to the Constitution, a basic postulate of the nation's founding faith, expressively articulates the vision of the nation as a social justice state with a dynamic, democratic, egalitarian order. Indeed, Part 3 and 4 is plainly Fabian socialist. So, social justice and preamble of the Constitution of India. So, value of social justice is mentioned there in the preamble also. Social justice and fundamental rights of the citizen of the India. That means in the fundamental rights also, the social justice is very, very intrinsic value. Social justice and directive principle of the state policy also has a value of social justice and other provision of the Constitution of India. Now,
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. We are running out of time. So
okay.
you can quickly conclude in 2 minutes so that we can move on.
Okay. So then I would be, yes. Social justice. Now, when we are talking about social justice, the chairperson himself, Baba Saheb, he had adhered to this 5 basic principles. What were the focus? What were those main principle of Ambedkar theory of social justice? Is first, establishing a society where individual becomes the means of all social purposes. That means individual becomes the means to the goal. Second, establishment of society based on equality, liberty, and fraternity. Third, establishing democracy, political, economic, and social. Fourth, establishing democracy through constitutional measures. Fifth, establishing democracy by breaking monopoly of upper strata on political power. Ambedkar was of the opinion that social justice can be dispensed in free social order in which an individual is end in itself. Associated life between members of society must be regarded by consideration founded on liberty, equality, and fraternity. So ways toward realizing the value of justice in society in the practice form. How do we make sure that social justice The value of social justice is not only mentioned, or not only the fabric is not there only in the constitution, but in our practice, in each of our daily, activity or daily doing or daily dealings with each other. Social justice should be visible. To enunciate the principle of justice is one thing. To make it effective is another thing. Whether the principle of social justice is effective or not must necessarily depend upon the nature and character of the civil services who must be left to administer the principle. So all the civil servants, the bureaucrats, they should be able to monitor, they should be able to ensure that, our legislation, our everything has the social justice as a value. The solution to social injustice lies within us only. That means, every good thing begin with individual. So the solution, our constitution has social justice as a value, but we have to, every individual has a responsibility to put it in practice. We should be aware of the expression for poor, for the backward classes. Social justice which are being used to undermine standard, to flaunt norms, and to put institution to work. So we should shift from equality of outcome to equal of opportunities, and in striving towards that. That means competition is there, the equal opportunities are there, but we have to make sure who are competing. We have to make sure if there are inequality in the competitors, we have to help balance it by giving them protective justice. Yeah. That is called protective discrimination. Politicians should be doing the detailed and continuous work that requires positive help, the assistance that the disadvantaged need for availing of equal opportunities. Social processes are constantly changing the society. A good legal system is one which ensures that law adapts to the changing situation and ensure social good. So here we have legislation in place, but we have to make sure when that legislation needs to be amended so as to fit the contemporary time, the changing time and situation. Any legal system aiming to ensure the basic dignity of human being and the inherent needs of every individual to grow into the fullness of life. Today, our judiciary is the protector of civil rights. It is the custodians of fundamental rights, is the guardian of the constitution. Its role in a federal system as the arbitrator is well known, and the power of judicial review has reposed faith of the people in the judiciary. So judiciary has to be very strong. It has to be a very important pillar of the society in order to watch to it that social justice is not only in in the papers, but it is put into practice. Both legislative anti-people lawmaking and executive excesses can come under judiciary scanner. So anybody who is coming up with a anti-people legislation, executives are not doing enough. Judiciary has to be very, very strong in order to scan out the problem or loopholes. The importance of judiciary is more for the citizen than for the state. The judiciary system is a part of the judicial process for the welfare of people and for social justice. I would then, now further to this are, historical perspective, which I've already talked about, organizational perspectives, which NASW I have already told you about. So all that I want to tell you as a social worker is also social justice, equality, equality is there, fraternity is there, but without social justice, the rights, the, fraternity is of no use, because until and unless the values of social justice is being practiced, then people who are at the base in the pyramid would not be able to see the progress or would not be able to be positively affected by the ray of hope. The ray of hope is progress, reforming themselves, trying to come out from the darkness towards the light. So we have to make sure social justice is practiced by every individual in the society, no matter from what walks of life, and social justice is promoted and then put into practice by one and all. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you to Ravindra sir for having given me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Though these topics have to be dealt in detail, but we always have to confine to the time constraints. So anyway, you have been able to cover most of the things. So yes, social justice and this cultural diversity and peace, harmony, all are very important aspects, and celebrating 75 years of independence, we should be proud of ourselves. In spite of having such a diversity, we are all united together and staying together, praying it and promoting each other's peace and harmony. That is real, the unity in diversity is not just a word, it's the actual practice that we all do. We are doing and we'll be doing and we will be doing also in future. So very well said, ma'am, very well given direction. So very well taken also. So participants, if you have any queries, quickly we can take one or two. And I know we have already exceeded time. We have one more speaker and we'll quickly conclude the session. So if there are no queries as of now, you can use also feedback form. If you have any queries, we will be happy to address you and get back to you. So thank you, ma'am, once again for this wonderful session, and we wish you all the success and for your future endeavors, and look forward for more sessions. And do join us for tomorrow's Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav 75th Independence Day celebrations. We all together will make it a grand, memorable day for everyone, for the future generations, and to remember this wonderful academic gathering. We all going to do it tomorrow, commemorating 75th Independence Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, so much.
So with this, we will move on to our next speaker for the day. Ravi Shekhar Garu, Jane Aramiru is not yet. If any other speakers who have left out, kindly text me in the chat box so that I can unmute yourself and introduce. I think two speakers have left out, I think. And Divakar Reddy, are you there? If you want to complete, you can conclude. Yeah. So we have our last speaker for the day. So anyone missed out, you can register for the next Sunday's conference and you can present your papers next Sunday. So we have last speaker for the day, Dr. Mohammad Amin Wani, Assistant Professor, Psychology, Lovely Professional University, Pagwara, Punjab. He would be presenting on debunking the myth around mental health. Yeah, Dr. Mohammad, you can unmute yourself, start your video and present.
Good evening all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you have 20 minutes to quickly help because everyone is waiting. So conclude, we will conclude.
Sure. Is my screen visible?
Yes, doctor, please continue.
Okay, good evening, everyone. As I'm Dr. Amin, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, Lovely Professional University. Today I'm here to have a talk on debunking the myths around mental health. We all are aware that health is essential for everyone. We talk about physical health, we talk about biological health, psychological health, as well as spiritual health. So one important thing, one important type or aspect of health is mental health. But we have some myths around the mental health. In India, we people have different thoughts, different beliefs, or different methods around mental health. In today's talk, we will just discuss what are the different methods which we people are having and what is the reality behind these things. So as we all are academicians, researchers, and everyone has its role in his society, as we are going to celebrate our 5th Azadi ke Amrit Mahotsav. So definitely this independence not give the freedom, but it gives some responsibility to everyone. Being a citizen of India, we have our responsibilities as an academician, as a politician, as a physician. We all have our responsibilities, and I found that it is also my responsibility to being a student of psychology, to being a teacher, to being a researcher, that I will put my point, I will share the things with the society. So like these people who are here, they can convey my message to others too. So the first myth which people are having, that mostly people believe that psychiatric disorders are not really true medical illnesses, like other illnesses are having, like heart disease, diabetes, sugar, or any other alignment. No, that is clearly, we can say, the myth, as we believe that psychiatric disorders, they are like other medical illnesses. If we talk about the brain disorder, if we talk about the we can say any biological, psychological illness, definitely they are like other biological illnesses too. As whatever we are going to discuss here, they are not only hypothetical things, they are based on some researches. Researchers have shown that what the biological illness are, they have some causes. Similarly, for psychiatric illnesses, for psychological illnesses like brain disorders, they have some genetic as well as biological causes. That is why we say that there is a role of genetic, genes, or environmental factors which contribute our psychological health, as psychological health or mental health is one of the essential aspect of overall health. So it is the reality that what the biological disorders are, they have biological causes, but for psychological illnesses, definitely we have genetic as well as biological factors which cause some sort of illnesses, because we have a lot of researches here. People with severe mental illnesses such as schizophrenia, they are usually dangerous and violent, because we know that it is one of the disorder where the client, most of the time, the basic symptom or cause, you will find that they are away from reality. They lost the real contact to the world. But people believe that definitely they are violent, they are dangerous for the society. Not at all, because statistical science shows that what type of illnesses they have their negative influence also. But on the other hand, you will examine that violence or conducting behaviors or that thing which create problem to the society, they all are not psychological patients. They all are not having schizophrenia. Even it has been identified that people who are having schizophrenia, they are more often frightened. They are confused. So the second thing is that not at all. Yes, we can say some abnormalities are there. We call them extraneous disorders. They create problem. Those patients who are having these type of illnesses, they create problem to the society, but not at all. Not all schizophrenia or not all mentally ill people is problematic for the society. Mental illness is the result of bad parenting or characteristics. To some extent we can say that, because parenting plays a vital role in one's life, in one's behavior. There are different types of parenting styles are there. Our role of parenting, we can say, yes, to some our behavior is affected. But if you talk about the mental illness, like I am having schizophrenia, it is not directly that my parenting is responsible for us. There will be so many factors. Yes, some sort of your behavior, some basic apprehensions need to be taken by the parents, so they can, like way of talking, how a child talk, how he behave, how he solve the problem, how he adjust, how he react. That thing is involved. But if you talk about the mentally illness, it is only genetic. There are some factors, but it doesn't mean that my parent is not providing me proper parenting. Yes, effect will be there on my behavior. But if you talk about the core mental illnesses, like I am giving the example of schizophrenia, I am talking about the mental disorders. No, but mental disorders are there only if there is genetic illness, if some factors. But I would like to say that if any mental illness is caused by genetic information, by genetic disorder, or through chromosomes, that is very difficult to resolve. However, if we talk about the perinatal environment that influences the child, that has a role on individual's behavior, but that problem can be treated at all. Depression results from personality weakness or characteristics fallen, and people who are depressed could just snap out of it as they are tried. No, not at all. We say that depression is caused because of weak personality or weak characteristic. No, depression is a mood disorder. It has nothing with weak personality. It has nothing with lazy person. You will find that people who are depressed, you will find that not every weak or lazy person is depressed. You will find the patients who are depressed, they are also healthy one. It has links with our brain chemistry, our brain function. It is not that a person is weak, he may have the depression. It is also, if a person is strong and he is healthy, then definitely depression can be. So the fourth myth is depression is not only for lazy or weakness people. Schizophrenia means split personality, and there is no way to control it. People say that if a person is having schizophrenia, he have the delusions, hallucinations, or he is away from the reality. So we cannot control him. We cannot help him to resolve his problem. Is not at all. Schizophrenia is often confused with multiple personality disorders. And we have the treatment procedures now. And definitely it can be treated through different types of pharmaceutical treatments are available there. psychological treatments in the form of psychotherapies are there. And definitely it can be controlled. It can be treated. It is treatable. Definitely, like depression is a normal part of aging process. People believe that when a person grows, he lost his control on his emotions. Then he may have the depression. Not at all. Not at all. It is not formal only for older person. Yes, we have Alzheimer disease. We have Alzheimer. That is for a particular age group. We say that when a person grows at the elderly stage, definitely they may lose the memory. There is a memory loss. We call that it is Alzheimer disease. That is related to age. Or we talk about some developmental disorders. They are related to age, but depression has nothing with the age. It can be anywhere. A person, whether he is elder, whether he is child, whether he is young, or whether he is adolescent, he may have depression. It is not normally for adult population. When we talk about the signs of depression in old people, they may have lost interest in activities, sleep disturbances. However, if you talk about the depression in the different age groups, every have their own signs. Depression and other illness such as anxiety disorders, they not affect children or adults. No, as I have already discussed that there is nothing with age, depression or any psychological illness that can be anywhere. That can be affected any person. Even we have researches where we find that a child who get birth, he or she may have anxiety disorders. Why? Because there are genetic information is there, genes influence of chromosomes. If there is any type of problem in chromosomes, we talk about Klinefelter syndrome, we talk about Downward syndrome. Definitely they have effects on individuals' psychological health as well as mental health. And second thing is also that prenatal, perinatal development also definitely they have influence on children. It is not necessary that only children are affected by depression. Nowadays, we say that our school going children, they have a lot of depressions, they have a lot of anxieties. On the other hand, you can also you can also find that our farmers, on the other hand, you can also found who are working in some private or public sector, who are working in different shifts. They have also a lot of problems. They have anxiety disorders, they have depression, they have stress, work stress is also there. So it doesn't mean that only the particular population or a particular age group can be affected, not at all. So everyone can be affected by mental health and none can be. It is, I will discuss how we can control. If I can be the vulnerable, my parents can be vulnerable, my friends can be vulnerable, old person can be vulnerable, pregnant lady can be vulnerable. So everyone, but we have the ability to control, we have the ability to manage. We will discuss that things also. The another myth is if you have a mental illness, you can will it. Being treated for the psychological disturbance in individual has some weight, valid or weight. Not at all. If we talk about the mental illness, definitely we have this, it is type of illness. It is just like the biological or physical illness. It is just like the illness which we people are having when we have the stomach upset. It is just like heart disease. If a person is having heart disease, he just went to the physician, doctor, and for prescribes, the doctor prescribed the medicines. He went for the treatment. Similarly, in India, we have some myth, or you can say that no, we can't say the myth. It is we have some taboo. If I feel some problem, if I feel that I'm not able to resolve my everyday problems, if I found difficulty in my everyday life, I am not able to go to the psychiatrist, to go to psychologist, because I have taboo what to do. If someone sees me near to psychiatric hospital, he found that, oh, he has some problem. Not at all. Just we ran to hospitals for the treatment of other biological disorders. Similarly, if we have the mental illness, any type of anxieties or any type of problem, I can give the basic things, like if a person has having difficulty in his normal life, then he must meet the psychiatrist, meet the psychologist, meet the counselor, because early intervention helped me to live normal life. It helped me to resolve my issue, which may create problem in future. A serious mental illness cannot be ignored. We cannot treat it by default. No, we need some treatment methods. We need psychotherapies. We need pharmaceutical medicines. Sometimes we go for antidepressant drugs, anti-anxiety drugs, or even you will find that now psychosurgeries are there. They help us to get rid from, or they help us to treat mental illnesses. Accident is a lifestyle. Choice and shows a lack of willpower. People with a substance abuse problems are more morally weak or bad. We talk about addiction. It is not only that, it is not my lifestyle. We say that a person is addict of something. It is his lifestyle, not a cause. If it should be the lifestyle, then we can find everyone in the society. They may have some role in it. Addiction is a fact. It is the result of our changing in our biological system. It is change. You will find whenever we find difficulty in sleeping, our biological clock affected. When we are not able to eat properly, our biological system affected, our homeostasis affected. Similarly, when we become the addict of anything, it affects my health. Similarly, if we talk about alcohol addiction, if we talk about drug addiction, if we talk about smoking, definitely they affects my brain chemistry, because it consists of some sort of substances. That substance affect my neurological chemistry, my brain chemistry. It has nothing with good or bad person. Electroconvulsive therapy, formerly known as shock therapy, is painful and barbaric. It is ACT is a type of psychotherapy which is based on behavioral school of thought. And people believe that shock therapy is like, it is a painful and it is a barbaric act. It pains the people. It should not be there. But as a psychology student, we say, yes, it gives some pain to a person. But that pain is good as a person's life is affected. Shock therapy, we as a psychologist, we call it shock therapy, or we talk it aversion. Such type of treatments are mostly given when we are having a child, we are having a client with some sort of conducting behaviors or unaccepted behavior, like gambling, like excess drinking. So that time we as a here I use for psychiatrists. Psychiatrists use this type of treatment to get to help the patient. And this is the topmost, we can say that this is a last way of treatment. When counseling not help us, when psychotherapy not help us, when we found that other basic treatments are not useful, or they are not showing the positive results, then we go for the ECT. Children do not have affected by mental illness problems, as I have given. Every younger children can have mental illness. Definitely, another thing is that if a child has some mental illness or some mental health issues, he or she would not be successful in life. That is also one of the myth. It doesn't matter. History supports, we have the historical incidents, which if we take the example of some people in our own country, India, who are having some type of mental health issues. We will take the example of Abhishek Bachchan. He faced difficulty in childhood, like he was having the dyslexia, one type of development, learning disability, dyslexia. Now he is a successful person. We talk about the Lalit Kumar, another author, and we can say that he's a YouTuber. He was also having some sort of problems. Not only this, but we have Albert Einstein. He was also having the learning disability. So it doesn't matter that a child is having any type of mental disorder, then he cannot success, not at all. Yes, we can fight. As I already told that early intervention, early treatment will help us to get rid from these problems. So if a child has any type of mental problems, you will find that any type of developmental disorder, a child is having problem in learning, a child is having problem in reading, writing, or communication, language, or any other developmental related disorder, then definitely that, if you take the example Stephen Hawking, take the example of Albert Einstein, take the example of Abhishek Bachchan, definitely they are successful persons. And mental health issues can be treated and managed. As I told, two things are there. If mental health, or if there is mental illness, that mental illness is caused by genetic factor, then that can be manageable. We have to manage it. If it is due to the environmental or social factors, definitely that thing can be treated. People with mental illness cannot protect you. As I give the example, yes, they can. The biggest myth of all, I can't do anything for a person with mental illness. We say that he or she is having depression, I cannot help. No, we all are social beings. We have society around us. We are dependent upon one another in one or two ways. And mostly people found, psychologists have identified, researchers support that people who are having any type of problem, who are having any type of mental illnesses, they have some common things like isolation is there, loneliness is there. They run away from the society. As a social being, it is my responsibility to come forward, to help the needy one. Anyway, it doesn't matter that only financial support. Yes, your simple word, we say now that sometimes if you find that there are the person who are having some type of illnesses, he went to hospital just to say it will, you will cure soon, don't worry. Our words with a positive vibration. So yes, I can say it is my responsibility. It is the responsibility of every person, every human being, that he should come forward to support the needy one. And how everyone can provide the support, everyone can help the person in his or in her own way. That doesn't matter how you can support. Mental health, these are some methods, but we talk about the mental health. It is the well-being, state of well-being in which the individual realize his or her own abilities, cope the daily stressors, work productively, fruitfully, and is able to contribute to his society, to his community. I can only say that I am mentally healthy, I am mentally fit if I am able to contribute my society, if I am able to contribute to my nation. My contribution, what is my contribution? It is not only the mentally ill people that I am not different, how I can differentiate. It is on this great event, great day, 15th August, I will say that if I am able to contribute my society, to contribute my nation, then I am mentally healthy. If I am not, then definitely you say that this definition is not suitable. I'm not, this definition is not applied on me. Then we can judge ourselves. Can work productively, is aware about his or her own abilities. Life, we talk about life. It is, we can say that troughs and crusts, ups and downs, happiness and sorrows, pain and joy, they are the two sides of same coin, and they are the part of life. If I am able to manage, then I am mentally healthy. If I am able to manage these things, then I am mentally healthy. So these four indicators, these four, you can say that tasks, these four things, I can, we can say that assess myself. If I am able to work productively, if I am aware about my own abilities, if I am able to resolve my daily hassles, if I am able to contribute my society, my community, then I am mentally healthy. If I found these things, then this is the concern for me. If I am worrying always, if I'm not able to concentrate or concentrate towards things, if I'm unhappy without any justification, if I lose my temper mostly, if I dislike people, if I have problem in sleeping, or these things, these are some signs, then these are the indicators that my mental health is affected. Mental health cycle, how my mental health is affected. How my mental health is affected. First of all, my thought process. My thoughts, then my feelings or my emotions. Due to those feelings and emotions, my behavioral issues, my behavior, and that my behavior, what I am doing, that results the things. How I react, how I manage the things, how I contribute, how I create problem to myself as well as my society. That results are there. Results. Either I go to the positive way, my thought process, my beliefs, they are positive, then emotions can be positive also. My behavior will be positive, and the response, the act, the consequences are also good. If my thoughts are negative, my belief is negative, emotions, my feelings towards the people will be negative, definitely my behavior shows the negative things, and that negativity will go to the mental ill health. So it is upon me. It is upon me how I manage how I understand the things. I'm skipping because we all we are all having lack of time. Etiology, definitely factors are there, biological factors, psychological. The main important thing is there, which I am going to do, discuss how this thing, stress. We talk about the stress. It is one of the problem now. People, everyone experience these things. What is stress? And how we can manage it. This thing is, because if we are able to control, as I am talking, that if I am able to manage my daily hassles, if I am able to manage my everyday things, then I am mentally healthy one. So stress, we all are having some sort of stresses. It is my reaction towards the things. How I can control my stress though. Everyone, you will find that we are using the term, oh, I am depressed, oh, मुझे stress है. So कैसे हम इस चीज को control करेंगे? We have to follow the ABC strategy. The first thing is awareness is important. What causes you stress? How to react? What is the situation? What are the factors which creates this thing, and how I react? If I am able to, if I am aware about the causes, किन चीजों से मैं stress हो रहा, then I can start working on, I can start managing these things. When I am able to aware, because information, if I am having awareness about the level of about those factors which cause the stress, then definitely I can work on. But if I'm not aware about the situation, about the factors, about the causes, then I cannot work on it. Balance. There is a fine line between positive and negative stresses. You'll find positive and negative stress. Everyone is, a stress can be positive, it can be negative. It is just like if the stress result is, if a child has stress and due to that stress he qualifies exams, he get the positive results, then it is positive for him. If I am taking the stress, excess stress, and due to that stress I am not able to we can say make my contribution or my attention towards the things, then the results can be negative. Then it is negative for me. And control, what can you do to help yourself? Stress, it is not for all that. We cannot control every situation. We cannot control, or we cannot fight every stress. We have fight or flight responses. Sometimes, for example, I am going outside, I found lion. So definitely मुझे तो डर लगेगा ही लगेगा. अब मैं उस शेर के साथ लड़ना, first my we can say that my inner, I am going to self-examine, my introspection starts. कि क्या मैं इस situation को control कर सकता हूँ? Am I able to control it? If I am able to control it, then I start fighting. If I found no, I cannot control, I start run. I run away. मैं भाग जाता हूँ. Flights. So the thing is that control, either I am able to control the things. वही कहते हैं कि आपके यार.
Yeah, Dr. Mohammed, sorry to interrupt. We already exceeded 20 minutes and we have already taken extra 20 minutes.
Just one minute, just 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, kindly conclude in 2 minutes.
Yeah, just 1 minute. So yes, definitely, these are the things which ABC can help me to control my situation, to control my things, and effectively when I am able to manage, when I am able to control these things, like stress, I'm able to control, then I can manage it also. For management, awareness, relaxation, definitely yoga is very effective, very positive thing for managing stress. These are the things. So I hope that whatever we have discussed so far, we will apply, we will try to do the things, and we can manage our stress, we can control the things. When we are able to do all these things, then definitely my reaction towards the things will be positive. When this thing will be positive, then I am able to understand the things, I am able to control, I am able to manage, and when I am able to manage, I will be mentally healthy person. And mentally healthy person means I will be well contributor towards the society. I will play my role for social contribution, for national development, or we can say for the welfare of society. So thank you for all. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your time. So
thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for the very insightful presentation. You can join in any other Sunday. I think there is a lot to cover. You can register for any other Sunday, then we will give you enough time there, because already we are running short of time.
I'm thankful to sir, because I was just watching my social network page, then I found, then I registered, then I request you and you give me time. It was great thing for me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions.
Thank you, sir.
So we will move on to our final this thing. I think any pending speakers left, any messages, let me check. They are available or the will request for next week presentation. Yeah, Ravichandran has joined. Okay. Yeah, so we'll give just 10 or 15 minutes to him and we'll go for a vote of thanks. So we have with us Ravichandran ji, Principal Consultant, Mapper Consulting Co. from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Ravichandran, you can quickly unmute yourself and kindly confine yourself to 10 minutes so that we shall conclude by 5:55 and then we can go for vote of thanks. Ravichandran. Okay. Then we will move to vote of thanks. You can register for next week. Every week we have conferences. So if any speakers have missed out for their opportunities or unable to present today, so you can always come back every Sundays. We have international conference on every weekday 6 to 8 daily. We have international webinars. So there are a lot of opportunities in coming days, like we have been doing from 12th March as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 weeks. So we have almost completed around 23 weeks and another 52 weeks or 54 weeks, whatever it is left. So we have speakers from across the world, participants across the world have joined this wonderful initiative. So I invite everyone to register and join our Telegram channel and Facebook group so that you can get all the updates and regularly you can contribute also whenever time permits. So you can register as speaker and you can keep attending daily. Every event has a unique certificate for each, and so you can join and be part of this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And tomorrow also we have Independence Day celebrations and also an international conference. So commemorating these, so every speaker will get 5 minutes. So one that you can utilize for your presentation. Generally in conferences also, we give 3 to 5 minutes or maximum 8 minutes or similar, so less than 10 minutes only. So we have, because we want to have 75 years of independence, so we are planning for 75 speakers. So even if we cover 75 speakers, now it will take 4 to 5 hours. So every speaker will be getting 5 minutes, and in that 5 minutes, you can divide like 1 minute for your introduction and last minute for expressing your gratitude. And in between 2-3 minutes, you can utilize for giving your concept, come up with brilliant presentations or anything. We request everyone, because we are critical on any other day, but tomorrow all the presentations, all the messages, greetings shall be positive, constructive, productive only, because you know, that is a day where we are coming together and expressing our gratitude to all the soldiers who have sacrificed and all the men, farmers who are contributing to the food security of India, and everyone who is contributing, each one of us, appreciating us and rejoicing and remembering our unsung heroes, freedom fighters. And so you come up with excellent messages where you can add to the wonderful day celebrations. As you know, we all will be celebrating since morning at our homes, institutions, organizations. So what we thought is post lunch, once we resume back our celebrations, we will, after having lunch, we can join back at 2 o'clock. And if there are more speakers also, we are not going to let them down. So we have to be very disciplined so that we give us others also opportunity. So let's confine ourselves to 5 minutes strictly. Even if less there, we are grateful to you so that other speakers get opportunity, and also share among your friends. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So everyone can join, the participants also. You can express your greetings, wishes, blessings to all of us. And you can also convey your message. This is a wonderful opportunity. So the message has been shared in the chat box for registration link. Otherwise, also you can visit our website where you can find all the links, all the certificates are also available there. I will show you after vote of thanks how to download and where to visit and how to register, all those things. So thank you everyone for joining us. So let me invite Dr. Iltiza Begum. For proposing the vote of thanks. Dr. Iltiza Begum, you can unmute yourself. You can start your video.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Well, I really thank everyone, and on behalf of Shri Holistic Health Foundation India and Shri Research and Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing and the Government Autonomous College Kadapa, I deeply thank everyone who are present here. And I also thank Dr. G. Ravindranath, the principal of the college, and Dr. R.M. Ravindranath ji for giving me this opportunity to thank on behalf of all the speakers. And I really want to give special note of thanks to the keynote speaker, Dr. G. Ravindranath, who has encouraged and wished that we must continue education. And he has rightly emphasized that knowledge and skills are more important than aping the West. And the emphasis on our mother tongue should be more. This is also emphasized by Mr. Hanumant Reddy. And Dr. K. Madhusudan, who has talked about sustainable goals for Bharat, has wonderfully explained how population control would be able to manage to control or we will be able to achieve, India will be able to achieve 17 sustainable goal by following this population control, that one thing only. And then I really also want to thank Ms. Co-coordinator, Dr. Y. Savitri, who talked about the impact of pesticides, how bad it is for the environment, for the pests, and also for the insects, and also for the human beings who are suffering after getting contaminated by it. And then the research scholars like Shrikant and Divakar Reddy, they really spoke well about the feelings of the plant and of the oceans, how they impact the people or how it is impacting the environment also. Then Simran Jadhav, who spoke about the stress that teachers in a school takes up in her paper, study on stress management among working women. is also very conducive. And the exhaustive details about how we should respect our national flag and what are the do's and don'ts while handling a national flag, as given by Virendra Kumar M. Thakkar, was really eye-opener. We had not known so much of things unless he had told us. Then the education policies of India, as explained by V. Nagaratnamma, was really wonderful. And then Dr. Bashetti Lata, who had talked about how youths can become the pride of India, and Dr. Aruna Kumar, who has talked about how physical literacy can become the key to an active and healthy life. And also Dr. Wani, who has talked about the mental health and what are the different myths which are surrounding it, are really eye-openers, and we will certainly look at the aspects of health now with a different angle. And the social justice about which Dr. Chandrakala talked about was also very nice. And I really thank everyone for being a part of this seminar. And we will look forward to your participation tomorrow also. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra.
Thank you, Dr. Iltiza Begumji, for the wonderful vote of thanks for everyone. And these all topics are very much related to the sustainable development and are very much pertinent also. These are multi-dimensional subjects, multidisciplinary subjects, which are interconnected. So we cannot, and these are also very much related to Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which we are looking for bright and prosperous development without compromising the future generations' prospectors and their opportunities. So with this, we will conclude our conference here, and I'm sharing the feedback link in the chat box. So we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form, and attendance is being tracked by Zoom platform automatically. So no need to worry about attendance, because the Zoom will automatically generate the report and will give us. So even if anyone is missing out, also don't worry. Based on attendance, we will issue the certificates. Only one suggestion or one request: who joined with other names other than your certificate names, because Zoom generates the name as it is visible in the participant list. So sometimes you can join with the device or some other name, so we will be not able to identify. If any participants with such names, immediately share your details in the chat box so that we can know this device belongs to you, or we can identify so that we can match with your attendance, and we can issue a certificate. And generally, as a policy, we have a time frame of 15 working days for issuing certificates. That is the maximum time, but we sometimes it will be early, like 1 or 2 days also. Sometimes it will take time depending on the workload we have, our team has. So quickly fill up the feedback form. It's shared in the chat box, and you can visit the website. I will take 1 more minute to show you where you can visit and how to register and download your certificate, so that you will not face any difficulty in future. And you can register for daily events. You can look for all events, and you can join every day 6 to 8 p.m. and on every Sunday 11 to 5 p.m. For various conferences and workshops. So let me quickly guide you to through the website. In the meanwhile, quickly keep filling the feedback form. This is a website where all the conference details, webinar details are listed, and where the entire Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and celebrations and all the events are there. Here you can see just on the right side, just below the logo. Here you can see the registration links for tomorrow's 75 years of independence celebration. You can just click on this link and you can register yourself and share these details to email as well, and also in WhatsApp, so that we are preparing a flyer like a brochure for every time, for every event, so that you can have all your photos and details on this flyer or brochure, so that it is memorable and it will be a record for you. So kindly share after registration. You kindly share your details in WhatsApp as well as to email ID. All the details along with your photo and your PPT file. Make sure you have a very quick PPT file, because in 2 minutes or 3 minutes you have to conclude. And if you want to collaborate with us with this celebrations, and if you or your organization would like to collaborate or would like to be co-signatory, you can also send your organization logo as well as your scanned signature, so that we will try to accommodate if feasibility exists for this thing. For other conferences, we can collaborate. And so here you can see International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. This is the initiative which was taken as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So you can see here from 12th March we have started, and we had 20 days international conference. So from here, all the events are listed. You can just click here, daily webinars and conference details. Here you can see all the details are there. On the left side, you can see the navigation menu. You just click on this calendar and click on this and add this to your Google or Android or iOS or Outlook calendars, so that it will daily remind you evening 6 to 8 and on Sundays 11 to 5. It will send you emails, it will send you auto reminders. If you have enabled your notifications now, it will every day and every Sunday it will remind you about the events. You need not remember, the joining link is same for all the events. So the link is same, so you can click on the link, which will be automatically saved to your calendars, and the website address also will be part of that. And you can see for daily webinars, the registration form is same, just based on the date, the registration data is pulled out. So you can use this registration form for all the events for weekdays, and for Sundays and special celebrations, we have different registration links. So you can use that link. So even in website, on every page, you have this joining link. So, and the link is same, so you can easily remember, and you can bookmark this website so that it will be there forever. And you can join Facebook group, as well as you can follow other Facebook pages, so that automatically you will be receiving updates. And here you can see there are weekday schedule, Sunday schedule, and special day schedule. So if you are attending weekdays, you can just click on that. You can see here. So because earlier days are all a part of conferences and other things. So from 24th March again, before that you have direct links there. And from 24th March, here you can find all the links. You can select it on any day which you have attended. You can see the flyer daily. Below the flyer, for all resource persons, we are directly sharing their certificates through WhatsApp, because they are less, couple of, so we are sharing. For all the participants, here this link, Google Drive link will be provided here. So you can click on it and download your certificate. Every certificate is uniquely identified with an certificate ID and your name. So on the file name, you will have certificate ID and your file name so that you can check it and download. For every event, there is separate link. So you can see. So similarly, you can, this is all for weekdays, Monday to Saturday, and Sundays. Here you have Sunday schedule. These all are Sundays from 13th March. The 12th March is Saturday. So from 13th, every Sunday, we are having conferences, and this is here July, August, September. September also we have scheduled 4th September. We have already planned events. I mean, there will be continuously events. So themes for these events have been finalized. So you can register also. You can visit any day in advance. You can register. So 14th August. Today's flyer, you can see it here. And just below that, you can see e-certificates for participants. So link to download e-certificate shall be shared within 15 working days after this. So, or conference. So here you will find the Google Drive link. You can visit this website, and only the criteria is you need to register and you need to attend all the sessions. You need to fill the feedback and visit website and download. And don't worry that, don't be in a hurry that your certificates will be going somewhere. No, they are there on the website as long, at least for good amount of time, at least for another 1 year we have celebration. So 1 to 2 years, all certificates will be there available on the website. So no need to panic, no need to worry about it. So no need to follow us for that. So whenever you have time, whenever you feel like, how many times you feel like, you can go visit website and download. Sometimes there might be delay, sometimes we might issue early. So don't worry about that. Even if it is delayed also, you can always come back and check the website and download your certificates. So speaker certificates also we are planning soon. We will put in some common place on a monthly basis or something. We will inform you, so that even for speakers also, if you want to download also, we are providing. Anyway, we are personally sharing, but that also we are soon going to put on the website. So registration form on every page, you can see this is the registration link for weekdays, but for Sundays, you need to go to the particular this thing. And you can see joining link on every page. And you can see all our Facebook handles, both the organizations, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. So you can join this Facebook group, Telegram channel, where daily the links are shared. See, almost link is same, website is same. So only thing is topic changes, speaker changes, timings are saying, everything is same. So you can join daily, gain knowledge and also gain certificates on a daily basis. So this is a wonderful opportunity for everyone. Every day, if you are a subject expert, you can also join and contribute. If you want to learn also, it's a very good opportunity for everyone to be part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and share our knowledge with our fellow members. See, the greatest thing we can do, and through which we can improve ourselves and also contribute to the society, is through knowledge share. So sharing is caring. Let's all care each other by sharing our knowledge, and the entire platform is free. There is no single paisa taken from anyone. There are no donations or sponsorships accepted. Entirely, all the registrations, presentations, collaborations, everything is completely free. So there is no charge, because everyone faced hardships in the COVID. So we don't want to create any burden, and let's all together rejoice the positive vibes of our vibrant India. So as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, so assume that this is a wonderful gift to all my fellow Indians and also fellow planet citizens. So anyone international or national from any country, or for that matter, any state, if you'd like to present, participate, feel free and join it. Don't worry about certificate, and feedback links are not shared anywhere outside this platform. And generally feedback will be also taken. Today we are sharing, sometimes we share Google Form, otherwise feedback is also taken in the Zoom platform itself most of the time. So only when there are special occasions that organizers or collaborators or the participants request where there are some technical problems, we are sharing Google link. So feedback links are not shared anywhere else. Kindly you also do not share anywhere, because the attendance certificates will be issued only after verifying the attendance. We will compare it with registration data and participation Zoom data, and then we'll be issuing certificates. So do not share. Even if they share also, even if they fill up the feedback form without attending, they will not be getting certificates, and they will be put in blacklist. So don't, I mean, I know we all are professionals, but just it's my duty to inform everyone. So conveying the message. So see you all. Hope everyone enjoyed. And if you have anything to share, everyone can unmute one by one and share. Otherwise, if you have filled the feedback form, then we thank you once again, everyone, for joining us for this wonderful day. And whoever would like to share your message, tomorrow, kindly contact me. You have my numbers, or you can visit the website, which is shared in the feedback in the chat box. You can contact me, and you can, after registering, you can send your details in WhatsApp also to email ID, because tomorrow is a conference. Do it as early as possible so that we get some time in preparing flyer. All the rest are done. Only flyer we have to prepare. So still speakers are joining us. So you can share with your friends and everyone. Let's be part of this wonderful 75 years of celebration. So see you all tomorrow at 2 o'clock with the Independence Day celebrations, and everyone come with nice quotations, wishes, greetings. Hope everyone enjoyed. If you have any feedback to be shared, feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand. We will unmute and you can share. We'll be there for another 5 minutes. The conference will be open so that whoever is there yet to fill up the feedback form, quickly fill up the feedback form. Thank you everyone on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, and also on behalf of Government College for Men, Kadapa. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and see you all tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Take care. Good night. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form.